Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is when you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Gooddesign. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Hello everyone, Blaine Austin here, Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 4 of Hoop Fest. Hey, are y'all ready to go this morning? Man, we have got a fantastic show ahead of us today. We've got some great products we're going to highlight. We've got some great educators going to be on. We've got some good educational classes that we're going to have. So, hey, all you got to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy the show today. And man, oh man, I'm super excited about the lineup we have. And but first off, if you're just joining us today, this is our first day to be here. Got to tell you a little bit about what's going on so you'll have an understanding of what Hoop Fest is all about. So what we decided to do is have this Hoop Fest and have a contest where you could submit an embroidery project in, and with pictures. We put it online on the Hoop Fest page. We're letting everybody vote on them. So we had a voting for a month. We closed the voting this past Sunday, and we had over 40,000 people vote. We had 222 entries of embroidery projects. And so we're going to end up picking 3 winners. Whoever the top 3 vote getters are going to be our 3 winners. And so we got a trophy for the first place, a big ribbon. Second and third place will get ribbons. But I got to tell you what each one of these people are going to win. So first place, you're going to get that scissor trophy. You're going to get the first place ribbon. You're getting a Janome MC9850 sewing and embroidery machine. You're getting a $200 DURKEE gift certificate. You're getting Anita Gooddesign collection kit and a 3-month spree subscription from OESD. So second place, you're getting a big second place ribbon. You're getting a Brother LB5000. And we're going to give you your choice between that Star Wars version or the Marvel version. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. Second place is the Janome 400E. So it's that 400E embroidery only machine. And then you're getting the Anita Gooddesign collection kit, the DURKEE $200 gift certificate. And then third place is the LB5000 Brother embroidery machine. It's the 4x4, and you're going to get your choice of either that Star Wars edition or the Marvel edition. In addition to that, you're getting that Anita Gooddesign collection kit and the 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 scissor set. So about a $3,000 first place prize, a $2,000 second place, and about a $1,050 third place prize. So really good 3 prizes, and we're super excited about that. But the big thing, guys, is the Embroidery Dream Studio giveaway that we're doing. And one of you lucky viewers are going to win that. And got to tell you about this thing. It turned out to be a $26,000 package. And I got to tell you everything that's in this. So it's going to have the SWF 12 needle embroidery machine, which y'all have seen us highlighted on the show. It's a fantastic machine. And it's going to come with the stand and that cap driver. So it's about a $12,000 package. You're getting the Brother 𝐏𝐸𝐞 3600D, and that D stands for Disney, sewing and embroidery machine, about a $3,500 value. You're getting the Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro software. That's a $4,200 software package. You're getting the DURKEE Easy Frames for that 12 needle SWF machine, and that's about a $369 value. You're getting the exquisite 288 spool thread kit. That's a $1,437 value. Anita Gooddesign Steve Wilson Signature Series, $750 value. Anita Gooddesign Collection kit, it's a $500 value. You're getting a 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 scissors set, that's $144 value. And John Deere Digitizing Dream Course, $299 value. And lastly, you're getting that Brother Scan and Cut, the SDX 230D, and that's a $799 value. So a total package worth $26,000. And one of you lucky viewers are going to be able to win that. And I got to tell you how you can win, okay? There's a couple different ways that you can win. One of the ways was when you just go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, you go on that Hoop Fest page. There's going to be a place where you can actually sign your up for your email, okay? You can do it right there. But during the show now, the ways you can win is you just go out there. If you're on Facebook, go like us, share the video, go make comments, ask questions throughout the day. And then if you're on YouTube, go down and hit the thumbs up, hit that bell notification, subscribe to our channel, and same way, go out and make comments and ask questions during the live show. After the live show is over, if you're coming on and you're watching at a later time, you can go down underneath the videos on both Facebook and YouTube and just make comments or ask questions there. And guess what? That's going to actually help your chances to win as well. And if you're watching live now and you want to go back and just make comments, go do that because it's going to help your chances. All those algorithms are going to, help you win. So that's what we want you to do, is do as much activity as you can to help your chances. And hopefully that, you'll win that prize. And also, if you got some friends out there that are into embroidery, hey, send them over our way and let them watch the show and tell them all about it. We hope that you'll get some of your friends involved as well. And we want to grow this community as much as we can. So the other thing I got to talk about is our sponsors. We could not have done this without our sponsors. And I tell you, it has been a pleasure working with them. And so let me tell you about our sponsors. Our platinum sponsors for the show were SWF, Anita Good Design, and Dime. Our gold sponsors were R&K, Janome, Brother, Kimberbell, and Melco. Our silver sponsors were DURKEE and 𝐏𝐤𝐞𝐬𝐞. Our bronze sponsor is the Deers Embroidery Legacy. And then our associate sponsors were Kai Scissors, Smith's Needles, the Embroidery Shop, OESD, Embroidery Garden, Synchrony Financing, Angela Wolf, Joanne Banco, and we're so happy that they are part of our team and helping us do all this. Could not have done it without them, guys, and I can't stress that enough. So, hey, it's Thursday morning. We have 2 more days left after this, and it's just going to keep getting better, guys, and we're hoping that y'all are enjoying what you're seeing. And, hey, let us know. Get on there and let us know how you're liking it. What's been your favorite thing you've seen so far? What's been your favorite machine demo that you've seen? We'd like to know. And so this morning, we're all ready to go. Hey, David, are you all fired up this morning and ready to go over there? So David's in the house, ready to go. We got Kyle and Andrea ready to go over here. And then we got our chat team back there. So who's on our chat team this morning? So they're doing our live chat. We got Candace, we got Marina back there. So what they're doing is, if you're on Facebook or YouTube and you're in the live chat and you ask questions, they're trying to help answer those questions, some that we might not get to here on the air. And then at our call center, back at our corporate office, we have Nick and his team. They're manning the phones today and trying to answer your calls. And then we have Laura Cook and the customer service team. They're there to have any customer service, calls that you make. They're answering the calls there. Randy and the warehouse crew, they're packing up all your orders and trying to get them out as fast as they can. And so they're hard at work. And then we have, if you're on the website, we have a chat team on the website as well. It's called our live chat. We have 8 people on live chat, and every one of them are extremely knowledgeable and are all, sewers and embroiderers and quilters, so they can really help you as well and answer your questions. So that's kind of what's going on here at SMP this morning, and we're so glad that y'all are part of the show. And hey, guys, we've got first up this morning, we have Anita Good Design in the house again, and I think y'all have been seeing all the wonderful things that they've been showing. But I got to remind everybody right off the bat before I bring Drea up, they've got 3 different things that you can get right now. You can get a $4.99 digital edition where you can download their designs. You got a $9.99 yearly subscription, or you can do the $1,499 all access. And what I want to remind everybody, these are web specials. Hey, these are our specials for the show. But what we're also offering is 60-month 0% interest financing on that all access. So it'll help you make those monthly payments very low. And then on the $9.99 one, we have a 18-month that you can finance. And then the digital edition, the $4.99, you can do 12-month. So that'll really get those monthly payments down where you can pay this out monthly. And you're getting a ton of stuff when you get these downloads these collections from Anita Good Design. So, hey, I want to bring Drea right in this morning. And Drea is one of the national educators for Anita Good Design. And Drea, how are you doing this morning?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. I am just glad to be here. Very excited.
Well, we're excited you're here. And I'm telling you what, everybody has just been blown away by all the things that y'all been showing all week. And so we're excited to see what you have to show us this morning and continue this Anita Good Design collection, edition.
For sure. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. We'll get right to it. I heard some wonderful specials I've been watching off and on, and very excited to get to be a presenter as well. So good morning, or even afternoon, evening, whenever you may be watching this. Do remember too, if you have to go in or out, you can also watch these later. We, after work yesterday, a few of us here were watching previous sessions. So any of these can be accessed later. Don't forget that. Good morning. So I want to show you some awesome things that we've worked on here. Some samples from our collections that are in our current months. We'll give you some sneak peeks. We have a great little session here. So I want to get right going. I don't want to take too much time. If you do have questions, I know you heard him say there are multiple people watching. We'll try our best to answer. So please feel free to interact. First up is one of my favorite samples that we have done recently. Now this, I'll show you kind of a close-up before I show you the entire thing. This is called Savannah Sunset. Now this quilt, the reason I wanted to show it to you is because it highlights multiple of our in the hoop techniques. Everything we do is embroidery, of course, in the hoop, some quilting, some projects. We try to do something for everyone to keep it nice and fresh. But this quilt has a really artistic, really awesome aspects to it. It has what we call hidden applique. So behind each of these larger pieces, we use some tonal applique fabric. I'm going to get you some good detail just to show you what you can do with a combination of fabric and thread and some really great digitizing. In addition to this realistic detailing and hidden applique embroidery, you'll see that each of these sections has folded fabric in kind of a tonal sort of ombre effect. So you have in the hoop folded fabric, you have your realistic embroidery, you have your quilting. The sample is really big. I'm going to show you as much as I can. Isn't this cool? So we have the lighter at the top. It gets darker as it goes down. Beautiful quilt depicting all types of animals and some really interesting art here. This is an example of exactly what you can do. Someone said when they looked at it, oh my goodness, I could never do that. 100% you can, because we will give you what I like to call our recipe on how to make any of these samples so you can do what we did or do your own thing. So just a few more close-ups. I don't want to show you just that one, but here's some other amazing things. Quilting and embroidery, we do a variety. So for some more realistic embroidery, I like these guys here. These are our seabirds that have just come out. Again, you have your applique embroidery, and I'll zoom a little closer so you can see. There is fabric in some of these larger sections, and of course your embroidery accents and details. All types. What we did here for just we call it our proofing purposes, we've stitched these just on a neutral background. We do that just to keep it nice and easy for what you get to see. Anytime when we release a collection, we stitch out everything here in what I like to call our test kitchen. We like to make sure everything is digitized exactly to our standard. Everything's hand done. We don't do anything automated. It's all done by a group of people. And then we have the photographs are taken of these exact samples. So when you see our collection packs or our all access books, these are the exact samples that we created and stitched out. And we like to give you as much detail as possible. So here at Anita, I told you we do a little bit of everything. We even have embroidered on some mouse pads. So what we did here, we just got some pre-made kind of regular mouse pads. We didn't want to worry about cutting them or making them too detailed with dimensions. And then there are some embroidery designs on here. So don't be busy, be productive. Good saying. Now you don't have to use these on mouse pads. They are like a lighter stitch of embroidery, some bean stitches and satins here. You could put them on clothing, houseware, anything that will hold still that you can stitch on, these can go on. But we thought it would be fun just to show you something different and unique that you can stitch on. This one is so accurate for most of us, doing all the things. And I know after watching all these awesome sessions, you're going to want to make all the things. Some other goodies, love what you do what you love. So just a variety of lettering and wording, all kinds of things here. Another really awesome quilt that we have that's coming out this month of June, so it's already out officially, is Tropical Mirrored Blocks. Now, this sample has a two-sided version. Each block you can see here, like these two frogs, that is one block. There are two versions of each animal. So they are, like, if you look at these flamingos, you'll see one side has that more realistic detailing that we talked about, and the other side has more of a standard embroidery applique kind of satin stitch. So we did that with each of these and made them contrasting. So I like to say they're sisters, not twins. So they're different, just different enough. And 100% you can do this. So maybe you're a novice embroiderer, maybe you're a little newer to the craft. The best part, I feel like, about Anita Gooddesign is not only that we try to digitize and make some really fun and unique designs, we always give you our recipe, our details, what we did, the materials we used, everything you need. We tell you exactly what we did and write it out step by step so you can be successful at making these types of samples as well. Some other goodies I have going on for you. Let me see what I can dig out of my beautiful pile of stitches. I also have in June, I think this is the cutest bag. So we have what we called fruit slice pillows and bags. So these beautiful fruit slices, we talk about in our tutorial how you can make them into a bag. Just a little binding here. I'm not sure if you can see, but each of these little wedges is its own block. So you would make 4 on one side, 4 on the other, and then we show you how to attach them and make this super cute bag. Little crossbody here. You could continue all the way around into a circle and make it into a pillow. You can do a lot of things. And there are different fruits too. So remember, what I'm showing you here is only a preview, just a small smidgen of what's really in these collections. So there's watermelon, there's kiwi, pineapple, grapefruit, cantaloupe, all the yummy things that will keep you nice and summery and nice and excited. So some other goodies we have in June. Want to keep it moving and show you some things. We have some free motion embroidery. Now, these are done traditional in the hoop designs. They are embroidery, so they look like free motion. They look like you had to really go through and work, but we've digitized them for you. So these are not quilt blocks. Again, they are embroidery, so you could use these for a variety of projects. They are made to be kind of seamless, so you could repeat them if you wanted to hoop and rehoop or load more than one in a pattern. You can use these beautiful designs for a variety of things, and you can see the multiple themes. They're just bean stitches. I'm going to get in close so you can see that bean stitch. They're a heavier stitch, not too heavy, of course, but a little heavier, so you can use them as accents, and they really pop without needing any kind of extra fabric. So a lot of fun with those. Speaking of bean stitches, we have a collection that I like to say is kind of a marriage between two here. This one is, we call her Southern Sue. So it's a combination of kind of traditional Southern, antique type designs and Sunbonnet Sue. So we put her on a little kind of napkin or table linen here. Again, these are also bean stitches, so beautiful designs. They could be done all in one color, but we gave you multiple thread steps, multiple embroidery steps, so you have the option to customize. This is just a few, again, kind of quick, but some things we've come out with in June. We also have, for something completely different, some embroidered patches. Now these are patriotic patches, so they are some really nice designs that are 4x4. What we have here is they are on, we hooped some black felt and a tearaway stabilizer. And then to finish that patch, you can see there's a satin stitch around the edges and those stitching, there's some applique. You would just trim out to your liking and then you have a patch. So pretend that's trimmed and you'll have some different patches. So these aren't even all the things that have come out in June, but they are just a variety. And I wanted to show you some samples, some tidbits, some idea just to give you a glimpse of what we do every month. So you can see a complete diversity of projects that we come out with. Now, each of these projects, of course, is available individually. You could purchase them that way. Or we have what we call all access. And I know you've heard that term because I heard it in the introduction, but I want to explain to you what it is. It's a great way to get a huge bundle of goodies, not miss anything we put out, and to get it all in one package for, of course, an amazing deal. Now, our format for all access, we've tried to be as versatile as possible. We have 2 formats, but either format you get the exact same content. The real difference is paper or no paper. But let me tell you about it first. So all access is a bundle deal. It contains every collection that we come out with every month. And this is the front and back cover of a printed all access book. So you can see here, a lot of these that I just showed you, the quilting and embroidery projects, are in this month. And there are some extra goodies I didn't show you as well. Each of these collections, if you were to purchase them individually, are a good deal, but why in the world wouldn't you get them a whole lot cheaper and get them all? That way you have options, you have all the things to make, and a good variety. So what we do in All Access, like I said, it's every design that we make every month, but here's what I like to call our pride and joy. Everything we digitize, we give you all the information for what we did and how we did it. You can see here's that fruit slice bag. We show you in the tutorial from start to finish. So you can see here in that tutorial, and I know you can't read it, but up close, I promise you can see. It will tell you from the start of your stabilizer what to hoop, what design file we're using, and we take you step by step through each of these designs. So if you're concerned about how in the world do you do that, don't stress. We show you step by step for everything. It's a great, great way to get your bang for your buck, to get your huge bundle. Another thing we show you, full color pictures of each design. So here you can see what they would look like in slice format. And then you can see the full color circle if you wanted to make the entire thing. And we do that for each collection, no matter how detailed or how, might seem easier. We show you. Remember when I said you can repeat some of those motifs? Here's how we did it, and we give you inspiration. So you get your design files in a bundle. You get your tutorials in that bundle. My other favorite part about the tutorial is in the very back. For each file, we give you detailed information. We show you the sizes it comes in and the stitch count. So you don't ever have to wonder what hoop, what in the world would I use this in? We give you dimensions, and then we give you each machine step. So that way you can look at your awesome embroidery machine and it'll tell you, I'm on step 3 of whatever. You can make sure you and your machine are on the same step and doing the same thing. So we always give you our detailed recipe, even down to the thread colors that we use. Now, All Access, you can see, is a beautiful, the printed version is a beautiful full color book, nice glossy pages, beautiful detail. We give you all kinds of information and goodies in there and tips and tricks. If you were to get that digital version that we mentioned, it's the exact same content. It just comes in a PDF format. So you don't get a printed book, but you're getting the exact same content. It's a great option if you have maybe less space or you want to be able to take it with you. You can access that PDF content on any device that can read a PDF. So super easy to use, super great. And we'll show you some sneak peeks and some little information about that this afternoon as well. But again, All Access, you get your bundle every month. I want to tell you a little bit about how you can get it. Now, I heard in the very beginning, the intro, that Sewing Machines Plus is offering some financing on All Access. So if this sounds like something that you're interested in and you're just not sure about the price point or how to make it work, they will definitely work with you on financing. I did hear that. Now, here are the different levels. There are different types of memberships for different content, but it's all the same exact files, all the same content. You're not missing any information. Just whichever one works for you. It's kind of like your house, couple of ways in, same location once you're there. So the first option we have is that $1,400 option. It is a year-long commitment, and you will get a printed All Access. You'll get that book every month. It'll have all your files, all your information for $1,400. Now you also get a $1,400 gift card, yes, really, to AnitaGoodDesign.com with that subscription. So you pay the $1,400, you get your year-long All Access, and you get a $1,400 gift card. That's a no-brainer for me. You can order all the good things, get all the good designs, and have a year of content coming right to you. Super awesome. The next option we have, we used to call it a renewal. We don't call it that anymore. It's just a year-long subscription. You can get it for $9.99. Maybe you don't want all the extra stuff. You just want your year going forward. You'll get a printed All Access book each month with all your goodies. You'll have all your files, all your tutorials, all your information. So $9.99 for the year of Anita Good Design content. And then there's our last option, which is newer, super easy, same content as the other, but there's no paper. So what you would get if you did the digital version, you get that PDF content, an entire year-long subscription. It comes to you digitally. The entire year is only $499 for the digital version. Amazing deals for all three of these clubs. You have any of those options. It's just which format suits you best. You won't miss any of your Anita Gooddesign content. It's such a good deal. I see some people saying that in the comments. It's a great deal to get that bundle, to get your information, and to have it all in one accessible place. Now, I do want to tell you as well, because it's Hoop Fest, if you are interested, and I know you are, in All Access, make sure you contact Sewing Machines Plus, either on their website, give them a call, ask someone to contact you in the chat. I saw their team. They have people everywhere that'll help you, and of course we will too. But when you sign up for All Access, if you mention Hoop Fest 2021, mention Hoop Fest when you're signing up, you'll get an extra $50 gift card to our website. So again, any of those All Access signups, you get all those goodies we mentioned. And if you sign up during Hoop Fest or right after Hoop Fest, you will get an extra $50 gift card to the Anita Gooddesign website. So you get deals on top of deals, which is amazing. Oh, but there's more. If for some reason, and I don't know why, but if for some reason All Access isn't for you right now, I have a coupon code as well. So write this down. Your coupon code is nice and easy to remember. It is on the Anita Gooddesign website. It works on all product, but not All Access memberships. It will give you 50% off. Yes, really, 50% off all of the product, not clubs, on our site. That code is HoopFest2021. And we'll make sure it gets in the comments. We'll make sure to tell you over and over. There it is. Thank you, folks. HoopFest2021. This code is good on our website from now until the end of June. So June the 30th, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, that coupon code is going to go away. But it is a partnership with SewingMachinesPlus.com. So you'll get something on our website. It's going to benefit SewingMachinesPlus.com. It'll benefit you for getting a good deal. Use it, share it, make sure you get good use out of it. I'm seeing a lot of comments over here. I want to make sure I can answer any questions you may have. I know that was a lot of really awesome content and it was really quick, but All Access is a great, great deal. No matter which format you get, whether it's printed or digital, you do get the same content. You get everything we make every month. What an amazing deal and something to look forward to just for yourself. Let's see, I'm going to check these comments, see if we have any questions. Thank you so much for being here. I'm seeing lots of people say thank you and they're glad to be here again. Somebody said they're on their iPad and their phone at the same time. That's multitasking. Are all the designs in all hoop sizes? That is a great question. So what we do, dependent on the design, we test everything in-house to make sure it can stitch out in a multitude of sizes. If it gets too dense or if it gets too just out of control big, we put out as much as we find works well. For example, these patches come in a 4x4 standard size and they're not crunchy, but they're dense. They have a lot of detailing. If you went any smaller, they're going to be what we call kind of bulletproof, and we don't ever release anything that way. So we make as many sizes as we can. And then again, like with that Savannah Sunsets, I dropped it. These are larger, but they do come in multiple sizes, but we could never get these teeny tiny. So we do test in-house. Our premium collections in All Access, yes ma'am, they are. So years ago, maybe if you were familiar with us in the past, we did leave some things out. Now it is everything. So from the premiums, the fulls, the special editions, online designs, they're all here and all preloaded for you at the beginning of the month. So you get absolutely everything, no exceptions. Miss Cindy, can you purchase back issues with your gift card? They are not currently on the website to my knowledge. If there are things on the website, you absolutely can get them. If you do have gift card specific questions, give us a call or email. Our email is customerexperience@anita-gooddesign.com. That's really long, but I would do if you need Anita Gooddesign and you have a question about your gift card, give us a call or go to the website and we will help you get your gift card worked out. Is she saying pay $1,400 and get a $1,400 gift card? There's not a catch. So you pay $1,400, you get your yearly club subscription with your printed book, and yes, ma'am, you do also get a $1,400 gift card. It's like we're handing you money right back. It's a great, great deal. Something we have for an event special. Once you get a gift card, or once anyone gets a gift card, that goes into your account on our website. So it will wait for you patiently forever. Our gift cards do not expire. No matter how you get one of our gift cards, they do not expire. They will wait patiently for you in your online account for you to use whenever you would like to. So the time limit on the gift card is never. They work forever. They will wait for you again on our gift card. Does the year start when you sign up? Yes, it does. So whenever you sign up, your year is for you. It doesn't necessarily mean 2021. If you were to sign up now, we've already sent out June. So you would start in July and you would run for that year. Very good question. We don't necessarily do it chronologically. The $1,400 option is the printed version. So let me go over that pricing one more time to make sure it's super, super clear. The $1,400 option, you pay that for a yearly subscription. You get your printed book. You get a $1,400 gift card as well. And because you're smart, you're going to tell us, hey, Hoop Fest, I want my extra $50 gift card. So you get a yearly subscription for all access. You get your printed book, not digital, but printed. And then you'll get $1,450 worth of gift card. Super good deal. Any other questions? How can I determine if my machine can handle the designs? We tell you in the back the sizes everything comes in. Really the only difficulty or only thing that people run into is how big of a hoop size do you have? So it would just depend. What I would recommend, maybe if you have a smaller machine or smaller hoop size machine and you're not quite ready to upgrade, you can look on our website and see a variety of sizes. We go from 4x4 on up. Sometimes they're teeny tiny things, but we do have a variety of sizes. But again, if you're concerned about that, we always tell you in those steps, whether you purchase it individually or if you get it through All Access, we tell you in those machine steps what sizes your design comes in. And we have that information on our website. So before you buy something, you would know if it works for you. Any other questions anybody has? Let's see, these comments are flying by. What is the price for the digital version? So the digital version is $499 for the entire year-long subscription. You get everything we put out every month, and it will just come to you in a digital format. So it's really easy to use. There's some extra kind of videos, and we're making it interactive and trying to make it more fun for the digital one. How many designs are available to us? Well, Ms. Barb, if you're signing up for All Access, everything we make in that year is available to you. So everything we create going forward, as long as you're a member, you will get. It's a really, really great way to get a variety of content. How are the books delivered? Shipped direct. That depends on your exact situation. We can ship directly to you for an additional shipping fee, or we will work with you on a basis to figure out how to get it to you easiest. So if you have questions about shipping, or maybe you live far away from your dealer, I see people from all over, which is amazing. Give 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐿SewingMachinesPlus.com a buzz or a chat message, and we can get your specific situation answered. Does the paper one come with designs on a CD? As of right now, yes. So if you were a customer receiving this printed version, in the back, not here because it's a sample copy, in the back there would be a CD. We are working on and have been transitioning, just like everyone else, to the more digital world. So at some point we will phase out that CD, and I would say relatively soon. We are also giving our paper subscribers, we're giving them the digital version, so they get that PDF included and they get that digital content as well. So that way everybody has an option. Let's see, is there, lots of good questions. Yes, somebody said with the gift card, we can get other designs. Yes, please. That is exactly what we want you to do. Get all the goodies. We do want that. If you don't live in California, can it be shipped closer to you to a dealer? Yes, absolutely, Miss Kathy, for sure. If you're worrying about financing or concerned, you think this is a great option for you, I did see in that very beginning session that SewingMachinesPlus.com is offering multiple financing options dependent on which club you're looking at purchasing. So again, if you go to their website, they're showing you some links here in the comments. Follow one of those links. You can call, you can contact them. They have all the ways to contact them. They'll give you some more specifics about which financing options apply to you. So I would absolutely love to see that. 0 down, 0% financing. You can't beat that. You really can't. That'll get you all kinds of goodies. And that's a price we can all work. Yes, you can use your discounts, your gift cards. Oh, you folks are good at couponing. I like that. We want you to get as much good stuff as you can. As I was telling you before, it does benefit SewingMachinesPlus.com as well when you purchase it, the club either through their website or even on ours. You can pay for that club all at once. You can, or you do have the financing option. So you have options for that. We want to make it accessible to as many people as we can. We call it all access for a reason. So you can get your nice big bundle of goodies, all your designs. And you can see here, this is a nice sturdy booklet of things. It's not 1 or 2 designs. Each of these collections, they'll have 10, 15, 20, 8, it depends on the month, depends on the collection. But each of these collections has a multitude of designs. So you're getting hundreds of files, hundreds of goodies, different options, and you can customize and make them unique, all yours. So please check out SewingMachinesPlus.com for information on purchasing all access. Make sure you get your gift card. So don't forget to tell us if you're purchasing, whether it's through Anita Gooddesign or Sewing Machines Plus, tell us HoopFest to get your extra bonus. If you don't tell us, we won't know. And then use that coupon, HoopFest 2021. That way you can share it with as many people as possible. So we have some amazing designs on our website. We have a great variety of things. I know some of you are saying you love this little fruit slice bag. I do too. Whether you want something whimsical or you want something more traditional, or maybe you want something really detailed and really ornate, we have a variety of designs. So we never repeat our content. You won't see it put out again. Sometimes there's a part 2 if it's a big fan favorite, but you can create a whole library of months of goodies. They're fun just to read. All Access is a super amazing deal. So I look forward to some of you becoming members. These offers are available through the duration of HoopFest. If you're concerned about, timing, give HoopFest a call or give SewingMachinesPlus.com a buzz or a message, and I'm sure they'll work with you to make sure you can get the content that you want. That coupon code runs until the end of June, so the end of this month. You can use HoopFest 2021. So any other questions anybody has, please reach out to us here or there. Could you explain the difference? For sure. So all access, multiple options, $4.99, digital version, no paper, same content. Super great deal. If you mention HoopFest 2021, you get a $50 gift card with that. So the $1,400, you get the paper option, you get a year's worth of content, you get your gift card for $1,400, and an extra $50 gift card. So we want to give you all kinds of goodies. We want to make sure you can get the biggest bang for your buck, what suits you best. Remember, if you have a gift card, they don't expire. You can use the gift cards on any of our product. The gift card does not work on clubs, but it works on any other product that you have on our website. So you have lots of options, lots of goodies. Miss Judy, I agree with you. It's too good of a deal to pass up. So please get it while the getting is good. And make sure to give SewingMachinesPlus.com your thank yous, give them your questions. And I heard that the more you interact in these sessions, the more chances, the more likely you are to win some of those amazing prizes from all of the sponsors. So I don't know about you all, but I definitely want some of those options that were given. So any other questions? I know we're kind of wrapping up our time. Yes, you can use HoopFest 2021 as many times as you want. Yes, please. We want you to use that coupon as many times as you want. Share it with your friends. Post it wherever. Absolutely. So I'm seeing lots of good content, lots of good comments. Very excited to see some of these names. I've even seen a few familiar faces, if you will, that have come up. If you got a gift certificate, what would you use it for? Well, we have had 16, 17, quite a few years of product. So all access, you're getting product going forward. If there's some product you've missed that's older designs, maybe there's some things you haven't seen before, Some of them are absolutely fabulous that maybe you just haven't gotten a chance to get. So you can use that gift card on any of our products, not club, but any of our product that we've ever come out with that's available on our website. Thank you so much for attending. I see lots of people saying thank you, and they're so glad to see that they're here. We very much look forward to interacting with you all virtually and in person, all of the above. Someone said they used Anita Gooddesign for the quilt submitted for Hoop Fest. Well, I need to check that out for sure. Make sure you follow these links for all access. We are able to get you your club sign up directly through SewingMachinesPlus.com. They will be glad to work with you on financing if that's something that you want. I can't wait to see what you all make with it. Now, when you do get your all access, when you do get your designs, make sure that you share your pictures with us on social media. Share them with Sewing Machines Plus. Share them with us. Show us what you're up to. We like to see the things that you're working on for sure. Coupon is good on any product that's on our website. So we want you to use that as many times between now and June 30th. Sounds good to me, right? I love a good deal. Oh, Hoop Fest keeps going. Oh, somebody said Hoop Fest should keep going for all year. Hoop Fest has been a lot of fun for sure. So you can, again, use your gift card code, your coupon code. You can get all the good things with that. Just check out our website for that information. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be here with you today. I know that we have some other amazing things coming up. And remember, if you just caught the end of this, or if you need a little more clarification, you can watch these videos more than once. You can check out any of our previous sessions. You can pause it if you need to pause, and it will wait for you and let you catch up. So you can watch any of these sessions over and over. Make sure you do stay tuned. I know you can see the agenda in those little explanation. You can stay tuned. I hope to see you all this afternoon as well with some more sneak peeks of things to come. It's been a pleasure being here with you. Oh, let's see. Thank you. Any other questions? I have just a couple minutes left. I want to make sure that I answer anything that we may have. Any other goodies? So remember, you can get your printed version, your digital version. Here's some other goodies. So come check it out.
Hey, Drea, great job.
Hey, thanks so much.
And again, I want to remind everybody, I guess we'll see you this afternoon again, and we're going to talk all more about Anita Gooddesign, but I want to remind everybody at home one more time before we go to the next presenter, what you can do and how you can get these things. It's $4.99 for that digital edition. Well, actually, we're doing all access. I'm sorry. All access is $14.99. We're offering 60-month 0% interest financing on that to help you out. The next one is that yearly for $9.99. And I think David's putting that up on the screen right now. We're offering 18-month 0% interest financing on it. And then we have that $4.99 digital edition. And you can get that for 12 months, 0% interest financing. So trying to make it easy for y'all to buy. And hey, guys, we have got a great presenter coming up next, and one of my real good friends. And I've known this next presenter for a long, long time. And we've got Eileen Roche from Dime going to be here. And yeah, I know y'all know Eileen. Eileen is pretty famous. She used to be numerous appearances on Sewing with Nancy. She's made appearances on, I think, It's So Easy with Angela Wolf. And she has been in the embroidery industry for a number of years. And she is so innovative. That's what every time I think about Eileen, I just talk about, how innovative she is in bringing out new products. And, and she'll just tell you herself, it's, she's a sewer, embroiderer, and quilter. And when she's doing things, that's how she invents things. She's like trying to make things easier. And I tell you, she has brought so many great products to the market through the years. And this next product is something that we're going to talk about today. It's one of my favorites. We had it at Quilt Fest in March, and we're going to talk about it again today. So welcome to the show, Eileen Roche.
Hello, Blaine. Thanks for having me.
Hey, we are so happy you're here, and thank you so much for Dime being one of our sponsors. And your products are just awesome. I get excited every time you come on the show and show your products.
Oh, thanks, Blaine. It's always a pleasure working with you. We go back a long way, right? You were blonde.
Sure do.
I was dark. Things have changed, right? I'll tell you though, Blaine, you must be a very good husband because you listen to, all the presentations and then you kind of give that back to the presenter. I'm very impressed with your interviewing skills. You're doing a great job.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, we're all excited to hear about this great product you're going to present this morning.
We're going to talk about the weightless quilter because quilting with your embroidery machine is just taking the country by storm. Everybody wants to finish their quilts on their embroidery machine. And we have really a trio of products that work fabulously together in order to finish in, a short amount of time. So maybe if we switch cameras, we can go ahead and show the weightless quilter in action. I'll start the machine. What do you think? So over here at the machine, I have my weightless quilter all set up, and you can see how the quilt actually moves as the embroidery design stitches. See how it's swaying? So that weightless quilter keeps all the weight above the machine bed, which is crucial because if it's dragging off of your sewing table, you're going to have quilt drag, which is a drag. But basically, that means if you're using a standard hoop, they're going to separate the inner and outer ring. It'll just pop apart. And even on a magnetic hoop, that top frame could slide if you're not handling the bulk of the quilt. Now, you must wonder, what is the weightless quilter? Well, first off, it comes in a box this small, right? And it has floor bars that sit underneath your sewing furniture. And in a couple minutes, I'll show you a diagram of how you can set that up with around your embroidery machine. But the floor bars measure 30 inches in length, right? And then you have corner brackets, and they go together with no tools. You just slide them, slip that right into that corner bracket. We would have another floor bar here. And then we have what we call flex poles. And these flex poles pop into the corner bracket. And this is what sits on the floor and then extends behind your machine and clamps the fabric. And the clamp is just slips right onto that pole. These are in nice and snug because we include a piece of adhesive felt for each of these ends of the poles so that you can just slip that in place and then it stays, and won't slide off. It comes with 8 poles. 4 of them are quite flexible. As you can see, this is really bending. The other 4 have a wider diameter and they don't flex as much. And this is what you would use for king size quilts, heavy quilts like, flannel or wool. So, you'll experiment with how to set it up because it's a work. You work your quilt just like if you were on a long arm, right? You would be working your quilt, advancing the fabric as it stitches across the pantograph. Same thing here. We're going to do this one hooping, right? And then it's going to be time to advance the quilt to a new area. Now you'll notice I have a snap hoop monster, which is a flat magnetic hoop attached to the machine and holding the quilt. So let's take a closer look at that while you kind of just watch this stitching. So Snap Hoop Monster has a flat top and a flat metal bottom, and it comes with what we call the magnet shield. It's just a piece of corrugated plastic that we use to separate the 2 flat frames so that when you're storing it, it's easy to separate the top from the bottom because they're very strong, which is what you want. So on a quilt sandwich, I have this table runner, clamped in here. I'll let you see. So this is an 8x8 hoop, and you can give it that good test. Is this going to hold my quilt? And if it does this when you're holding it, you'll know that when you attach it to the machine, it's also going to hold it. And if it separates during the quilting process, that's because you didn't maintain the bulk and the weight of the quilt. If that quilt is dragging off the table, you will definitely get, the top frame to separate. So that's why the weightless quilter was invented. It's an awesome device. So I also mentioned a third product, and maybe you can see that right here. It's not a good angle for you, so I'll put one of these right on the table runner that I'm working with, and this is our hoop guard. So hoop guard sits on the outside edge of the magnetic frame opposite the attachment, and it stops the roll from falling into the sewing field. So it just eliminates, the possibility of having that whole roll fall into the sewing field. And I do have one attached right here. So let's go ahead and advance the quilt, shall we? I'll lift that top frame and I'll nest it right over the head of the machine. Now I do have this giant hoop on. I have that 10 by 16, 10 and a half by 16. But, we make hoops in all sizes for all machines. They are recognized by your machine. You don't have to use a giant hoop to quilt with your embroidery machine. In fact, if you're willing to do the number of hoopings, you could do it in a 4x4. Okay, so I'm just going to rest that here and then advance the quilt to the next area. And of course, I would be using a template to know exactly where I want to position that next design. And I would use the seam lines on the quilt to make sure that I was attached, in a straight square fashion. But that's a whole class into itself, but easy to accomplish. So I have a couple pins in here that I think I'll remove them while it's stitching so that it doesn't get caught on the foot. But I'll slip here behind the machine so you can see just how easy it is to work the quilt. Now, if I feel that there's too much strain on the quilt, I can just relax that and maybe position this, reclamp it in a different area. I can let the quilt release from the front pole. It's, you just work the quilt as you hoop. And, it's a big quilt. This is 55 inches wide by 72 inches. And that's going to take, in this hoop, that might take about 35 hoopings. So the beauty of the monster hoop is I don't have to remove the top frame, bottom frame, and quilt and move over to another work surface to advance the quilt, which you would have to do in a standard hoop. This way, I can just lift that top frame, either place it, on the floor or over the head of the machine, advance the quilt, put the top frame back in place, and off I go. And it is so fast. And, it's also great for other projects like draperies and tablecloths, things that are very large and bulky. And imagine if you're working on maybe all white fabric that you don't want it to touch the floor in your sewing room, say like a wedding gown, then, you most certainly want to keep that fabric pristine. And the weightless quilter will allow you to do that. Keep it up off the floor and above the machine bed so that you don't have to worry about any lint getting on it or dust or, if you have pets, pet hair, that kind of thing. So it's so much fun, this weightless quilter. I can't tell you. So Gayla, you already have one and you can't wait to use it. Well, don't wait. Get it out of the box. It goes together so easily. You don't need any tools at all. Those floor bars just slip right in there. And, once I have my quilt attached to the weightless quilter and I'm working the quilt, I don't even look at the floor frame anymore. I don't focus on that. I just focus on what's happening up here on top of the machine. So it's just ideal. I love how it just moves ever so gently. It's like you had friends here in the sewing room with you that are holding the quilt while you work on your stitches. And it's great for free motion quilting, fabulous for walking foot quilting, or rulers if you're, advancing into using, skipping the embroidery machine and using your standard sewing machine to decorate your quilts. It lets you concentrate on what you are working on at that moment. So if you're working on rulers, that's a lot to keep track of, right? You have the foot, the ruler, the thread, the needle, and you're also trying to maintain the bulk of that quilt and keep that tamed and under control. So the weightless quilter just eliminates all that hassle. You just put your quilt, attach it to the fabric clamps, and then you sit and you concentrate on your stitches so that you are applying those perfect stitches just like you had planned. Let's see. And Cheryl, that's going to be your next purchase for quilting. It is a great concept. I love it. And in my sewing room at home, I always leave it set up. I'll remove the poles so that I don't have to, so they're not sitting up flanked around my sewing machine. And I just keep them in a kind of a vertical basket in the corner of my sewing room, and they just stand there waiting to be used when I'm working on my next quilt. So it's really great. So I can show you a PowerPoint slide so that you can see how it sets up, which I think would be a good idea. So I'll go ahead and I'm going to share my screen. Now, if you'll just give me a moment to make that happen. Let's see. There we go. And there we go. Okay, so this is what it looks like as it sits on the floor. And it does come with 4 floor bars, which you may decide to use if you are like working with a multi-needle machine or a sit-down quilting machine, but it's just handy to have them in the box for you. And it has 4 corner brackets that you can use in many different configurations. Once you have the floor frame in place, all the corner brackets and the floor bars attached, then you can put your fabric poles. Now we have 6 poles illustrated here, which frankly, I never use 6. I pretty much only use those skinny poles, the real flexible ones that I showed you earlier, the ones that really do flex. Because my quilts, most of the quilts I do are queen size and under. So I don't really, I have done a king size quilt on the weightless quilter to test it out, but I don't have a need for that. I don't have king size beds in my home, so I just do queens, because I'm a queen, right? Oh, okay, that's a whole nother topic. So you'll use, but if you have a super heavy quilter, if you're working on canvas or, sailcloth material, something that's heavy, then you might want to use those extra poles. You most certainly can have 2 poles attached to a fabric clamp at one time. So you would just, insert it right into that other open hole in the fabric clamp, and then there you have your 2 poles. Now, I cut this down so it's easier to show on camera. And in fact, it's super easy to trim these any length you want because your sewing room may be different than the kind of generic size that we made these poles in. And you get 6 poles that are 50 inches tall, and you get 2 poles that are 38 inches tall. And I find that I like a short one at the left front of the machine. Anyway, let's move on. Okay, so now that floor frame is right underneath my machine. In fact, it's actually slid underneath the table. But there are other options. Here's our fabric clamps. Now, this image that you see there doesn't show the little finger cuts that actually come in the box when you get it. So you'll get 16 of these, or 8 of these, I guess. And that just makes a nicer pinch on your fabric without any kind of, drag or resistance. It just holds it nice and firmly. Okay, now here you can see I have a embroidery machine set up. I think that's a Viking machine. And I'm starting, I'm quilting at this time, kind of like down in the lower right-hand corner. So let's see, under a small table, if you have a small table, and this is what I use at home, my floor bars surround my machine on the left-hand side of the sewing table, because it's all about holding the quilt near the hoop. It's not really the center of the machine, it's the center of the hoop, because that's the area that you're quilting at that moment. On a large table, most certainly slide that floor bar and corner brackets underneath the machine table so that it's closer to the hoop and the machine head itself, as you can see. All right. Now, what if you have furniture that is solid to the floor or almost solid? Maybe it's on casters. Well, our floor bars, the cross section, the height of the floor bar is 3/4 of an inch. So as long as your furniture has clearance of 3/4 of an inch from floor to bottom of furniture, then you'll be able to slide it underneath. If not, if you have cabinetry that sits solid on the floor without feet or legs or casters, then you would surround your furniture with the weightless quilter. Super easy. Sit-down quilters, it's a little bit of a different setup. You're going to put floor bars behind and right and left of the quilt when you're working in the center of the quilt. Well, you always have your floor bars there, but sometimes as you move your quilt and advance to different areas of the quilt, you may only have your quilt attached to the weightless quilter on the left-hand side if you're working on the right edge of the quilt, and vice versa. Now, if your quilt is not that large, you actually can connect 2 floor bars in the back to make it a wider span so that the quilt relaxes around the head of the machine. Okay, so when I'm quilting in the center area of the quilt, when I first invented the weightless quilter, and these images here were done early in the life of this product, I did clamp all 4 corners of the quilt to the weightless quilter when I was quilting. But today, I probably wouldn't mess with that clamp on the right front side because it's in the center of this quilt, it's not that large of an expanse, so I would just let that hang and relax. Okay, and now you can see we've advanced over to the right edge, and you'll probably also notice that my batting and backing is larger than my quilt top. And that's a great practice for embroiderers because we often, we want to quilt right to the edge of our quilt, and because we're hooping, we're not doing free motion, we have to get the edge of the quilt top in the sewing field of the hoop frame. So if you allow some wiggle room with excess batting and backing beyond the quilt top itself, that will give you enough space for your hoop. Okay, now I'm in the upper right-hand corner, and now you can see I don't have my 4, I'm not using 3 floor bars. I only have 2 floor bars, like in an L shape, one behind the machine and one perpendicular to the one in the back. I have the top left corner of the quilt attached to the pole in the back, and I have both the front and left bottom corners of the quilt clamped in just that left clamp because I'm quilting the top right corner. So that's what I mean about it. The weightless quilter, it becomes intuitive. When you make a quilt, right? Imagine when you piece it, you're quite intimate with each block, each patch, each piece of sashing and border. Well, the same is true when you are quilting. You really have an intimate experience with the whole quilt and each section. You will get to know how to move it around the weightless quilter, how to reposition it, how to advance the fabric. It's very intuitive. So what else can you do with the weightless quilter? Well, earlier I talked about, draperies, maybe wedding gowns, tablecloths, but binding is that last large task that can be overwhelming. We often just want to get that quilt done, and the binding is the last thing. And the weightless quilter is perfect for that. I clamp my quilt in just the back left corner and the front left corner. And then I start to apply my binding, and I, run down one whole side, get up, rotate the quilt, and run down the next side. And, it's good to get up and move while you're quilting or hooping or embroidering, right? Because it's really, we often sit at these machines too often. So when I'm binding, it's 4 passes, over to the ironing board, back, because I don't do it by hand, back to the weightless quilter and top stitch that edge down. Oh, I love it. It is just so fun. So I'm wondering if Blaine has any questions, because I can't see the questions. And let's go back over to the weightless quilter because it's still stitching. and you can see what it's up to. And maybe we'll stop it and now we'll advance in another direction. So now I can take that quilt, the top frame, and I can lean it like this. But I will tell you, this frame is so large, this 10.5 by 16. When I'm working at home, I often just take the top frame off and I position it on the floor. And some of my furniture is metal, so that magnetic frame just sticks right to it. And I love that. So I can relax this corner if I'm going to work in another area. And I'll go get it there in the back and reclamp that back corner. Let's do that first. So you can see it's not going to fall apart. It's not going to flop over. You know, it stays together as you work on this quilt. It is awesome. Now I can control my roll and roll that quilt so I can get into the center. And we'll put that top frame back in place. And of course, you know, I would most certainly, if I was really stitching, and I'm not, I don't even have a needle in this machine, I would be focusing on my placement. I would take the time to use a template, or on this high-end machine, maybe I would use the projector. Whatever your options are, feel free to use them. But now, once I'm done this half of the quilt, I'm going to take the top frame off and remove the quilt from the weightless quilter and completely flip the quilt around so that the unquilted portion of the quilt is now able to be hooped and under the needle. I will rotate my design 180 degrees, not mirror image it, so that it matches the other half. And then I'll just complete my second half of the quilt, and then I am done. Isn't that awesome? It's so great. I love that weightless quilter. I've quilted more this year, you know, in the years since I invented the weightless quilter than I ever did previously, because it makes that whole process so easy. It's so forgiving, and it ends the battle of the bulk, right? Like, who wants to fight with these quilts? You know, you have 3 layers, right? You have your backing, your batting, your quilt top. And, you know, it's a lot of weight by the time you wrestle with 55 hoopings. My goodness. But it's those monster hoops that really cut down on the time, because now I don't have to remove that bottom frame every time I want to rehoop. I just lift that top frame, rest it aside, advance the fabric, put that top frame back in place, and I'm ready to stitch my next hooping, which is, you know, it's all about finishing. So this quilt that I said earlier, I think it's about 55 inches wide by 72 inches in length. If I was home and, you know, working uninterrupted, I would be able to quilt this whole quilt in probably about a day. Because, you know, these embroidery designs, quilting designs, they might take a minute and a half, 3 minutes, depending on, you know, what hoop size you're using. So it's very, very fast. You're actually spending more time rehooping than you are actually stitching. So you want to make sure that rehooping process is easy, really easy. So I wonder how many of you are finishing your quilts on your embroidery machine, and what kind of struggles have you had? You know, are you trying to do it with a standard hoop and having to rehoop every single time? It's those monster hoops that really make it easy, and it has allowed us to use all of these great features that our embroidery machines have today. Each year that these machine companies come out with new features, it's amazing. But you know, sometimes still that hooping is the big challenge. So the Snap Hoop Monster is really the way to go. That couple, and of course, Snap Hoop Monster works with all kinds of projects. It's fabulous for terry cloth towels. It's really great for knit fabrics because it's a flat bottom and a flat top. So your fabric is not forced to travel over an outer ring, under an inner ring, across the sewing field, and up and over the other side. That always causes fabric distortion. You know, even with the best hooping skills and so forth, you normally can see some kind of mark that was left by a standard hoop. But with a flat magnetic hoop, you don't have to worry about that. In fact, you can even smooth and, you know, pull on the fabric once something is hooped, which you most certainly can't do in a standard hoop. That's a no-no, right? Because that's often what causes puckers. It might look great in that standard hoop after you've pulled and tugged on it, but when you stitch and then remove the fabric from that hoop, that's when the puckers often appear. And it's really from that process of the fiber distortion from the hoop and also the pulling and making it taut if you had done that. So I use those flat magnetic hoops for t-shirts and sweatshirts. I also use it for terry cloth towels. And it's fabulous for denim, like if, finished goods like jeans and denim jackets, because denim jackets, you have all those multiple layers, those flat felled seams that are 2, 3, 4 thicknesses thick and almost impossible to hoop in a standard hoop. So the flat magnetic hoop will just ride right over top of that, and you have a really nice strong hold allowing you to stitch directly on the denim without using an adhesive stabilizer, which is my goal. I mean, adhesive stabilizer most certainly has its place, but I find that it's not my preference. I don't really want to wear that adhesive stabilizer. It's hard to remove once it's in your garment. So I try to hoop as best I can. That's my number one goal. So I wish I did have thread and needle in that machine, because I would be almost, I would have several hoopings done today, right? And it's such a fun process. It makes your embroidery so easy. And quilting with your embroidery machine, whether you're doing edge-to-edge quilting or you're doing custom quilting, where you are making sure that you are accenting your applique or your precise patchwork, sashing, borders, no matter how you're approaching your quilting, the weightless quilter and snap hoop monster are really the way to go. They are your answer. So, Blaine, do you have any questions? See you on coffee break. We're ladies.
Hey, I don't have any questions, but I got a lot of comments.
Okay. All right.
Hey, I love this product, as you know, and I got to tell everybody, back we launched this thing at on our Quilt Fest, and Eileen, this thing was huge, very popular. We sold over 150 of them. I think you remember.
Yes,
we kept having to ask. We only had 100 we were going to start out with. We kept asking for more and more from you. And again, this is a product, guys, that is just awesome. And I want to get David to show the overlay. I want to show how everybody can get this product, because, one of the things that I always look at, that weightless quilter, guys, this thing is $299. But wait, we have a call-in special. And so if y'all want to get the Hoop Fest special, give us a call, 800-401-8151 to place your order for this. $299 is the regular price, but we do have the Hoop Fest special. And Eileen, one of the things I always tell everybody, if you're going to do this just the way you demonstrated, they pretty much, I would go ahead and get that monster snap hoop and or the snap hoop monster. Yeah. And those start at $139 and go up depending on your size. And then you've got to have that hoop guard. And we have the hoop guards available. They start at $14.99 and go up to $19.99 depending on if it's the standard hoop, or if you're going to go to the snap hoop monster, it's a $19.99 edition. But those are the regular prices on all basically 3 items that we're talking about that you've demonstrated. Call in. We have a show special on all 3 of them. Guys, these are awesome. And Eileen, I think, during Quilt Fest, we talked a lot about the weightless quilter and how it's like having your best friend there helping, standing beside you, holding your quilt and whatever else you want to do. And it works great on those flatbed machines, embroidery machines.
Absolutely. And it's also great for, your traditional quilters who either use a sit down or there's regular sewing machine to use a walking foot or ruler work, that kind of thing. But it really does solve that problem of how do you handle that bulk. And it's a winner for sure. And they're in stock right now. Woohoo!
That's even better news, So, yeah. Hey, and the thing we talked about too before on this was, it's compact, it stores easy. And I remember you have it in the corner of your room at your house, you have it stacked up in a little round tub along with your pool noodles. I remember that. And so it makes it so easy to store, and you can pull that thing out. You have those different size poles if you have a heavier quilt, you can put the thicker pole on there that'll hold it. So it'll hold a lot of weight, and people just don't realize how much better it makes it, when you're trying to quilt. If you're trying to hold a big king size quilt, that can be kind of cumbersome, and this makes the job so easy. I'm just so impressed with this, and I love that Monster Snap Hoop and that hoop guard, just how you use it. It just, to me, it's that whole combination works well together.
Yeah, it's the trifecta. It sure is.
Well, Eileen, thank you so much for being on our show this morning, and thanks again for Dime for being one of our sponsors. And I know we got a lot more Dime products to share for the remainder of the week. But anyway, I want everybody to jump on that and get one of those, because that is a great product. It's a call-in special, but give us a call at 800-401-8151. And I know everybody, the phone lines are super, super busy today, like they have been all week. If you can't get through on the phones, and Kyle has been putting the Google Sheets link in the chat in YouTube and Facebook. He's putting that link in there. Just click on that link. It'll open up Google Sheets. Put your name, put your phone number where we can call you at, and just put the product you're interested in. And that is updated real time in our call center. And one of the sales reps will give you a call and take your order or answer any questions for you. So that's the way we're trying to combat, the phones being so busy today. But we do have 10 salespeople on the phone answering your calls. So keep trying or use that Google Sheets. So, hey, we're going to move right along, and we sure do appreciate Eileen being on the show. As usual, she is awesome, and we love working with her. And but guys, it's time to talk about multi-needle embroidery machines again. So, hey, we're going to we've got the SWF 12 needle machine, and we have Garrett McMinn back today, going to talk all about it again. And the great thing about this machine is, it's a new machine for us, and we took on a few months ago, and we're already, SWF's number one dealer in the nation, and we are super proud of that. And these things are going so fast. We're getting them in containers at a time, and we're selling out of them just a couple weeks after we get the container in. So these things are still moving off the shelves. If you're interested in one of these, I would highly recommend to call and place your order. The normal price on this is $9,999. And right now we have the show special. You get $1,000 discount, and it's for $89.99. We have a 0% interest financing, 60 months available, and we're going to ship it to you 100% free right to your door. And guys, not only are you getting that machine, you're going to get the stand that it sits on, and we're also going to throw in the cap driver to do caps on. And when you get that cap driver, you're getting 2 sets of hoops for the cap that goes on that driver, and then you're getting basically 10 hoops that come with this machine as well. You're getting 5 different sizes, 2 of each size. That way, while one is sewing, you can be hooping the other one. So really, really set up for production. And so we're going to get all down in the meat of this machine and tell you all about it. So let's welcome to the show Garrett McMinn. And Garrett, thanks for joining us again this morning. And hey, people are super excited about this machine. And we had people calling in this morning, order them first thing this morning before the show even started. So they're really pumped about this machine. So I'd love for you to tell everybody, just kind of go through that whole machine again and tell us all about those wonderful features.
Yeah, appreciate you having me back, Blaine. Really, after you mentioned the pricing you guys are selling that at, with everything that it comes with, I wasn't sure if there's a real reason for me to go through all the features. You should almost buy without asking any questions at that price. The biggest thing with these machines, like you were mentioning, is everything that they come with, just standard. They are an industrial background machine, so we are geared towards very fast production. What that means is, with our automatic thread cut on the machine, our automatic thread detection, the duplicate sets of hoops, and we'll get all into that a little bit deeper as we progress into this. But just kind of explaining some of the reasons why our machine runs faster, and you can produce more products than other machines. We'll go over the big key steps first. I know you mentioned the quick change cap system that you guys are including in your sale. We'll get to that right after the control panel. But the real game changer for us that we've put on our new line of SWF embroidery machines that are new this year is this 10.4-inch LCD controller. So this controller here is universal for all of our models. The reason for that is how user-friendly it is and how easy it is to learn. So when you look at the screen, there is a lot going on with it, but just know it's only 4 simple steps to physically bring a design in, select your colors, trace it, and run it. So there's only 4 steps to actually running this machine, and it's not as daunting as you'd think as you're looking at the screen. So that's what we always tell customers, pick up those 4 key steps, very easy, very user-friendly. And then as we go on with our tutorial videos that are provided as well, you'll start to learn more about the screen, but really we just focus on those 4 key steps, get you comfortable running it, and then everything else comes a lot easier as you go. So machine as it comes out of the box, just kind of getting into the setup of it. If you were to order one and receive it, it comes pre-threaded as well. So you're not having to pull it out of your box and then get all your thread out and have to manually thread the head. So it comes pre-threaded. The only assembly that is required is you mount your thread rack onto the machine and you mount the control panel on. With the threading system, the head is already pre-threaded for you, like I mentioned, to where what we're going to do is you select the cones you want to sit on the thread rack. You're going to tie those onto the existing threads that are already routed through your head from the factory. Tie those on, pull it through the front, and what that's going to do is it's going to replace that existing cone or that existing thread color that they had in there from the factory. That's going to replace it with yours, and once you pull those through, really easy, and you're done, and then you'd be ready to go onto the control panel, and that's where you're going to start your running process. The thread path, just in case you're not ever does come untied or you forget to look at your spool of thread and then you do run out of thread. If that does happen, rest assured it's a very easy threading process. Everything is marked here on the plastic guard, how many wraps to go around, which way to go around the disc and the knobs here. And then it does have the thread tubes up top to where your threads will not get tangled. So I can wrap these around as many times as I want, try to tangle my thread, but when I let it go, they're going to shoot back, and now it's completely back to straight. So like I said, out of the box, threadability is very easy to pick up the control panel. What we will do from now is I'm going to show you the 4 steps that I was talking about to show you guys how easy it is out of the box. I'll go through it once slowly to show you and explain the process on what we're doing. And then from there, I will break it down and go a little bit faster. That way you guys can see how fast it is real time. I think we're catching a little glare there. I'm going to move this screen real quick so you guys might be able to see that somewhat better. There we go. All right, so what we're going to do, like I said, is 4 simple steps. We're going to pull up our design that we have on the USB here. So you plug it in the back, pull up your design. So in this case, we'll grab it here, copy, and save. Go to our color option. And this is here. This is where you would preload your colors for your design. Like I said, keep in mind it has the auto thread cut and auto color change. So what that means is when you're setting your design up, you preload all of your colors. Once you have everything set how you want it with your different color codes, if you're doing applique, you can go ahead and set your stops in this screen to where it stops after each color that you want it to, so you can apply your applique or your quilt block or whatever. That's all done in this screen. But you just type out your color sequence, you're going to save it, and then go into your frame, and then we would trace this design out. And what that's going to do is it has laser trace. So it's going to show us down here with the laser, it would show us where the design is going to run inside the hoop. That makes it very easy as well. Like I said, those 4 simple steps. Once you trace it and you know it fits inside the hoop, you hit start and you're good to go. So I'll show you real quick. I can pull this hoop off. You might be able to see the laser. So like I said, the laser is down there, shows you exactly on the hoop where your design would go. But now I'll go back through that and we'll do it real time so you guys can see actually how fast it is once you pick up those steps. So go to design. Go ahead and pull up our design that we want. Go to our colors. I'll just type in a random color sequence here. And then you need to check your orientation. This is going on a shirt, so it would be set at 0. And then you go to your frame and you hit trace. That's going to move the frame around. Your laser down here, and like I said, you guys probably can't see that on there, but there is a laser pointer that shows you exactly where it goes. The cool thing from there is we would just hit start, walk away, go grab a coffee, go grab a drink, whatever we want to do, because it does have, like I mentioned previously, it does have the automatic thread detection. So that means if your machine is running and it does have a thread break, it's going to automatically sense that within 2 to 3 stitches of that thread break. And from there, machine will stop, and then it's going to back up for you 5 stitches to where you don't have any overlap or a gap in your design where that thread break did occur. So then you would rethread your needle, hit the start button, and then it's going to continue on with the design. You did mention the hoops, Blaine, so I'll get right into that and show you the 5 sets. So like Blaine had mentioned, you get 5 sets of hoops standard with the SWF machine. And to break it down, 1 set of hoops is going to be 2 hoops per set. So total of 10 hoops on the flat hoops. So we'll start out with the smaller ones first. You have a 12 centimeter round hoop. This would be for your smaller left chest. You can do the backs of hats with these. Very universal hoop. Secondly, we have the 15 centimeter. This is what most commonly you're going to use for a left chest because it's about 5.5 inches side to side. And then you have, for the bigger left chest, or once you get into like baby onesies and stuff, you would probably use like an 18 centimeter like the one that we have here. Just another size of hoop there to where you're not shorted on the garments you can do. We have a 24 by 24 centimeter, which is what we had that design ran on today. With this one, it's 9 by 9 is what that comes out to. So that's just a good mid-sized jacket back. And then lastly, this is where what we really like and what the factory did for us. Even though this machine is small and it'll fit through any doorway, relatively light, we can lift it up pretty much with one arm there. We do recommend the team lift moving those, but like I said, they are very light, very easy to move in small machines. They still do come with a 14 by 9 sewing field. So this is our largest hoop here. Our customers are going to be using this for jacket backs, full fronts, quilt blocks. If you are running large applique, this hoop is perfect for that. So that is the 5 sets of hoops you're going to get. Keep in mind, like I said, if I have this one running, I'm going to have a second of this size that comes standard with the machine. To where I have this hoop on the machine running, I'll have my second one pre-hooped to where if I have a multiple run order, as soon as this one's done, I'm going to pull it off and put my next pre-hooped garment on the machine. Because with that, that's where your slowdown would occur. So like I was mentioning earlier, SWF really looks forward at their advancements and where they can improve as far as speed. So the 2 hoops per set makes it big. Because like I said, you're running your one, you got a pre-hoop. It keeps you from pulling this hoop off, having to unhoop it, and your machine's sitting there idle while you're hooping your next one. With those 2 sets, it just keeps everything going until the job is done. And then from there, you switch to the next job, switch to your caps, whatever. So we'll go into the cap system now. And most of the times this is sold as optional, but I know Blaine said there that they are including it, which makes this a killer deal. Once you guys see this, you're going to fall in love. So it has the same brackets on the cap system. It has the same brackets as our hoops. So your standard cap system or machine that has a cap driver, you're going to have to pull the bolts out of the back of the hoop arms and pull those arms off. You're going to have to keep track of the bolts, keep track of those arms to make sure they don't get bent, they don't get lost. With this system, with these having the same brackets, there's no assembly required, no screws to keep up with or anything. And I'll show you, just like a hoop, it's going to make this process very simple for you. So you just get it lined up in the front, and then it snaps on, just like so. So at that point, we would be ready to run hats. So your standard machine that's got that process there with unbolting your hoop arms and bolting your cap system back on. That's going to take you probably 5 to 6 minutes to get that done. With our system, it's 15, 20 seconds, and I'll show you real time. So if I was running a hat and I just finished up with my hat run, I have a shirt to run, basically the same thing, just pull it off, set this to the side, and then we would grab our hoop that we have for our shirt. We'll slide it on there. It's going to lock in. So with that, makes it seamless. Like I said, 15 to 20 seconds. Makes it really nice because you're not having to worry on when you're going to run your hats or your shirts. If you're a custom location, like a storefront, where you have customers walking in, and one customer might come in and order a shirt, one customer might come in and order a hat right after them. You don't have to worry about the 5-minute, 6-minute process to take your hoop arms off and put your cap system back on. With this process, 15, 20 seconds, and you can run a hat 1 minute, run a shirt the next minute. So it makes it very quick there. I'll go back to the control panel real quick. So this is where SWF, and we really knocked it out of the park when we came out with this panel. Customers and anything electronics nowadays, it's always annoying whenever you run out of space and you have to delete something out to pull the next design or the next picture in. So with this panel, it now has a 490 million stitch count capacity. And you did hear that right. That is 490 million stitch count capacity. So you're going to have a very tough time. If you ever get that filled up, you're going to have plenty of designs in there. You'll be scrolling through the screen for a while to find the design at the end. With that too, with these panels being more powerful, they come with a lot of cool options. So we have what's called photo stitch and freehand stitch. So this panel will auto digitize inside itself. So if we had just the same way we loaded that design earlier, if I had a JPEG of like maybe a family picture, a family pet, something like that, and I wanted to digitize it in my machine, I would just put that JPEG picture on this USB. I'm going to put it in the back of the panel, and then I can pull that image up, and the machine is going to auto digitize it, and then I can run it on a shirt, run it on the hat, whatever I wanted to do there. The freehand stitch option, a lot of our customers are loving. What that is your machine actually does come with a stylus too. I should have showed you guys this at the beginning. So it comes with a stylus. The freehand stitch is you can write anything out on the screen you want, and same thing there, it auto digitizes it. So if you got a grandkid or somebody that you want to trace their hand on the screen and want to put on like a quilt block, so all you do, put their hand down, you go to the freehand stitch option, and then you can trace it out. And from there, you select the sizing. Like I said, you can put that handprint on a quilt block. You could put it on a shirt, whatever you wanted to do. They could write their name on the screen. So that option is really cool. And then the last thing that's kind of overlooked, honestly, is whenever it comes to the threadability, like I was mentioning earlier, this does have a flip up light. So with this lighting system, as you're threading it down the head, you want it kind of out of the way to where you can access this bottom portion of the head. So I leave it up, we'll thread our whole machine. Once we get down to the needles, you pull this back down, and I have pretty good eyesight, but I still sometimes struggle to see the eye of the needle. So with that light, it really puts it on there to where you don't have any shadows around the needle, and you're not guessing where the needle hole is. You see it very vividly. Because that light really illuminates it. So Blaine, I went over a lot there in a quick, short time. So if you have any questions, just let me know. But if not, I'll go ahead and continue.
Hey, Garrett, I think you ought to just keep going, and then we'll start. If you want to, just save a little time at the end, and we'll see if anybody has any questions, and we'll try to answer that. And again, we'll tell them how they can order one of these.
Okay. Yeah, we'll hop right back into it. We'll go into some of the the smaller features that sometimes people don't take into account, the things that can save you a lot of time. So I know I mentioned it, like the fast color change, the automatic thread cut. We'll dive into that a little bit deeper to kind of explain where that does save you time. So with any multicolor design, you have your color changes. So between each color, you want the thread to cut and you want the machine to color change. With our machine, the fast color change, that's going to save you a ton of time because the startup from one color to the next is honestly about 2 seconds. It cuts the thread, switches to the next color, and starts instantly. at a higher speed. With a lot of your other multi-needle machines, you have a spool up period. What we call that is basically your motors have to get going. It kind of takes probably 15, 20 seconds to do a thread cut, color change the correct needle, and then that motor slowly spools up. With us having the industrial background, that's where that kind of, you see that coming through our smaller machines. Because in the industrial world, speed is everything. Any time you can gain 5-10 seconds here or there when you're running a machine 24/7 in a factory, that leads to a lot of time saved at the end of a year. So that's where you see a lot of our industrial background as a SWF, bringing you a smaller household machine. You'll see a lot of those advancements, which makes it nice for you guys. The other thing I would really like to dive into moving forward is the Wi-Fi capabilities with this panel. So with this panel, it is our first Wi-Fi model. All you have to do is connect it to your Wi-Fi network at home, whether it's your business, your home, wherever. You just connect it to your existing network, and then that makes it accessible on your computer to where then you can send designs to the machine. The really cool feature with this as well is you can actually preload your colors on your computer. So whenever you're doing your digitizing or your lettering on your computer automatically, you can go ahead and select the colors you want for that design, as long as you know where they're laid out here on the back of the machine. You can go ahead and tell the machine before you actually send the design, you can tell the machine what needles to run on the next design. So whenever you do that, you preload it, send it to the machine. All you're doing there is you're actually cutting out 2 of the steps that we walked through of the 4 steps in the beginning. So at that point, it becomes even more simple because you're only selecting 2 steps to physically start your next design. And that would be your trace and then hitting the start button. So you're cutting down 2 of those steps, but that software is really cool, and it will grow with you as well. So with these machines, that software is a linking software. So let's say for now you purchase one machine, your business starts to grow, you start to get more orders, you need more production. At that point, you would have a choice to add more machines or just kind of assess it and go from there. With our Wi-Fi system and the software, you can link up to 200 machines together on one system. So if you ever get over 200 machines and you're pushing that limit, we can definitely probably get a newer software for you. But like I said, it will grow with you. I know the one question we had, I think it was yesterday, somebody had asked if this was a great startup machine or a starter machine for somebody. The question to that is yes. With it being so easy to maneuver and operate, it is great for beginner embroiderers to get to know the machine, but also it's going to grow with you. Anybody I ever sell a machine to, and we do have different models that they can select from and different things, but this machine is very good as far as fitting a wide variety of customer. But anybody I ever talk to, they always say, hey, this machine's perfect for what I need right now. And you got to really assess what you're wanting to do moving forward. And if you're just wanting to run flats and stuff like that, you have to assess that. And your customers, if they're wanting a shirt or something like that, eventually they're going to want a hat. So it's great that, Blaine, you guys are throwing in the quick change cap system, because that's really going to allow your customers to grow, because those people that are ordering hats or ordering shirts right now, I guarantee you, once you start doing their shirts and they're liking their products, they're going to start ordering caps as well. So this package is great for the startup embroiderer because, like I said, it will grow with you. You will learn a lot more about the control panel as you continue to use it. And then leading into the tutorial videos and stuff, that's how you're going to learn a lot about the machine. So we have step-by-step tutorials, whether it's on the quick change cap system, on the control panel, how to thread the machine, how to set it up. We have each separated videos or segmented videos for each part of the machine. So if you ever kind of get fuzzy on something, or you can't remember exactly a certain step that you had previously learned, or you're just beginning, you can go into those videos, watch them, and replay them as many times as you need to, because it goes over the same thing over and over. But that makes it really good to learn the machine. And the biggest thing is the repetition. Running your machine, getting repetitive with it, slowly. Some customers pick it up pretty fast, but you'll slowly start to learn more stuff, and then it just becomes easier to you. So yeah, I mean, that is our 12 color machine. We love it. Our customers are starting to love it. The one thing I would like to add into there as well, whenever you purchase from Sewing Machines Plus, like Blaine said, actually, they are our largest dealer at the moment, and they are growing very fast. So it's going to be hard for anybody to catch them there. But they are fully trained, and we went out there, SWF did, train their technicians on the support and everything to where they fully know these machines. You're in great hands. It does come with a 7-year warranty, and that is going to be a 7-year parts warranty. So anything through 7 years, if it breaks, we have a great warranty for that. And with having the SWF name on it, you can rest assured that anything that Blaine at Sewing Machines Plus and his team needs help with, we'll be standing behind them to offer a higher level of support if it's ever needed. So the cool thing is the warranty. I cannot stress that enough. Super great warranty. We've never had a warranty claim denied for one of our customers, and the parts turnaround is very quick and very, very easy to get your machine back up and going with the level of support that Sewing Machines Plus offers if your machine ever does have an issue there. So anything else over there, Blaine? I probably went through about all.
Hey, great job, Garrett. And I got to remind everybody how you can get one of these machines now. So as Garrett talked about, this thing is just an awesome machine, guys. It weighs about 85 pounds. 2 people can easily carry this thing. You see it, David's got it on the screen right there. The normal price on this is $99.99 just for the machine head only. But hey, during Hoop Fest, we have a great special. We're going to throw in that cap driver with those 2 cap frames. You're going to get the stand that it's sitting on for $89.99 shipped free right to your doorstep. And guys, we also have 60-month 0% interest financing available. Hey, you can go right on our website and place an order on this. We have live chat on our website, can help you. Or if you have some questions and you just want to order on the phone, hey, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And Nick's team is standing by over there to take your order. If you can't get through on the phones and you're wanting to talk to somebody, hey, we have a Google Sheet that you can fill out. Kyle is putting that link in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. You can hit that link. It'll open that page up in Google Sheets. Just put your name, a contact number they can call you at, and just put in there, hey, I want to know about the 12 needle. And they will give you a call back as soon as they get freed up. That it is updated real time in our call center. As soon as somebody gets freed up off the phone, they'll give you a call on the outbound side. So, hey guys, I can't say enough about this machine, and I think Garrett talked a really good job about it, talking about it. But some of my favorite features on there, hey, that 7-year warranty is going to give you the confidence that you're going to have the company standing behind it for 7 years. And then that digitizing in the interface, that is incredible, where you can take a child's hand, trace it, get them to write their name, digitize it, and stitch it right out. That is something that it is awesome. And if you wanted to have multiple units, you can link these things up. And then the other thing he was talking about, 490 million designs, stitch memory, that you can put in this thing. That is incredible. I mean, so you could put so much stuff in this and it'll hold it before you'd have to even erase something, out and put it on a USB. So it's about as anything that you can put in here, it's going to hold the memory. So unbelievable, guys. And again, can't stress this enough. This is one of our newer machines, and it comes to you. You're going to get those. Basically, right now, we're going to send you 12 hoops with this when you get it, and it comes pre-threaded. So all you'll have to do is when you put your color of thread on there, just tie it off and pull your color through, and it's that simple. And it's so easy to thread. And you saw it has the LED light on it. Can't stress this enough, guys. If y'all have been wanting a multi-needle machine, and this is something you've been wanting, you want to jump on this opportunity right now, because this doesn't come along too often. We have this kind of pricing on it. And after, if you get on the Google Sheets, that we're going to honor that price all the way through next Friday. But if you're not on that Google Sheets, the opportunity to get this price ends at Saturday, close of day. So, once the show's over, that pricing goes away and it'll go back up to the regular price. But we encourage you to take advantage of this today. So, guys, are y'all ready for some education? It is one of our education sessions that's coming up. And we are so excited to have our next guest on. And I don't even know what time it is where she's at. She's in South Africa right now, and where she lives. So I guess it's probably in midnight or way in the morning for her. But we sure do appreciate, we have Zandra Shaw coming up, and we appreciate Zandra getting up. But, you know, Zandra, she is the creator and CEO of Embroidery Shop, and she established it, or it's established and recognized as an embroidery house in home embroidery in industry since 2009. And she is so talented, and we're so happy to have her on the show. So welcome, Zandra, to Hoop Fest Day 4.
Hey, Blaine. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. I've been watching everybody from Monday, and I have to tell you that Hoop Fest is phenomenal. Congratulations on putting together such a wonderful festival.
Well, thank you. And, you know, thank you for being part of it. I know when we spoke, you were just 100%. I'm in. I want to be involved. And so thank you for coming on board with us and teaching a class. And we're super excited to have you. And I think we're going to talk all about, you know, making patch work easy. And so you're going to do making patches, and I think it's called Patchwork Simplified, or Making Patches Simplified. I forgot how we did it. Patch making? Is that what it's called, Kyle? Yeah, we called it Patch Making Simplified. So you're going to simplify making patches for us. So that's a great thing. And so I know everybody's super excited. And I think what we're going to do, we're going to show a short video of you doing that. And then you're going to come back and answer questions and make comments. Is that correct?
That's correct, Blaine.
All right, so let's show that video, David, and then we're going to come back with Zandra and let her answer any of your questions y'all may have.
Let's talk about patch making. Well, why would you like to make some patches? Sometimes there is certain things that are unhoopable, or you are restricted within the size of your hoop and you cannot hoop a product. Well, I love to make patches and add them to surfaces and things that you should usually not use or hoop with your embroidery machine. Think about a pair of jeans. I know that one of the things people hate to do is to take the seams out. Well, why don't you make some patches and apply them on top of your jeans? I love to apply to garments because now you can first make your patches, decide where your placement want to be, do the perfect placement. The thing is, they will not scratch you from the inside if you are using heavy embroidery like I'm using with the roses. I did not take my seams out, and it is just so easy and absolutely beautiful. So for placement, not hooping difficult surfaces, patches is ideal. Think about adding some embroideries to a cap. If you've got an embroidery machine but you don't have a hoop to make some caps, well, you can make some patches and add them to a hat, and it'll look beautiful. You can add it to shoes, cell phone cases. Baby onesies is one of my favorite things because I hate to hoop a baby onesie. Add that embroidery to the onesie without any puckering, without any scratching for the baby, and it's going to be perfect. Difficult surfaces or difficult parts of garments, like if it's on a sleeve or on top of a pocket, patches is the perfect solution. Look at this small children jacket. Children outfits is difficult to hoop with your embroidery machine. Working on denim and stuff is not always easy when working with your embroidery machine because your needle really have a hard time to go through all of the thicker parts. But you can now add it to any part of your jean and have great success. One thing about patches that I really like is I want you to start thinking different about patches. You do get designs that were specifically designed to be patches. Let's look at some of the designs we've got at the embroidery shop. Now these were specifically made to be patches. So much fun. You can add them to shoes, add them to cases, add them to tote bags. I know most people hate to hoop a tote bag or take it apart in order to add some embroideries. Patches is the perfect solution. So you do get designs that was specifically designed to be patches, and I'm going to show you a few. That is embroider shop patches. Lots of fun to make these, and we've used the organza technique with all of them, and they are really beautiful and fun. But what if you want to make some patches of a specific design that you really like, that you already have, and you want to make a patch? I'm going to show you a quick rule and also show you a variation on that, on how you can get great results making patches. Now, we are going to use the organza technique today to make patches, and the organza technique make the patches super thin. If I pick up this patch, you can really see that it is super thin. It is so thin that once you apply it to whatever surface you want to add it, it looks like it's been embroidered on top of that. There's many ways that you can create patches, many different products that you can use. You can still get great results with them, but it will depend on what type of patches you want to do. If you want to have patches that are super thin and it's going to look beautiful on your garments, make them with the organza technique. Now you can turn almost any design into a patch using the organza technique, and I'm going to show you a quick rule before we go on to the variation on that one. You need to ask yourself, is it suitable to make a patch out of this, or is it not suitable? Now, a suitable patch means that once you have stitched out your design, that you will be able to cut around it with ease. You will trim it with the heat burning tool. You will later on see when we're quickly going to show you that, and you can go around all the parts and easily make a perfect patch. But designs that are not suitable to make a patch would be with fine details, like look at this heart balloon where you can see that it's got this little string, and the string is not suitable for making a patch, because how are you going to cut around it, trim around it, add the patch bond to the back and then apply it? It's really going to be difficult. So ask yourself whenever you look at a design, is it a good patch or is it a bad patch? If it is a good patch, you can turn any design into a patch. It doesn't matter whether it is an applique design or a fully stitched design like one of these. If you can stitch it out and it's suitable, you can absolutely make a patch. So now that you know how to look at designs, looking at the possibility, is it a good patch or is it a bad patch, I'm going to show you how to turn a bad patch into a good patch using the Baby Lock Solaris. But before we go on to that, let's quickly go through the pros and cons of patches. What is the pro about making patches? Number one, it's the perfect placement. Number two, never throw away a garment again, because you can have the perfect patch and apply it. If it's not perfect, you simply throw away the patch. The other thing I love about patches is that you can now hoop surfaces that you do not, or you could never hoop them before. You don't have to take out the seams. And the thing is about patches is that it really look absolutely beautiful. Zero puck. Biggest thing about patches, think about some evening wear where you've got this beautiful bridal outfit, or even like a satin skirt. If you're going to embroider on top of that, you're possibly going to have a lot of puckering. Well, make the perfect patches, apply them. There's many different ways that you can apply patches. You can sew them on, you can iron them on, you can use adhesive glues. Today we do not have all the time to go through all the different adhesives, to how to make them last longer, how to launder them, to do all of that. So if you are interested in really going into patch making a little bit deeper, we've got another webinar, an hour and a half, that'll teach you all about patch making, showing you so much more. The con about patches is you do need a little bit more help to keep them in place, but we've got all the solutions for that, tried and tested. So what are you going to need to make patches before we turn that bad patch into a good patch? All you will need is 2 layers of organza, your water-soluble stabilizer in between. You are going to use rayon threads. Rayon threads can take the heat of the heat burning tool And remember, whenever using rayon thread, you want to slow down the speed of your machine because rayon don't like speed. So I like to say rayon can take heat, but rayon can't take speed. For making patches, you can use any bobbin thread. You're going to use the 7511 needle for using or working with organza. And then of course in the end you will use an adhesive, or you will use the patch bond or your fusible webbing at the back. But let's go and turn the bad patch into a good patch before we teach you how to make that patches. So I'm on the wonderful Babylock Solaris, and I'm gonna go into my embroidery screen, and I want to go into the exclusive. Now I want to select a design which will not be suitable for making a patch. Although there's many designs on the Babylock Solaris that would make wonderful patches, there is designs that would not be suitable for making patches, but not a problem, because this machine is so amazing. It can instantly turn any design into a patch. So I'm going to select this beautiful horses, and I'm going to set it. Now if you look at this design of the horses, you can see that there's many fine details on the edges, and it's really not going to be a good patch if you have to cut around those small parts, try to put some adhesive at the back and then apply it to something. But let's say you want to make this horse patch because it's beautiful, you want to add it to a jacket for someone on a ranch, or you want to just put it onto something because someone likes it so much. How can I make this suitable for patch making? Look at the magic on the Babylock Solaris. I'm simply going to go into the editing screen of my Solaris, and you will see there's like a little shield with looks like a princess crown in there. This is called my applique icon. I will select that, and instantly it's turning my applique or my design into an applique, and that will make my design suitable for a patch. I love this feature. You also have a distance setting over here where you can make the satin stitch go further from your actual design, or you can make it come as close as you. So the only thing that will be different once we go into the embroidery screen is you will see that in the end it's going to have your placements, or actually the outline, the placement, and then the satin. You're basically going to skip the first two, and then you will just run your satin stitch, because that satin stitch will turn it into patches. Now that you know that you can use almost any design, if it's suitable for a patch, go for it. If it's not suitable for a patch, use the function on the machine to turn it into a patch, and you be creative. The sky is the limit. Think about the cell phone cases, the backpacks, the tote bags, anything that was unhoopable. Go make some patches and apply it. I'm going to teach you now the real quick method, how to use the organza technique, making patches. And if you want to learn more, you can go into it deeper, learning more about patches. But let's go and make some patches using the organza technique. The most important product that you are going to use in making patches will be your organza. Now, you might see that this is a grey organza, and you get organza in the most beautiful colors. When we are making patches, we don't mind what the color of the organza will be. We stock this silver organza bolts because for making patches it's a very good quality, and since you are not going to see the color, it's just acting as a stabilizer. It does not matter what the color would be. So organza is the most important product for making patches. The second very important product is our water-soluble stabilizer. I'll show you how you're going to use this for making a patch. And then of course we've got our magical product called Patch Bond, and we'll talk a lot about this today. But this is the interfusible webbing we are using as our patch backing. You will need a heat burning tool, and we've got this very special professional burning tool for machine embroidery called the burn seam. Rayon thread, rayon, is the thread that we are going to use with making patches. Now, you don't have to worry about your bobbin thread, since the bobbin thread is going to be at the back. That could be a 60 weight polyester thread. But if you are going to make some patches, you would like to use rayon thread, because rayon can take the heat of the heat burning tool when you need to trim it around the edges, while polyester will completely melt. So make sure that you are using rayon thread. You can, however, if it's inside of, let's say it's that black color on the patch, this could be a polyester, but you want rayon on the edges. Alright. In my hoop, I've hooped, you can see the silver, I've got 2 layers of the organza with my water solvay sandwiched in between. So you basically got organza at the bottom, water solvay in between, and organza on top. We have hooped our organza and the water solvay, and it's now time to stitch our embroidery designs. So we've got our rayon thread at the top, bobbin thread at the bottom, and I need to select the designs that I'm going to stitch up. I'm going to choose 2 rose designs, simply select them, and then we are ready to start. So you are just going to stitch out your designs color by color using your color chart up until the point where you have finished the last color. Once you're done, you are going to take them out of the hoop, and then what you need to do is you will go around your patch. Now you can draw around your patch like I'm doing over here, or you can eyeball. What I need to show you is just to make sure that there is a border, and then you will start to cut around your patch, leaving a border. The border is important because you don't want to trim more than once. You want to do it in the end. I've trimmed all of my patches, ready to go on to the next step, and it's going to save you some time to do it all at once instead of trimming each part on its own. So with our patches ready, we need to go on to the next step, and that will be to rinse out the water soluble stabilizer. You can see that the water soluble stabilizer is still in between the layers of the organza. It's very important that you really rinse out the water soluble stabilizer, because let me show you what will happen if you don't rinse it out enough. So if the water solvay is still inside of the patch, and my hand is my patch bond, and I add it to the back of the patch, it means that my fusible webbing is holding on to the glue that is still inside of the patch, and that is going to make your patch come loose once you wash it, because the water solvay will dissolve and the patch bond is holding onto the water solvay, and that's going to make your patch slip off. So remember to remove all of the water solvay before applying the patch bond, and that's going to give you better results. So let's rinse the patches really well with some hot water, making sure that there is no water soluble stabilizer left inside of the patches. You really want to rinse them. You can even put them through a cycle, and once you are sure that they are completely rinsed, you will just pat them dry on top of a towel and let them dry. Now you will apply the patch bond. You are just put your patches on top of the patch bond, and you are also going to cut around it, cut around your patches, making sure that you remove all of the excess patch bond. And now it's time to fuse your patch bond to the back of the patch. So you're simply going to fuse it to the back of the patch. You're going to use a dry iron, and you can use a press as well. You can use a Teflon sheet to protect your iron, but you want to make sure that you completely fuse it to the back. So I'm just fusing all of my patch bond to the back of the patches. And now it's time to remove the paper before you can apply your patch. So I'm just scoring it in the middle, then tearing it off so that you don't tear off any of your patch bond. And all I'm going to do is cut around the edges, removing the excess organza and the excess patch bond, and neatly trim around my patches up until I've finished trimming around it. And then it's time to trim it with our heat burning tool. So I'm just going to finish up with this patch. And then we are going to take our Burnsy, which is a heat burning tool, and I'm simply going to touch the edges. You don't want to burn it, just touch it and trim away the excess. Now you will put your patches in the way you want them, and it's time to iron them on. You will first from the front apply the heat of the heat press or your iron, and you will turn it around and apply heat from the back as well. Another way to apply some patches will be to use some glues like Eileen's Fabric Fusion. You will simply add glue to the back of the patch. You can attach it onto shoes or onto like a tote bag, and that's such a fun way to use patches. Are we going to make a lot of patches? I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you for watching.
Great video, Zandra.
Thanks, Blaine. I have to tell you, it's quite a challenge in such a short time, but I hope that I could inspire them to try because it's such a fun thing to do, to make patches. But we do have one that's almost an hour and a half, Blaine, so maybe in future we could bring to them the longer patch version and actually teach them exactly all of the tips and techniques on patches.
Oh, we can. I know we had to, we only had 30 minutes today, and I know we had to try to put a lot of information in a short period of time. So I think there may be some, if there's any questions for Zandra, please, chime in and ask some questions for her while we got her on. I got to ask you, Zandra, what time is it where you're at right now?
It's not that bad, Blaine. It's about past. It's almost 8 o'clock at night. It's not that bad.
Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought.
Right. I see Renee is asking, it's absolutely a dry iron. You do not want to use steam when using interfusible webbing. If you've got a heat press, that works even better. So definitely a dry iron if you don't have a heat press or a heat press. Right. So Tequila, if you would like to have access to the webinars, I do webinars weekly. So the best that I can tell you is to go to Facebook and look for Sew My Souls. That will be like sew, S-E-W. My Souls is S-O-L-E-S. Join our group. We started that group last year during the COVID pandemic, making some espadrille shoes, and I'm doing weekly webinars. And I'm one of the people that try everything with machine embroidery. I always like to break the rules, to try out different things. So if you want to join these action every week and see what we are doing with the embroidery, definitely join the Sew My Souls group and you will have access to those webinars. Where do we get those products you used? Dusty, you can find them at the Embroider Shop. Embroider Shop is like embroidery, but without the Y, and the old-fashioned shop, S-H-O-P-P-E. So you can find them at Embroider Shop. Are the scissors you use to cut away the organza serrated or not? No, they're not. You can actually, I love to use duckbill scissors, because that really helps me to trim as close as possible, but you can use any applique scissors or any sharp embroidery scissors that you would like to use. What is the organza made of? Rebecca, it is a nylon or a polyester. So it's 100% synthetic, but mostly they are made out of nylon. You do get other types of organza, but they are not suitable. You want the one that melts easy with your heat burning tool. What was the name of the patch stuff to add to the design? Sharon, it is called Patch Bond, but there is other products similar to Patch Bond. Patch Bond is a heavy-duty interfusible webbing, which works really great with patches, but there is many other products out there that is suitable. Right. Donna, absolutely. We are on YouTube. You can find me under the Embroider Shop. Once again, it's embroidery without the Y, the old-fashioned S-H-O-P-P-E. Find us at the Embroider Shop. Do you only iron on or ever recommend sewing on? Jenny, we absolutely recommend sewing on as well, specifically if you are doing like a skirt or something that you can actually do like almost like a free motion on top of the patch to secure it. Absolutely. There is sometimes that I would rather prefer to do a patch rather than stitch right onto the fabric because of puckering of certain fabrics like satin, for instance. So definitely we recommend sewing a lot of the times. In the bigger webinar where I'm covering all of that, I go through all the glues, sewing, different ways how to make the patch bond last longer, on what surfaces do it stick better, and what is not good to use. Right. What is the best way to attach a patch to a knit hat? I would definitely say that to sew that on Miss Anne would be a great idea. What is the name of the heat tool? It is called the Burnsy. It is from the embroidery shop. It's an embroidery heat burning tool. Are you burning the edges to make them clean? Yes. Ginger, I'm burning the edges actually because there's little, once you cut around the patch, there's like almost like little fibers of the organza sticking out. And what happens is I'm not trying to burn around the patch. I'm actually just like, I call it, you can ask the people that look at me all the time. I call it the tap dance. I just tap, 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 going around that because all I want to do is just to melt those edges and make it clean. Do you recommend a specific thread? Tracy, it needs to be rayon thread when making patches. Whenever, actually the rule is, whenever using a heat burning tool, go for rayon, because if you use polyester thread, it's going to melt. So I don't going to tell you what brand you should use, but definitely use the rayon thread, right? Does the design have to be dry to add the sticky back? Yes, that's a very good question. Absolutely. It needs to be completely dry. And I cannot stress it enough that you really need to rinse out the water-soluble stabilizer from your patch. Else, what is actually happening is that the fusible webbing is holding on to the glue that is inside of the patch. And then once you're going to wash it, what happens is the water solvent will dissolve and your patch bond will come off. And that is sometimes something that is really frustrating for people because they can't understand why the patch is coming off. But it was the wrong application because, you know, you need to really rinse that out and make sure that the fusible webbing is holding on to the back of the thread. And that is going to give you great success. Could you use 𝐏𝐫𝐸 in the middle instead of water-soluble stabilizer? No, Miss Anne, definitely use the water-soluble stabilizer. There's a good reason for the way it integrates with the organza. It gives you the correct stability. So I would really suggest that you use the water-soluble stabilizer. What was the white sheet you used to press the patch on? Well, that specific, the white sheet was actually just printer paper sheet that I used. You can use that to protect your surface, right? You can use a Teflon sheet if you like. So that's all it is. You can use printer paper if you want, just want to protect that, all right. Can any brand of water-soluble stabilizer be used? Absolutely. So just so that you know, the water-soluble stabilizer I'm talking about is one that almost looks like a fabric, right? It looks like perforated cutaway, but it's water soluble. It's not the plastic topping that we use like on toweling, just so that you know that, because sometimes people confuse the plastic type of water soluble stabilizer actually with the fabric like one. What is the difference from organza and poly twill? Well, I'm not exactly sure if you would look at the manufacturer's recommendations, but what I can tell you about the organza is that it's 100% synthetic, and I'm not sure actually exactly what is in the poly twill. I've never used poly twill for making patches, right? Could you tell us your website name? Absolutely, it is www.embroidershop.com. I'm also with the Hoop Fun Club and the Search Fun Club. So if you are interested in doing these kind of embroidery that are totally different and you are into education, really learning machine embroidery in action, I suggest you also check out the hoopfunclub.com. It's hoopfunclub.com. If you want to check out our website, Embroider Shop, it is embroidery, there's no Y, SHOPPE.com. Thank you, that's correct.
Hey, thank you, Zandra. So that was so much information, and thank you for answering all those questions. And hey, thanks for being part of Hoop Fest and enlightening us a little bit on patch making.
That's wonderful. Thank you for having me, Blaine. It was absolutely wonderful.
Hey, we look forward to working with you in the future. I know that you're planning on, right now, your plans are still to come back to the States at some point in time, aren't you?
Yes, that's correct. I'll definitely
well-
be back in the United States.
Well, hopefully when you get back, you give me a call and we'll work on doing some kind of event together.
Yes, that'll be wonderful. Thank you, Blaine.
All righty. Well, there y'all had it. Patch Making Simplified with Zandra Shaw. And coming to us live this morning all the way from South Africa. It was 8 p.m. her time. So we're so glad Zandra came on board and taught class. But guys, we're ready to get back to talking about multi-needles again. And hey, we're going to talk all about the Melco 16 needle. And I know yesterday we kind of had a little bit of a problem. Melco had to evacuate their offices, and just luckily we got Angela Jasmini came on board and talked a little bit about it and her experiences. But this morning, hey, we've got Scott Stingle from Melco, and Scott started with Melco in 1985 as a trainer, and over the years he's digitized over 11,000 logos and for large corporate accounts, and his personal consultant of many Melco's features and operations. So his duties today include machine and digitizing instructions, as well as sales support and demos at trade shows. So we're we're happy to welcome Scott to the show today. So Scott, welcome to Hoop Fest Day 4.
Hello, Blaine. Thank you for having us.
Hey, so I hope everything's okay over in Colorado. I know y'all had to evacuate your building yesterday, but we're glad you're back in there today and ready to go.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, everything's good today.
Awesome.
All right, well, today I want to start out by showing you the Bravo X machine. So here it is right behind us. Do I switch screens or it's good? Okay, so let's start at the top. This is the thread tree. You can see 16 needles. What's cool about this is it's so easy to thread from the front. You just simply pull the thread off, put a new one on, and pull the thread, and it comes all from here. So you can easily set the color sequence, even if your computer is slightly away from your machine. Very logical way to do it. So here I could show you the OS. So the way that we do it is we use a computer, full-size computer, instead of the small little screen. The reason for that is in production and whatnot, it's so much better to have a large area to see. Also, if you have our package C for the Bravo, which includes multiple machines, you can hook 4 machines up to one computer and control them all from here. The other thing is, if your hardware goes down and you have a touchscreen attached to your machine, they can be hard to get, they can be expensive. This is a really, really cool way to do it. So here, if I click on color sequence, you can see that the colors here in the palette directly reflect how they look on the machine. So super easy to set the color sequence. A lot of times you don't have to even know the number. You know, it's in the middle row, 3 from the left. Boom, click on it and you're all set. So a really nice way to run the machine. So that's the thread tree. Then we come down to here and you can see, hey, there's no tension knobs. All other machines have tension knobs that you have usually like 3 of them. And so you're setting tension to control the machine. Well, a little bit looser because we're on small letters. Oh, now we're in a big fill, tighten it down. For puff, you have to do something completely different. With the way that our thread feed works is it actually senses how thick the material is and it will adjust accordingly. This is super cool when you get into stuff like seams and down the front of a hat, for example. It's sensing every stitch, how the tension is, and it will adjust on the fly depending on what it senses. So it will add more thread when it gets to, say, the center seam of the hat, or a seam on jackets, or another level of tackle twill or stuff like that. It's making adjustments all the time. This takes a ton of the work away from the operator and lets the machine precisely dial it in. I can tell you how nice this is because I have operated production and had employees on traditional machines, and it's always down the line, adjusting the tension, loose or tighter. It can be very much of a mess. The Bravo X comes in 3 packages. So first we have a package A, which includes, you can run 1 machine, and it comes with our sizer. Our design shop is our program for digitizing and lettering and editing and all that kind of stuff. Package A will come with sizer that allows you to resize designs, recolorize them, change formats, simple stuff like that. Package B, we move design shop up to the lettering version. That's really cool because all the possibilities we have to do with lettering and the new features. Design Shop 11 just came out several months ago, and we loaded up the lettering part of the program with a whole lot of really new cool features. Then we move up to package C, which moves Design Shop up to the vector level, allows you to convert vector artwork into stitches automatically, contains everything the other packages below it contain. So all the lettering features, you can do digitizing with it, all that. Plus, we allow you to hook up 4 machines together and load them independently, and you can run production like that. Also, the speed is up to 1,000 stitches a minute on package A and B, and it moves up to 1,100 stitches on package C. What's interesting about this is there's large motors on this machine, and so a lot of times people compare a tabletop multi-needle machine speed-wise, run the same design on both, and ours finishes sometimes in about half to 3/4 of the time because of the larger motors. So just be aware, if you set your machine at 1,000, it might not run at that. A lot of them really slow down if the stitches have any kind of width to them. Okay, so that's the different packages, A, B, and C. As far as hats go for that, package A and B, you can do the front of the hat. So we give you 6.5 inches wide, which controls most of people's common work. Then package C will give you 270 degrees all the way around the hat. So here you could do both sides and the front, as you can see, all in one hooping. Very, very nice. All right, so we have a new trimmer system that we're really excited about on this machine. Let me switch over to the camera so I can see you. This is called the needle plate trimmer, and the cutter, I'll get centered. The cutter is actually right in the needle plate itself. So we get very short tails, and this thing almost never misses. This is a sweet new trimmer system that we came out with just a little bit ago that's working out great. It jams pushes the bobbin thread right in the front there, so the tail is held when it picks it up, and like I say, it almost never misses. All righty. So let me show you a little bit, I'll sew a little bit for you. I have the design loaded. We picked up the color sequence. Also, you can see right here is our auto. So all we need to do is tell the machine how thick the fabric is. You'll get to pick it up very quickly, but we also have some help right here under Active Feed presets. So I picked a similar fabric if I'm running a knit shirt, or in this case, I'm going to run a little sling bag. So that comes to be about as thick as poplin. So I can add that, hit OK, and then it will adjust these numbers. Now, when I start sewing, the numbers will move up and down as it senses the fabric thickness. It knows if thread is underneath it. It knows all sorts of stuff. So we're going to let it adjust itself. But I'm going to give it a basic start point, and then it's going to control its way from there. So very simple. I can trace the design here, and we want to switch to this screen right here. We have a laser in the machine that will show you around the outer perimeter of the design. You can also use that to align your crooked hooping if you want to do something like that rather than keep hooping it till it's straight. you can just use the laser to mark the 2 points, and it will adjust the design for how your hooping is set. All right, so I can trace it, and we can see the red line comes on, the red dot comes on the fabric, show you exactly where you are. There's also hoop limits in the machine. So if my design was off center or it was too big for the hoop, it will not let me, it will not even let me start the machine. It knows enough to go, hey, you got the wrong size hoop, you're gonna hurt the machine. So it's really a less stressful thing to worry about when you have that. Okay, after we trace it and everything fits, it's just simply a matter of hitting the green button, and we'll sew for a little bit. Like I said, 1,100 stitches a minute on package C, and 1,000 stitches a minute on package A and B. Alrighty, so now you can see how the machine sews. We'll go back to me, and what else do we have? Do we have any questions? We have all sorts of additional hoops and frames and stuff for this machine. It just goes on forever. We have special deals for doing the backs of hats. All the mighty hoops go. We don't have any fast clamps in here. Oh, there we go. No, it does not have an auto threader. So you just snip a sharp point and put her right through there. How many threads does it hold? We have 16 needles, so you can do 16 colors. The largest hoop is roughly 16.5 inches square. Oh yeah, that's right. That's based on the package. A and B package contains hoops up to 12 inches, and package C contains everything from 12 inches up to 16. So that's the embroidery field size. How many hoops does it come with?
That's a good question.
Yeah, this would be a good one for Blaine to answer. Distributors have different packages and stuff that they put in with the machine. So Shop Melco has all of our hoops that we sell with it, provided they do fit, but that's a good one for Blaine. Is there a way to compare different multi-needle machines? Not sure how that would mean. Is that another one for Sewing Machines Plus, maybe? If you want a demo on different machines? Does it cut the jump stitches? Yes, it does. We have an adjustable setting on the machine where you can go in and set the amount of jumps for the trim. That's right here. Sorry, I guess I got to switch to there. So that's right here, jumps to trim. And so usually if you set it at 1 jump, every single time it sees a jump stitch, the machine will trim. I've seen this trimmer go through designs that were not digitized very well that had way too many trims, and it didn't miss a beat. All right, any other questions? Does it take PES files? You bet. About any expanded format you can dream of, we can read. EXP, DST, PES, my gosh, almost 20 of them, I believe, total. So yes. Doesn't have a bobbin winder. Nope. We usually recommend pre-wound bobbins. You can wind your own if you're doing, say, a towel where you want the top to match the bobbin. But generally in production, they're going to buy pre-wound bobbins. You can use magnetics. You can use Coates and Clarks. You can use all sorts of different brands on it. What is the warranty time? Yeah, ask Blaine that one for the details on it, because it's a multifaceted thing. Any other questions?
We're using one right now.
Yep, we are. We have the 5.5 Mighty Hoop loaded right on the machine, and the whole line works, provided your sew field is big enough. Like I say, A and B have a 12-inch by 12-inch sew field, so a 16-inch Mighty Hoop is not gonna, you're not gonna have access to the whole thing. Do you need a college degree to run this? Nope. I taught the Bravo class when we used to have a classroom here at Melco for 8 years, and I taught very, very many people, and no, it's not an issue. It's actually easier because the thread feed takes away a lot of the finicking with the machine to get everything right, keep looking at your tension, is it balanced, all that kind of stuff. Oh, how do you use the hoop for the back of hats? So different ways to do the backs of the hats. Yeah, here we go. So for this one here, we use this back of the hat clamp. This is really cool because it mounts to your hat driver. So you're already on there. You just raise this up, put it in, and clamp it down with a little backing, and you got it all set. So this does a lion's share of it. Inexpensive way to do it is just to use a circle hoop. The 12 centimeter or 4.7-inch round hoop is the way that a lot of people will sew web addresses and things like that on the backs of hats. We don't usually use the hat driver to do the backs of the hats, though. You want to come up with a different system. There's a lot of different ones. All right, we have a fast clamp that's available for it, which is really, really nice. You just walk up to the machine and put it on, close the clamp doors, and hit start. That thing is very, very popular. Any other questions for me? Yes, they sure do. So on this machine, we sew everything from Burma, which is 12 weight, very, very thick, down to 75 weight, believe it or not. A lot of 60 weight, and 60 weight thread sews at 1,000 stitches a minute on this machine without any issues. I love the finer threads for the crisper detail and all that stuff. Some of the trade shows we have done in the past, of course, we did very, very teeny Melco International on the cuffs of shirts and really wows people. Is it Wi-Fi? Nope, we have a Cat 5 cable that will connect right out of the back of your computer into the back of this machine. When you have multiple machines, like with our package C, then you would just get a hub, and you'd plug each machine into the hub, then the hub into the computer, and you're all set. If you get package B, can you upgrade to C later on? Yes, you can. Is there a specific table you recommend for this machine? So it comes with a base, right? And then we have additional tabletops that will slide on there.
Is she talking a tabletop machine?
Yeah, you probably can't see it now because we don't have access to the full machine, but it's got a full base that it lives on. Yeah, it'll zoom us in here a little bit.
Excuse the ugly carpet.
So yeah, you can see, there you go, that it has a full base on it. The machine lives on.
But it will cart through a normal doorway.
Yes, it will go through a normal doorway. But also, if you need support, which is, I guess, the way I thought you were going on it, it has tabletops, 3 different sizes that you can slide in that spreads out the weight of a super heavy garment or whatever reasons why you'd want to put a tabletop on there. How do you thread this? So it comes threaded, it just doesn't have any cones on it. So all you do would pull off this cone, break the thread, slide a new cone on, tie a knot, and then release the tension and pull the whole thread all the way through the knot and everything. Many times you can pull multiple colors through at once if you're doing a big amount of color changes for it. So you never really have to thread every individual part unless you run out of thread, which happens once in a while. Yeah, we have, impressive amount of videos that the applications team here at Melco has done. You could get lost in YouTube or Facebook or with all kinds of help that will help you with different things. How much does it weigh?
I don't remember.
250. How much does the machine weigh, Mike? 250? I can't remember exactly.
I believe with the cart, it's right at about 225.
225. Okay, so yeah, I was close there. How many bobbins does it use? It uses one at a time. We use the standard size L bobbins. So hard to say how many stitches you get out of it because, as I say, how wide are your stitches? Are you doing 1/4 inch letters or puff? But they go very, very fast. So it uses one at a time. We usually use the pre-wound. Like I said, you can use magnetic or not. Nebs is a good brand. There's a host of them out there. Any other questions for us before we turn it over? Does it stop at thread breaks? Yes, it does. So there is a sensor right here called our ActiFeed sensor. I'm going to switch to that. Move it up a little bit. There's a very precise sensor on the machine, which is this tube right here. The thread wraps around that, and so we'd use that for two purposes. First of all, we're going to use it to tell if the thread is broken or not. If there's no pressure on this tube, that tells us that the thread is broken. And the second thing we use it for is sensing the fabric thickness. So every stitch, it's going to check that and see how much pressure is on it and adjust the thread feed on the next stitch according to what it catches on the previous one. Good question. Can it accommodate heavier threads? You bet. We sew Burmalana is a 12 weight thread, so very, very thick, 3 times thicker than the normal thread. And that goes through just fine, provided you have the correct needle, which would be 100. Is the table on wheels? The cart is on wheels, lockable wheels, so you can move it around however you want, lock the wheels and start sewing. Do you have a single outlet just for it? Does it need a dedicated electrical circuit?
It's probably an electrical outlet is the question.
Yeah, no. It doesn't need anything special at all. In fact, line conditioners sometimes people use, they plug multiple machines into one line conditioner. What's really cool about this too is there's check for updates feature, and when we come out with new software for our Bravo OS, that's the operating system here that I was showing you that runs the machine, you can download it, update it, and you're running within minutes. How does the training work? So we have a trainer, Brad Costin, excellent trainer for us out in San Diego, and he does all the trainings for the Bravos virtually. And so Sewing Machines Plus can tell you, Blaine can tell you more about how the training works on that. But it's been working out great. He's been doing those virtual trainings, I think, for a year and a half now. And it's a good way. He's an excellent trainer, very well experienced, and he's been training for a long time, so you're in good hands with him. What do I like most about the machine in my experience? I love the thread feed. That has to be the #1 thing I love. It's just something else you don't have to worry about. It's something that if you're a new user, you don't understand, you don't have this big learning curve to get it figured out. You just tell it an average thickness, which I showed you on the tables, how that works, and it'll take it from there. It'll adjust every run, every time. It's one huge less thing to mess with. Does it tell you when you need to fill a new bobbin? It will also stop when the bobbin runs out, and then you can put a new one in and back up. It has a bobbin counter on it, And so you can set about how many stitches. So let's say I get 40,000 or 60,000 out of a bobbin, and I'm doing a pretty large order. So I can tell the bobbin counter, hey, at 50,000 stitches, stop the machine and let me have a look at the bobbin. And so it'll do that every time so that you don't run out in the middle of a sew out if you are worried about that. Yeah, the bobbin timer is a very nice feature. Any other questions for us?
Hey, Scott.
All righty. There you
go. Great presentation. A lot of information there. And thank you all for coming on board. And thanks for being one of our sponsors. And I'm going to tell everybody exactly how they can get this thing. So, guys, there are 3 different packages available. There is an A, B, and C package. That A package starts at $9,999, and then it goes up from there depending on what package you get. You're getting a lot of different things that are included in each package, and we have a call-in special right now. So if you want to get the special, you have to call in to our call center, and the number is 800-401-8151, and they can advise you of what's coming in each package, and and help you get the best one for you. Also, we have 60-month 0% interest financing available, and we're going to have free shipping right to your door. So that's the great things about it. I know there was a lot of people ask about a few different things on it. It has a 3-year warranty. We have that training. Everybody was asking about the training. Well, we do have Brad here in San Diego. He does the training virtually, and it is going extremely well. Brad is super knowledgeable about the Melco, and what that training inquires. Once you purchase your machine, we'll get you scheduled in for the training, and he does in 1 week, we'll do the part 1, and then we wait a week and do part 2. And that way you get a chance, you're getting to take that class in the comfort of your home with your machine. And after you take that first class, we give you a little bit of time to play on your machine. So that way, when you come to part 2 of that class, you can ask all the questions you want. We're doing it through Zoom. So that way it's interactive and you can ask questions and talk to Brad directly. So it works out extremely well. So again, guys, we have that A, B, and C package available. It starts at $99.99, but we do have a call-in special on all 3 packages. We have that free shipping, 60-month at 0% interest financing. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151. Nick's team is standing by. If you can't get through on the phones, because we know they've been busy since Monday, the phones have been extremely busy. Kyle has been putting that Google Sheets link in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. Just hit that link. It'll take you to a Google Sheets. Put your name, your contact number, and just put, hey, I want to know about the Melco 16 needle. And somebody will give you a call as soon as they get freed up off the phone and answer questions for you or take your order. Our staff is extremely knowledgeable about the Melcos. We're Melco's #1 dealer in the nation, and we sell a ton of these, so they know this product extremely well. So give us a call, guys. We'd love to talk to you. So, guys, let's move right on along. Hey, we're coming up next. We're going to talk all about appliquing the right way, and we have Clarrisa Gossett from R&K. They're the Floriani distributor, and she is here today. She was on, earlier this week. She's from Gilbert, Arizona. She's Floriani National Education Coordinator and for R&K Distributing. And Clarrisa just loves sharing her knowledge with people. And so we're so happy that she's on the show today and going to share some knowledge with you. So welcome to day 4 of Hoop Fest, Clarrisa.
I can't believe you're still going, Blaine.
Hey, they got a box of batteries over here, and they just keep changing my batteries.
There you go.
Well, how are you
Day
today?
4. I'm awesome. I am indoors because it's so hot outside.
Oh, you know what? It's extremely hot here. We're having a really big, it's normally 70 degrees here, but it was like 95 yesterday. So I'm ready. I need that towel because I could go swimming right now as hot as it is. I need that towel, so you're going to send it to me.
So Trevor started this presentation by digitizing the Hoop Fest logo. Okay, so I put it on a towel for you, and I shipped it to you, Blaine. It should be there tomorrow.
Oh,
So you
really?
can go swimming. Yes.
Oh my gosh. So if it comes in, I'm going to have to tell them to be on the lookout. So if it
Yeah.
comes in tomorrow, I'll have to show it on Saturday's show,
That's
your
right.
towel.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So with Floriani software, I can do those kind of things. I can
Oh my
digitize
gosh.
whatever I want.
Yeah, Trevor did a good job of digitizing that. And we were talking about it yesterday. So he said, you took it one step further.
I did. Of course, I've digitized the Floriani logo and put that on the towel as well.
Well, we're going to
So-
talk about applique today. So I'm
That's
excited
right.
to see that. And I know all of our viewers love doing applique. So they're wanting to see what you got to show us today.
All right, so here we go. We're going to play with applique today. So 101 ways to do applique, of course. So I'm going to give you a few tips and hints on how I do applique. But basically, you've got three main types of applique. You've got hand-stitched applique, and yes, we are still doing that on occasion because we don't always have our machines with us. We can do machine embroidered applique in our hoop, okay, or we can do machine stitched applique, where we're actually taking our machines and stitching on the applique pieces. So I'm going to start by talking about machine embroidered applique. So if you've done machine embroidered applique, you probably know it's basically a three-step process. So you've got a placement line. Let me grab my hoop here. You've got a placement line that goes down first. Okay, so that's the first step of your applique. Your second step of the applique is a tack down or cutting line. So you place your fabric on top. Now on my fabric, before I place it, my applique fabric, I have Applique Wonder on the back. Okay, so Applique Wonder is a Floriani product, and any of your Floriani products, about 85–90% of those are used for machine embroidery. And since we are going to embroider this applique, I put Applique Wonder on the back of my fabric before I place it. Okay, so once I've got that on, I score the paper. And score your paper. Don't sit and pick on the edge because you'll fray your fabric. You're going to score the paper and peel. So it fuses on first. Score the paper and peel. Okay, now the back is very sticky and this will not gum up your needle. Fantastic. We don't like that. That's not fun. Okay, so the second step, you'll place your applique fabric on top over that placement line. It stitches a tack down and cutting line. So at this point, you will cut out your applique. And by the way, I love the Quilter Select Wave scissors for cutting my applique because they've got a nice pointy point, but also a duckbill. So applique wave scissors are fantastic. Cut out that applique. And the third step is your finish line. It can be a satin stitch, a blanket stitch, and in Floriani software, I can change that to a motif, which is a decorative stitch, okay? Now, step 2 can also be, instead of placing a piece of fabric, can be a pre-cut shape. Okay, so instead of just placing fabric and cutting it, I can pre-cut my shape, place that, and then do my finish line. And I'm going to talk about how in software you can create those placement lines. Not the placement lines, the cut lines for cutting this shape. Okay, so let's go to Floriani software. And this is Floriani Total Control U. This is the only software that you'll buy once. Okay, once you've purchased your Total Control U, you get free updates. And by the way, there was just a recent free update this weekend, last weekend, Friday, Saturday sometime. Okay, so go out and download your free update if you own Floriani Total Control U, and some fun new things were added. Also, part of that update are videos you can watch to see the new updates are all about. So let me share my screen and see if I can do this properly this time. All right, there we go. And there we go. Let's get our butterfly. Okay, so I hope you are all seeing this screen. So we're going to start with something like this. Now, this is a piece of artwork that is in Floriani Total Control U. It is an SVG file, so it does not have pixels. So it's easy peasy to digitize. Now it is in my folder called Custom Shapes. Okay, and let me open that in the Easy Art section. And all of these are pieces of artwork that you can quickly digitize. Okay, so this star, let's make an applique. So step one in digitizing anything is to make it the approximate size that you'll be stitching it out. So I wanted this to be about 6 inches wide. Okay, and I've got my swirls here, and of course those cannot be an applique. Well, they could, but I don't have the patience to cut that out. If it got to be bigger, I could possibly do that. But I'm going to select all the artwork that involves the swirls. Select the first one, hold Shift on my keyboard. I have all my swirls, and magic is going to happen. I'm going to select Auto Satin. And I have stitches, and the crowd cheers. So by selecting that artwork and clicking on the satin icon, I've got satin stitches. All right, so applique. I want this star to be an applique. So first of all, I select my artwork. Now, I'm going to talk about in a minute if you've got artwork that's not an SVG or a file that's not got a consistent fill pattern to change to an applique. So I'm going to select this, and since it's SVG artwork, it's easy to digitize. Select my star, and down at the bottom, I have my applique. One-click wonder. That's what Kathy Quinn calls them. Going to select my applique icon, and there you go. I now have an applique. So easy peasy. All it involved was clicking, and what I got a placement line, a tack down line, a sew finish line, and part of the new update, I can add underlay. So let's say this satin stitch, I want to make it somewhat wide. I want it bold. So let's maybe increase the width to 5. Apply, and there we go. Oh, some crazy things happened with that. I'm not quite sure why, but anyway, let's add our underlay. So under our satin stitch, we need some underlay. Oh, there we go. That's better. Okay, so let's watch this stitch out. There's our satin stitches, and here we come to the applique. So it's stitched my placement line, there's my tack down line, and there's my underlay. Alrighty. I'm not sure quite what it's doing there. It's kind of crazy. But so now I've got underlay under my satin stitches. Okay, so what I can do as well, let's select that applique. Now remember, let's say I want this to be a pre-cut shape. So when I'm doing appliques that I'm doing multiple appliques, instead of having to cut each one out, I'm going to cut them out digitally. So I'm going to remove the underlay. And I'm going to maybe, instead of a satin stitch, let's change this. Well, no, let's make our placement line first. Okay, so we're going to select our applique. We're going to right click, select it, right click, break it up. Okay, now my applique is 3 pieces. Let me make this large. 1, 2, 3. So this first stitch is the placement line. I'm going to take that stitch. I'm going to do a Control C to copy it, Control N for a new page, Control V to paste it. Okay, now all I have to do to save this as a cut file is go File, Save As, and hiding clear down there on the bottom are artwork files. So an SVG is what my digital cutter cuts out, or you can print it on a sheet with these files and cut them out with your scissors. Okay, so these are your printing files, and this is your digital cutter file. All right, so that's how I get that pre-cut shape. Going back to my applique. Let's see, this one right here, is it? This one. No, I can't get the right one. There we go. This is the one. All right. So some fun things I can also do with this applique. Let me put it back together, group it back together. Let's select that applique shape. And on my properties box, I have this tab called Applique Extra. So I'm going to click Applique Extra. Now, if I'm using a pre-cut shape, I don't want to use a straight stitch to tack this down because it's not going to hold it in place. We now have a feature in Floriani software called Zigzag. Yay! So I can now apply a zigzag to my applique as my tack down line. So whoops, there's my placement line. Now my tack down line is a zigzag. So that will hold my pre-cut shape in place. All right, one other fun thing for applique. So that's creating an applique from artwork. Let's say I have a file that's already digitized as a fill pattern, and I want this butterfly to have fabric behind it. So what I can do with this is I select the design, right-click, ungroup it, and I don't need this satin stitch anymore because my automatic icon is going to add that for me. Whoops. Select the satin stitch here and touch delete on my keyboard. All I do is select the fill pattern, select the icon down at the bottom that says applique, and there we go. Select applique, and there I go. So now this is going to stitch as an applique first, place my fabric, put these pretty stitches on top. Yay! And the crowd cheers. Let's see. Lastly, let's say I have a shape such as this. I want this bow to be an applique. So I click the applique shape. And I've got that running stitch left over. Let's delete that. And part of this design was a running stitch around the outside edge. Let's delete that. And on these corners for my applique, I'm going to do beveled corners. Oops, didn't work well. Sorry. Let's do round corners and see what we get. I'd play with that. Okay, undo that. All right, so this is not making me happy right here. So what we can do is we can just do this and bring this down a bit. Perfect. All right, now I've got an applique. Now this shape here, I want to do applique behind, but I don't want holes here. I want just a one piece of fabric. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to use my drawing tools. Grab my drawing tools right here. My shape tools, there we go. Let's get our square. And let's draw a rectangle that replicates the rectangle of the package. All right, so we've got that drawn. And whatever I do is at the end. So let's take that run stitch, click applique. And then the last thing I want to do is delete that fill pattern. Oh, we've got a stray run stitch, delete that. And there we go. So my applique is going to stitch, and then my little diamonds will stitch on top. Oh, and I do have a run stitch right here. Oh, that looks good. That's my artwork. Okay, so that's how I can create an applique from an existing design. So take it, select it, click the one-click wonder, and you have an applique. All right. So let's do this. Let's see how, stop screen, there we go. Okay, so 101 ways, like I say, to create an applique, and that's the embroidered way to create an applique in 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Total Control U. So Blaine, any questions come up while we were showing software? Or any questions that you have? This is 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Total Control U, and it is on sale for this event.
It is. We've got some great specials on all the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 products we're highlighting on the show, but they are call-in specials, Clarissa. They have to call in to get that special. We can't advertise that great price we have on them, but give us a call at 1-800-401-8151. And if we have sales agents standing by. Hopefully they're on the phones right now, probably, but I just got off the phone. They said the phones are just so busy over there right now. So if you can't get through, make sure you get on that Google Sheets. Kyle's putting that link in YouTube chat and the Facebook chat. Click on that, put your name, your phone number, and just what you're inquiring about, and that way they'll give you a call as soon as they get off the phone. But we've got I think Kyle told me 180, Kyle. So there's 180 people on the list right now. So Clarissa, that's how much volume's coming in. So it's pretty busy today. Be patient with us.
All right. So, if you want it bad enough, you'll wait. So get on the list so they will call you back. Teresa asked, does this software have a function that allows for puffy foam? It does not for filled in embroidery designs, but there are some fonts that we recommend for puffy foam. Is this software compatible with Mac? It is not directly compatible, but what I will say is the majority of our educators run it on a Mac, but they've got Parallels installed, and it runs beautifully that way. Does the software have color charts to any brand of thread or just 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞? We've got them all. So I don't think there's one out there that I know of that's not covered. So yes, we've got all the thread charts from different brands. All right, so that's a good thing. Okay. All right, so with that, let's talk about a technique to do machine stitched applique. So this is a product called 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Stitch and Wash Fusible. All right, so in the olden days, we do a technique called needle turned applique, where we take the applique fabric and roll it over a needle and hand stitch it down. Well, that was HARD, and it took a lot of TIME, right? So a lot of time, a little tricky to do. So we're going to use the modern method. Okay, so the product is called Stitch and Wash Fusible that I'm going to show. And here's an example of edge turned applique. So on the pumpkin, you can see that the edges are all turned under. Okay, so no raw edges, just turned under edges. Okay, so this is the technique I'm going to demonstrate. Okay. And you'll begin by creating your applique shapes. Now, of course, they can be any shape you want. We can have hearts. Okay, we can have upside down. Hexagons, ovals, circles, whatever shape you want. And I'm going to give you a hint. Where did I get some of these shapes? They are in my 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Total Control U software. Let me share my screen and show you where those shapes are. All right. Okay, so let me get a new page here. So if you open the folder in your 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Total Control U, this one right here called Custom Shapes, and this is where I got the artwork for digitizing the star, but we also have custom shapes. Okay, so you can pick any of these shapes. Let's see, there's a heart. And when you are using 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞 Stitch and Wash, you're going to either print that shape on the Stitch and Wash Fusible or cut it with your digital cutter. And if you are doing that, you don't need this filled in. So you will uncheck Fill, click Apply. And if I'm printing, I want a nice bold line. So I'm going to change the pen width to, let's say, 1 millimeter. And change the color, this way. Oh, and by the way, here are the different brands of thread that you can use in Floriani Total Control U. Lots of them. So I'm going to change the color of this to black so I don't waste my colored ink. Whoops, not purple, black. One more time. Here we go. All right. So then I can do this. Remember how we did our pre-cut shape for our applique? File, save as, and down here at the bottom are my artwork files. Save it as one of the artwork files if I plan on printing it. If I'm going to cut it digitally, I will save it as an SVG file. Oh, you know what? Before I do that too, if you want to fill a whole sheet, let's say you're going to cut multiple hearts or print multiple hearts, you can use this feature called Repeat Design. Okay, and let's move them apart a little bit here. We can tuck them up a little closer here to save space. Okay, and we're going to repeat those to fit my 8.5 by 11-inch sheet of Stitch and Wash. So obviously I can't put another heart across, but I could probably put one down. So that's within my 8.5 by 11 size. I say okay, and then I save this file, save as my printing files, BMP, JPEG, or PNG, or my digital cutting file, SVG. Okay, so once I have that created, let me get back here, find you all again. There we go. So here they are, printed on my sheet. Now you want to print on the rough side, not the shiny side. The shiny side is the fusible side. You'll cut those out, or you'll have them pre-cut. And I cut these on my digital cutter and fuse them to your fabric, your applique fabric. Okay, so here's fused to the fabric. So once it's fused to the fabric, and that fusing, you're just going to use a dry iron. The instructions on how to fuse are inside the tube on the Stitch and Wash. If you're using a tube, well, Stitch and Wash comes in a roll or sheets that you can print on. And the instructions are on the package or inside the tube of the roll. Okay, fuse that on. You'll then cut your fabric slightly larger than the shape. You're going to use this magic ingredient. Now, if you ever take a class from me, you know I love glue. So this is our Quilter Select glue stick. So the Quilter Select glue stick is bright yellow, so you can see where it's being placed. It's water soluble, so it washes away in the wash. It will not gum up your needle, and it's quick drying. So I'm then going to place some Quilter Select glue around the edge of my Stitch and Wash. And I can see where it's being placed because it's bright yellow. Something like that. And then you're going to turn the edges onto the Stitch and Wash. And I'm going to do it facing me so I can see what I'm doing, but then I'll show you. You know, this can, like I say, it can be any shape you want. It can be a heart, it can be circles, it can be, you know, ovals, whatever, wherever you can find your shapes. All right, so there we go. Edges all turned under. Look how nice those edges are. Okay, pretty, pretty. All right, so with that turned under, now this is a great way to do English paper piecing as well. So in the past, for English paper piecing, we'd get a piece of cardboard, shape onto the cardboard, then we'd stitch the cardboard hexagons together, and then we'd have to tear out the cardboard. With Stitch and Wash, you leave it in, because Stitch and Wash is part fiber, part water soluble. Okay, so at this point, I would just put a little bit more glue on the back of my shape. Something like that. And close the lid because it's quick drying. Then get your fabric that you want to put your shape on. This is my background fabric. And just stick it on there. Okay, and then we'll stitch it down. Now, how you choose to stitch it is up to you. But if you want to cheat and make it look like it's hand stitched, let me show you that pumpkin again. You can't even see the stitches on there, can you? Okay, because I cheat. So what I use in my bobbin, I use Quilter Select pre-wound bobbins. Okay, so these are available for purchase. And these come in class 15 or L class. Now the bobbin rings only come class 15. Okay. And on these bobbins is 80 weight thread. It's called Quilter Select Para Cotton Poly thread. Okay, so they're all wound with 80 weight thread. So you can use these for machine embroidery. I use them for stitching on my appliques to make it look like it's stitched by hand, because 80 weight thread is so super, super fine. It just buries into the fabric and you can't even tell it's there. Okay, so you can't even see those stitches. Now, if you're going to be using a lot of various colors, you can actually use a bobbin on the top for your color instead of having to put a spool, or you can buy the Quilter Select thread in spools. Let me grab a spool real quick here. You can buy the spools. This is the Quilter Select 80 weight thread on a spool, or the pre-wound bobbins. Oh, by the way, the class 15 pre-wound bobbins are reusable. So once these are empty, you've got a nice set of bobbins there. That's 40 colors. So the pre-wound bobbins rings come in colors. They come in neutrals. I use them for quilting as well, because if I'm quilting a quilt, I don't want to run out of bobbin thread. And 80 weight thread goes a long, long way. All right, so I will stitch that applique shape on with 80 weight thread in my bobbin, and on the top with a teeny tiny itty bitty zigzag. Quilters, the stitch and wash, part fiber, part water soluble. So the first time I wash it, all that remains is fiber, and your fabric is fiber, so you can't even tell it's in there. Nice and soft when you're done. Okay, so an easy peasy way to do edge turned appliques. All right, and let me share my screen real quick. One other thing I was going to share. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay, so if you can see this, this is a link where you can go to download a document that talks about how to do that edge turned applique. So if you've got your cell phone handy, just take a little picture of this, or do a screenshot, and you can download today's document right there. Okay. And with that, you know how to do appliques machine-wise, embroidery-wise. All right, Wanda, I'm glad you're learning. That's what this is all about, and having fun. So the products I talked about are Floriani Total Control U. If you've not got software for your embroidery machine, it is fantastic software. Okay, and any other questions? We got a couple more minutes. Blaine, did you have any other questions or things you needed to say? Nope. All right. So once again, I covered Floriani Total Control U, Stitch and Wash Fusible, the glue stick, pre-wound bobbins, 80 weight, pre-wound the thread, Quilter Select thread, 80 weight, Anna, you're welcome. I appreciate you joining. I'm glad you learned a lot. Download that document and you'll learn even more. All right. Any other questions or anything we need to talk about? Yes, FTCU is fabulous, isn't it? Free updates. And by the way, if you've not got your free update, go out and get it. There's a lot of fun new tools.
Clarrisa, great job.
You're welcome. No problem.
Hey, and I got to tell everybody too, I know that we talked about the products that you demonstrated. Those are call-in specials, all but that total control. And we actually have a web special on that. They can go right to the website and order this. This is normally $29.99. On the show, we have it for $17.99. So that is a huge savings on that, Clarrisa. So they can order that right over the website, or they can call in. But the phones have been so busy. Hey, if they just want to get this, just go right to the website and place your order. But all the other products that you showed are going to be call-in special on that to get that show special. So anyway, thanks to Clarrisa. Thanks for R&K and Floriani, for being one of our sponsors as well. And we are moving right along, guys. And our next presenter is Cindy Hogan, and it probably doesn't need any introduction. I think everybody knows Cindy, but she is a brother ambassador. She is a software expert. She is an embroidery expert. She has written many manuals and guides for Brother for a lot of the, scan and cut and the different things that she's done with them. But I mean, I've known Cindy for a lot of years. So I am honored to welcome Cindy Hogan to day 4 of Hoop Fest.
Hey, Blaine, how are you today?
I am awesome. How are you?
I'm great. Is everybody excited today? Have they been having fun?
Oh my gosh. Everybody's excited because our phones have been really busy. But I talked to Nick over there today, and he said that it's just unbelievable. He said they're on the phones nonstop. All the lines are lit up, and people are having trouble. And Kyle's been putting that Google Sheets link up for people to sign up so we can give them a call back. And there's our 180 people already on the list waiting. So it's getting a little busy. So, hey, I'm super excited today to talk about this Persona PRS 100. This is one of my favorite machines as well. We've talked about this many times, and I know you love this machine, and we're going to talk about some really cool things that you can do with it today.
Yes, we are. And it is a sweet little machine. One of the big things about it is that it is a tubular machine. But today we're going to talk about something different. I believe Colleen talked to you all about the basics of the machine the other day, if I'm not mistaken. So today we're going to talk about an add-on accessory that you can get. It's called a DURKEE multi-position hoop, basically. It's this. If you come and look at it, it turns your 8x8 in field into an 8x14 inch field, which is absolutely amazing. So I've actually started this one for us. They offer it with a package. You can either get it with or without software, but Brother does sell it with software. And if you look, you sew one half, and we're about to the point to sew the other, but I'm going to show you the entire process to get started with it. In the end, you'll have something along the lines of this. Oops, let's see if I can get it in the frame there. So, y'all ready to get started? I can't see your comments right now because it's too far away from me. One of the things I will suggest is if you're planning on using a multi-position hoop, that you use the tubular frame support or the table. So one of the two will support your hoop the best. And this just simply slips on and slides out to extend it to the range that you need it. So I'm going to slide my hoop back in, and we're going to start this process from the beginning. Even though I've stitched it up to this point, it'll allow me to show you how to get there. So let's flip cameras here. We're on our screen, and as you know, there are built-in embroidery categories. This is a design that I created in my software, so I have it on a USB media stick here. We're going to touch the USB device, and here is my design. This is my complete design, that thumbnail. When you touch it, it brings up 2 parts. You're going to touch the first part, part AA. And here is a really key thing that I want you to do once we press set to set it on our page. We want to move it as far up in the hoop as we can get it. So take that all the way to the top till it beeps at you and says, I can't go any further, okay? Once you've done that, you touch embroidery. That's the first half. You basically embroider the entire first half, and the last thing that it will stitch is a basting stitch. So there's a little line, this little color here that doesn't have a color next to it. That is our basting stitch. I'll go ahead and stitch that again so you all can see that. Let's just fast forward to that point. If I sit here and embroidered the entire design, it would take us longer than we have today. So I'm fast forwarding, basically. This is my plus minus. It allows me to go up and down in color. So this is the last stitch, and this is a basting stitch. We'll simply touch OK, press the lock button, and press the go button. I guess I should have said the lock key. So that is technically a key, and these are buttons. So it's going to do my basting stitch, and then it's going to come up and give me a message saying, okay, we're done with this side. Would you like to flip it? Would you like to sew the next part, basically? So here it is, embroider the next segment. Well, yes, I want to do that today. So we'll go ahead and touch OK, and we'll bring up side BA. All right, so this is your second half of the design. We're simply going to remove our hoop from the machine, rotate it, and then I'm going to show you a little trick here. So we've got it rotated, and I'm ready to set my design. So we'll touch set, and we'll go ahead and touch embroidery. And now we'll rotate it, because our rotate button, if I return, you'll notice the rotate button's not active right now. But once I touch embroidery, I can actually rotate this 90 degrees twice so that it's oriented in the appropriate position. There we go. Now, we need to know, how far back do I need to move this? Do I need to move it left and right? Do I need to move it up and down? For me to show you exactly what I want you to see, I am going to turn off the light on my machine so you can actually see my little drop light. Did I pass it? There we go. So you'll see my LED pointer is on, and that's what I need it to have on. And I've got my fabric messed up here. I've got batting on the back, and I got it crooked up underneath there. So let's put it back in. All right. Now I want you to see this little LED drop light. That right there is going to allow me to align my design up. So we're going to touch the needle drop position button, this guy right here, this key. And I want it to go to the top left corner, because that's where my line is. Now let you see it on the machine itself. You see that little LED drop light there? All right, once you've got that into position, you are going to use the arrow keys on the keypad here to move it. And as you do that, your LED drop light will appear. Will actually show you where things are going. And once you've got it to where it's in position, then I tend to press the lock key and the needle drop key just to make sure, to see if it actually hit where I want it to hit on the machine. And if it did, then I'm ready to go. I simply press the lock key and press the go button, and it will stitch my basting stitch. And it should be right on top of the other, and it is. And then it's ready to go. So everybody thinks, you know, this thing looks kind of like a drill press, and yeah, it does look like that, but it is so super simple to thread. We're simply going to cut our thread, and I wish my multi-needle machine had that little thread cutter there. If I say this enough on Facebook, maybe they will get that, because it is so handy to have. And we're going to tie it off like you would a serger. Let's see if I can get my hands around this. You simply tie a little knot in there just like you would a serger thread. And then you're going to pull it down through to the bottom. Let me turn my light back on for you so you can see. This is the needle threader key button. This guy right here. This thing has an automatic needle threader on it. That should be your best friend. Once you do that, you simply take the thread, put it under the needle threader, take it around the cutter, and then press the needle threader button again. Now you're threaded and you're ready to go to the next color. So let's go ahead and press the lock key and press go. And it's going to start and embroider my second half. So would you all like for me to show you how to get this set up on your actual software so that you can split the design to be able to use it? And I can answer some questions as I do that. I'm going to flip over and change cameras, Blaine. This is a single needle machine. And if you guys will share my screen, I'll show them how to split this design. Okay, and you can take me off the screen for a minute. And if you all don't mind, can you all hear me with the machine running? Just out of curiosity. Okay, this is a single needle machine. It has 4 thread spool holders, but it is a single needle machine. So how do you set this up? We're going to click on the hoop button here. This is your design settings. And then you're going to choose custom size. Now, the custom size, you want to set your section size for your hoop to 190 by 190 millimeters. And I do this in metric because it is actually much more precise and you get the full hoop space. So then you have your width set to 190 and you increase or decrease to 370. That's your set number for this hoop. And basically it's as simple as that. If yours does not show that, you simply scroll up or type it in. And that will set the hoop. You touch OK. We're going to go to our import window. I am in PE Design 11. This feature is available in Next 10 and 11. We're going to double click to import my pattern in my import window. My design is there. Now I'm going to take a USB stick, put it into my computer. I'm taking the same one I just used, so I took it out of the machine. We're going to touch send and then send a USB stick. It'll say finished outputting data, and that is as simple as it gets. So that is how that works. Let me see if there are questions. Okay, so Lisa, you can take my screen off for now and go ahead. If you don't tie on for the next color, is it hard to thread? No, it's not hard to thread, but it is easier if you do just tie off. Does it convert to the correct number of stitches? Yes, it does. How about hats? Hats are easy to do. It has a cap frame assembly that you can get with it. Sometimes, I don't know what Blaine's special is on it. You all can see my screen is bouncing because my machine is bouncing. I've got it going fast. You use an adhesive backing on that particular hoop. And yes, that will, I'm assuming that is the equivalent of the Brother machine. So, and I do love my auto needle threader. You are amazing. So there is a video for how to do this on the DURKEE page, I think. And I know that there's one on the Brother page on this product page. So I can't answer any other, I don't know other software programs, so I can't answer that question. Blaine, pop back up here. And yes, it cuts jump stitches. It is an amazing little machine. It is a super duper hard worker. It does wonderful things. You can bring in any design that's from anywhere. It doesn't have to be one like I mean, I created my own, but you can pull something from somebody else's that is that same size. If you simply want to do text, you can do text. It splits the text perfectly. If you just wanted to do an entire hoop of decorative fills, you could do an entire hoop of decorative fills to quilt your project. So it's very versatile. That is one of the things that I love to do. Yes, the Persona handles metallic threads very well. It uses a standard bobbin. So, you know, you've yet to use your hoop, Norma. You need to get that out and have fun with it. So you really do, because it's a blast. 𝐵𝐷esign 11 is what I use to split my project with. That is the most current version. As I said, it can be used with 9, which is called Next, 10, or 11. It is a super duper machine. So let's see here what else we've got. I'm seeing if there's any other questions. So no. Let's go back and see what it looks like over there. I'll let you all see what our progress looks like, since I don't see any major comments yet. Yes, this one does have a bobbin winder, which is amazing. So if you wanted to have your bottom thread match your top, you can certainly do that. So I'm going to show you all. I'm going to zoom out a little bit on a different camera so you all can see what it's doing right up close and personal. You can see how it's matched up. It is taking its time, it's mapping itself around, and it actually looks beautiful. I love for you all to see that it actually stitching and how well this machine stitches. I do not have it sewing at full speed. It can go up to 1,000 stitches per minute, which is very fast. I tend to run mine at 700, so doesn't vibrate quite as much in my room, because I am in an upper room. And it is a super duper little workhorse. If you are interested in starting an embroidery business, this is a really nice machine to do that with, because it is so versatile. With it being tubular, by that I mean it having the tubular throat, with not a flatbed machine, it allows you to get bags, hats, all kinds of different offerings that are available that you can, without having to take things apart. And time is money. So if you have to take something apart and put it back together, you're not making a whole lot of money. You can get in teeny tiny little bags and monogram or personalize them for somebody else. And let's see here, what else have we got? The bobbin winder is on the right side, over here somewhere. Oh, right there. Your little bobbin winders here, and there are different directions on doing it. But like I said, one of my favorite things about this thing is the thread cutter and the needle threader. The fact that it's tubular, it's fast, it's quick, and it's easy to work with. Brother machines are very easy and user-friendly to work with. Let me go back and look and see if we have any questions while you all watch this stitching some more. I am not sure of the actual weight of this machine. I'll have to tell you that. Probably around 50 pounds, but I could be wrong. You'll have to ask the guys there. The name of the hoop I'm using is a DURKEE split frame. Let's see exactly what the name is, because I am terrible with names. I believe it is an easy frame. Nope, sturdy frame. So it is a DURKEE sturdy frame, just to give you the exact size. And it is an 8 by 14 inch DURKEE sturdy frame. So, no, this is not one of the new frames. The new frames actually do not require an adhesive backing. This one requires an adhesive backing. The new frames that DURKEE came out with recently do not require an adhesive backing. I will show you what I mean by tubular once this color is done stitching. Yes, it does cut jump stitches. Yes, Eva, since it's a single needle embroidery machine, then it is only one color at a time. That's the difference between this and the multi-needle. The multi-needle will switch between threads automatically. On a single needle, you have to switch manually. All right, so it is finished that color. Let's come back over here and look, and I'll show you what I mean by tubular machine while we're doing this, if I can remember which one we're going with. So let me take this out for just a little bit. By tubular machine, if you think about a regular sewing machine, you have a flat bed here and you have to take things apart like bags if you're trying to get it on. With a tubular embroidery machine, you do not have to do that. So since this is here, you can take your bag, the opening, and then just simply slip it into place. It allows you to get further down in the bag than you would normally be able to do on a flatbed machine. Does that make sense? Y'all want me to change my color again here? What color do we need? So we're on our garden, which means what color did I do on this one? Blue. So let's go to our blue color. We're going to simply cut it, grab the thread, tie it off, pull it through. There we go. Press the needle threader button, put it underneath the needle threader, pull it down, and we are threaded and ready to go to our next color. How am I doing on time, Blaine? Is there any questions that I have missed? I'm going to pop that back out and put this back in.
Hey, Cindy, we don't have any questions, but I do have some things we can talk about on this machine because, you know, as you know, this is one of my favorite ones. And
it is.
You and I have done several shows with the Persona. And, you know, we have sold so many of these this year. And, you know, one of the things I wanted to ask you, what do you think makes this thing so popular with everybody? Because this has been such a hot machine for a year and a half now. Well,
it is an affordable machine. It is a versatile machine. Truly, the affordability and the versatility of it makes it a nice machine. It's a good secondary machine. If you already have an embroidery machine or a sewing and embroidery combo that you like, this gives you extra things that you can do. 8x8 is generally a very popular embroidery size. Most embroidery is done in a 4x4 left chest, or depending on a business, a 4x4 left chest, or a cap, which we have the cap capability on this, and a 5x7. Usually you don't go much bigger than that because you don't make a lot of money with it, right?
You're right. You're right.
So that is one of the things. I mean, a lot of Etsy owners are using this. It's just a nice little machine. It's versatile. It can travel with you. It's not 100 pounds. So you can put it in the back of your car and take it to a show with you to work with. So you're not actually, it's just a nice little machine. I can't say enough about this little guy. He's a nice machine. He does very well. It's easy to use. Everything's done on screen. You can add software to it, or you can use it without software because there are built-in fonts. If you want a little tour of the machine, I'm pretty sure that Colleen did that with you the other day, but I'm going to go ahead and we'll just save this to the memory of my machine so I can come back to it later. I'm going to go ahead and save it onto the machine. That way the position that I have it in right now will not get messed up. So if you're ever in the middle of something and somebody says, hey, I needed you to do something else, you can actually come back in, just save this and get on their project. So we'll touch home and touch OK. And let's look at what's built in. So we have a utility category here, and there are quite a few designs built into this area. Let's return. You have frames and decorative elements in this category. You have quilting designs in this category. So let's touch one of those. Those are beautiful designs. And you'll notice you just scroll through the pages till you find the one that you want to try and touch it, and it appears on your screen. You have built-in alphabets. So this is one of the other things that makes this machine very popular is the number of built-in alphabet designs. So these are rather large designs. This is over 4 inches high. So this one's basically 5 by 4. Nice letters. You also have this category of font. These are absolutely delightful stitched out. You have another category. So we have tons of stuff for customizing designs, and that's one of the reasons this one is so popular. This is more of our calligraphy looking embroidery alphabet. And if you scroll down to the bottom of this one, it actually has decorative elements that you can add to it. You have an athletic font. And you have a Greek font. So they've covered all of your bases in there. You also have built-in regular fonts. And these are simply, you just type in what you want to type in. And some people will size these before they start typing. I tend to go ahead and set it and then touch my size button so that I can actually make it the size that I want it to be. If I want to add a design to that, I touch OK. I touch Add. Bring in a design that I want to add it to. Oh, that's not my particularly favorite design. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see here. I don't think I want to make myself a pig today. So we can set that down. And if I put it in the center and use my arrow keys, it will automatically center it on my design and on my lettering. It has a repeat tool. So if you wanted to repeat multiple things, we actually call this a border function. Let me delete that guy right there that I just put in. And let's touch Add. Let's say I want to bring in this guy right here. And how about if I want to repeat him? So I touch my border function and I tell it I want to go to the side and I'm going to add one. It's too far out, so all right, let's move that over a little bit. And how did I group that? I'm going to add it to the side, and I know why it's doing this to me now. So let's see here. It's grabbing both of them on my repeat. So I don't want it to do that. A little different than my other machine. Let's touch Set, move that guy over, and repeat him. So we'll go to the side. We'll add one. There you go. Touch OK, and your design's repeated. You want it mirrored? Touch the mirror button. So all of this stuff is directly here on screen. You want to change your color, you come in and choose your color. It also works with our scan and cut machines. So if you had an applique that you wanted it to cut, you can color code it with the color applique material for it to send to the scan and cut machine. All right, Blaine, any other questions?
Cindy, there's no questions, but I want to remind everybody how you can get this machine. So this is the PRS 100 by Brother. This is the one needle embroidery machine. It has those 4 thread spools, holders on the back that you can actually just have 4 different colors, and you can just do it one at a time. It's extremely easy. Just tie off the thread and pull it through. Hey, this is a great, great machine. The normal price on this is $49.99. Free shipping right to your door. We also have that 60-month 0% interest financing available. But guys, we do have a call-in special. You can give us a call. We have one heck of a Hoop Fest package put together for you, but you have to call in to get it because it is a call-in special only. Due to advertising restrictions, we cannot give the price or tell you what else comes with it. So we have a great package put together just for Hoop Fest. And we encourage you all to give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you can't get through the phone lines, we know y'all are trying, and we know that they're super, super busy today. Kyle has been putting that Google Sheets link up in the chat in YouTube and Facebook. Just go hit that link, and you can put your name, a contact number where they can give you a call, and then just put the product you're interested in, and just put the PRS 100, and they will give you a call and tell you all about that. But we have a great show special on that. You don't want to miss out. And I know Cindy was talking about that DURKEE sturdy hoop that you can do that split design. You can use, the PE Design 11 to split it and make it an 8x14. It comes with an 8x8 hoop, but you could buy that DURKEE sturdy frame to put on it and make it an 8x14 split design. And so you could do a whole back of a jacket with this. And then she also was showing that, that tubular frame table that you can extend to help support that. So you can give us a call and ask all about those different products, because we can actually help you and hook you up. So Cindy, thank you so much for coming on the show. And we sure do appreciate it. We always enjoy working with you. And I know I always tell everybody, you're the guru when it comes to software. And I believe you're the guru on that PRS 100 too.
I don't know. But you guys will have fun with this one. It's a great little hoop. It's a great little machine. So I really can't say anything more about it. It's an amazing guy.
It really is. Well, thanks, Cindy. And I'm sure we're going to see you later on in the week. And so guys, coming up next, we're just going to go right into our next presenter. And I got to tell you a little bit about this guy. Our next presenter is Brent Taylor from DURKEE Hoops. And in 2009, Brent and his wife, Suzanne, purchased DURKEE through a business broker. And 4 patents, several additions to the product line later, they've transformed DURKEE into one of the most trusted manufacturers in the embroidery hoop industry. Simply, stated, their goal is to be innovators of embroidery technology by designing products that make the embroidery process easier and more fun. And I'm very happy to introduce Brent Taylor to our show. So Brent, welcome to day 4 of Hoop Fest.
Hey, thank you, Blaine. Delighted to be here.
Man, we're sure glad you're here. And I know that we're going to talk about some great products, but we've got to kind of tell everybody the lead in about this first product we're going to talk about. And, I gave you a call, several months ago and told you about this event when I started working on it. And I said, hey, I'd love to have you involved and be a sponsor and all that. And you were like, yes, I'm on board. And I said, but there's a catch. I said, I've got to have something that's going to knock everybody's socks off, an exclusive product just for us. And not only did you deliver one product, but you actually came up with 2 products. And that first one is this ultimate 17-piece easy frame set for the multi-needle machines. You put a price together for me and said, hey, Blaine, I'll let you do this. This is an exclusive for you just for Hoop Fest. And then starting Monday, the price goes right back up, and it gets including our price goes up, and it's going to be, available to all the other dealers in the nation. But right now, if you're on Hoop Fest, you have the opportunity to buy this at an incredible price, don't they, Brent?
Absolutely, yes. The thing that I need to explain to our audience, and a lot of times, and Blaine, thanks again so much for having us and letting us be a part of the program. The thing I want to explain to our audience, a lot of times you'll hear people like myself stamp, oh, it's the greatest deal ever, this price again. Please, let me explain. What Blaine just said is exactly correct. And let me explain something that's not common language to the public. When you're a manufacturer, there are certain manufacturers in the country, we're one of them. There are huge companies like Whirlpool and General Electric. They use a pricing called MAP, M-A-P, minimum advertising price, okay? It's the lowest price that a vendor is allowed to advertise. It levels the playing field. Now, if you call them on the phone or if you're in their place of business face-to-face, they can sell the product to you for whatever they want to. But to level the playing field, you establish what's called a minimum advertised price, the lowest price anybody can advertise a specific product for. And what Blaine just said to you, let me emphasize, the only reason we can do what we're about to do, well, actually 2 reasons that we can do it. Number one, in order to do this price, my vendors, for the very first time, I went to my vendors and said, I cannot do this by myself. Special friend, special company, special event. Will you help me out on this? They said, oh, for how long? I said, okay, 1 week, during the week of Hoop Fest. So they jumped in and said, okay, for 1 week, we'll do it. Folks, this is not ballyhoo. This is not a bunch of hot air. This is a fact. This product, the reason we can do this, here's the second part, is because we have not released this package to our dealer network. This package is exclusive. There is no MAP price until Monday. And when Monday comes, the minimum advertised price for this package, which is valued at around $1,000, manufacturer's suggested price, Monday, the price is going to be, minimum advertised price will be $7.95. Today through Saturday, you'll be able to buy a 17-piece set of Easy Frames, and that will include, if you will, the 18th piece, which is the blue adapter arm. You'll be able to buy it for $595. Now, to give you some perspective, we already offer a set of Easy Frames we call the Master Set, which has 12 pieces, plus 12 different frames, plus the blue adapter arms. The minimum advertised price in that set is $529. So for about $60 more, you're getting 5 more Easy Frames. This is a one-time deal. This is it, no more, this week, and that's it. And Blaine, if you don't mind, can I take just a minute to back up on something about what that Cindy was discussing? Blaine might have stepped away, so I'm going to do it. When Cindy was showing our sturdy frame, I want to give you the exact name so you'll know what it is. It's a sturdy frame MPH, multi-position hoop. Sturdy frame, multi-position hoop. And boy, nobody can do it better than Cindy can. She knows it inside out. We are frequently asked the question, why is it not even on your website? And it's not on our website. And the reason is when Brother first saw these two frames, there's one for the single needle and one for the 6 needle, that is 12 by 14. When we came out with these two frames, when Brother saw those frames, and we explained what they do, they put it together, they negotiated a deal with us, and we agreed to it. And it is an exclusive product. The only place you can buy that multi-position hoop, you can't even buy it from me. I can't even sell it until the end of July. Brother has an exclusive. They've had it for a year, and they'll have it through the end of July. So the only place you can buy that sturdy frame multi-position hoop, 8 by 14, is from Brother or a Brother dealer, such as Sewing Machine Plus. So I just want to clarify that and get it out of the way. Blaine, you back with us?
I've been here the whole time. I'm just listening.
Okay.
But hey, you know what? I'm so excited about this because, again, and thank you, Brent, for working with us and letting us have this package to give it to all of our customers out there to a chance to buy it at $595 is a crazy, crazy good deal. And 17 pieces. That is unheard of, that many, hoops. And so we're super excited about that. And we also love that, multi-position sturdy frame as well, because, we sell that and we get it through Brother. And, it makes that persona that Cindy was showing go from an 8 by 8 to an 8 by 14. And you just split it with any software. You can even use the Floridiani software, the Brother software, and a lot of different software out there you can use to do split designs and make it work. Right. But hey, one of the things that we got right now, I wanted to talk to about this other new product that you had that we're getting to do the world premiere on this show. So this hasn't even been released to anybody else in the nation. We have it, and we got to launch it on Monday. So tell us all about this brand new frame that we have and what it's called, and tell us how to use it. And we've got a video of it in action.
You got it. Blaine, as you personally know, this is a product, most products that we create are come up with from the time we think of the product itself and we get it drawn out and then get a prototype made and we go through the testing process. By the time and then get it to market, from start to finish, typically about 120 days, about 4 months. This product has truly been in development for over a year. Women go through pregnancy in 9 months. I've been waiting to deliver this baby for a year, so here it is, and you're right. This is the world premiere. We've waited till this week to release the product for you and the folks at Sewing Machine Plus. We're so excited to do it. It's called a quilt/border frame. Now, a typical frame, anything like this has been, or something similar, has been used in the commercial industry for quite some time. It's specifically designed, but nothing in the home embroidery market. It's specifically designed for large format projects. If you've got, for example, if you're doing a number of patches or badges, if you want to do a jacket back, but more importantly, if you want to do quilting, I think you're going to like what you see. So Blaine, if you're ready, there's nobody better than Cindy to demonstrate it. Let's let Cindy Hogan's tape roll, okay?
Hi, I'm Cindy Hogan, and today I'm really excited to share with you a new frame from DURKEE Hoops, the quilt/border frames. These frames are available for both the Brother and the Baby Lock tubular arm embroidery machines. Shall we go take a closer look at the frames?
The DURKEE quilt/border frames are available in 4 different sizes. The first of these is the 8x8. The 8x8 is available for both the Brother and the Baby Lock multi-needle machines, as well as the Brother Persona and the Baby Lock Alliance. The 8x8 comes with 4 clips, all of which are the same size. The next size frame is the 8x12 inch frame. The 8x12 inch frame comes with 4 short clips and 2 long clips. It is important to note that the short clips go on the long rails and the long clips go on the short rails. This frame will fit on both a 6 and a 10 needle machine. The next frame size is an 8x14 inch frame. It is available for the 10 needle machines. This frame comes with 4 long clips and 2 short clips. The 2 short clips go along the long rail with 2 long clips. The remaining long clips go on the short rails. The last frame size is the 14x14 inch frame. This is a rotatable hoop and is available for the 10 needle embroidery machines. With this frame, you stitch out half of the embroidery design, rotate the frame, and then stitch out the other half. This frame comes with 4 short clips and 4 long clips. You place a short clip and a long clip on each of the rails of the frame.
So let's begin hooping. Each hoop comes with a clip removal tool. It has a slot on the inside. You simply place it over the lever of the clip, lift, and remove the clip. You can do this with either side of the tool. It works either way. And then remove all 4 clips. Here I have a quilt sandwich, and I'm going to hoop that. If you have your markings on your fabric, there are centering notches on each side of the hoop, and you can align those with the fabric. I don't have any markings on this one, so I'm just going to check and make sure we're approximately where I want to be. Take the clip, press your hand on one end, place it over the rail, press on the other end with the heel of your hand, and you're in. That one clip is done. Rotate the hoop. Kind of smooth it out with your fingers. This time on this side, I want you to press with your fingers to kind of make sure that the fabric touches the base of the hoop. Take your clip, press it down with the heel of your hand, press on the opposite end, and it's hooped there. Rotate the hoop. If your hands aren't strong, you can use a soft mallet and gently tap one of the ends into place. I'm going to press with my heel on one side and then gently tap on the other to get the bracket in place. I prefer using the heels of my hands, but you'll do whatever works best for you. Once again, on this last side, I want to make sure that my fabric is touching the base. Press down and press down. The fabric is hooped and ready to go. The quilt/border hoops are also nice when working with difficult to hoop items such as jackets. This is the 8x12 inch frame. It comes with 4 short clips that go on the long rails and 2 long clips which go on the short rails. You use the clip removal tool just as we did with the last hoop and remove all of the clips. Once the clips are removed, I like to put them in order so that I know which ones are shorts and which ones are longs for when I go to getting them ready. Once again, there are centering notches. I have a piece of regular stabilizer underneath here. You can use a tearaway or a cutaway when hooping a jacket. And I'm really not going to worry about centering today, just so that you can see how it hoops. It looks like I'm pretty well in the center here. So I need to place my short clips on the long rails, rocking them into place with the heels of my hand. I'll rotate the hoop to the opposite side. Smooth it down. Once again, make that divot with your fingers. And then rock the clip into place. We have two sides left. These are our long sides. Take the clip, rock it into position. If you happen to notice some distortion, remove the clip, press down with your fingers. That's what I forgot on that little step. Press with your hand, heels of your hand, and you're ready to go. Let's do the last side. Make that little divot with your fingers. Press with the heels of your hand. There you go. And your jacket is hooped. In the remaining hoops, the projects are hooped in the same manner. If you're at all concerned with the bed of your machine getting scratched, you can take painter's tape, place it 1/4 of an inch over the back of the sides of the hoop, and just kind of rub it down with your fingers. Do that on all 4 sides, and that will ensure that you do not get any damage to your machine. I will say mine has not scratched, but as soon as I say that, yours will. So if you have any concerns at all, this will take care of it. Just about 1/4 of an inch, just so that it doesn't get into your embroidery field. This is what they do in the commercial industry for this style frame. And then turn it over to the front side and press it down onto the fabric. And you're ready to embroider. So let's go embroider something on the embroidery machine with the quilt/border hoop. At the machine, you want to place the spacer that comes with the machine onto the throat of the machine. To do this, simply place this over the throat plate into the notches. This will absorb the space between the hoop and the machine. All of the hoops use the A arm with the exception of the 14 by 14 inch hoop. It uses the B arm for the embroidery machine. You'll notice I have my flatbed table for additional support. I'm going to gently slide this under, clearing the needle bar, inserting it under the brackets, and clicking it till it snaps into place. Once it's snapped into place, we're ready to set the design up for embroidery. Let's touch and edit, and a final thing that you really want to do is to touch the trial sew button. Whenever using a non-standard embroidery frame, you want to make sure that the design is going to fit within the parameters of the hoop. Touch embroidery. For this frame, I suggest between 500 and 600 stitches per minute as your stitch speed. I'm going with 500 stitches per minute. Now that we're ready with that, let's touch the lock button and get started. We'll rejoin after the embroidery is finished. Once the embroidery has completed, gently remove the hoop from the machine, taking care not to hit your needle bar and to avoid removing the spacer. Your embroidery is now complete. Let's go remove it from the hoop. Once you have the hoop off the machine, go to your hooping station and remove the clips with the clip removal tool. To use the 14 by 14 inch jumbo frame, you need to put the B arm on the machine. Make sure the spacer that we put in with the other hoop is on the machine as well. and then insert the hoop into the machine. Gently going under, making sure to miss your needle bar. It needs to click into place on both sides, and there shouldn't be any wiggle room. Now let's bring up our embroidery design. I have a design that I've created here for the 14 by 14 inch hoop. We're going to touch it. You'll notice that it breaks it into two parts. We want to choose the first part and then touch set. It is always a good idea to do a trial sew. So touch the trial sew to make sure that it stays within the parameters of the hoop. Touch embroidery and select the colors that you would like to use for your design. Once you've selected the colors for your design, make sure that your stitch speed is at 500 to 600 stitches per minute. Press the lock button and begin embroidering. I'll join you again after the first half has been embroidered. Okay, the first half of our design has finished stitching. Now it's time to go on. Let's look at the screen and see what it tells us to do. We're going to touch OK. It's going to tell us to place our snowman positioning marker onto our project to match it here on the screen. So I'm going to do that. My positioning marker is in place. Touch OK. It will scan for the positioning marker. The marker's been recognized. We're going to take the hoop out of the machine gently. Rotate it around. Get your excess fabric out of the way. And then gently place it back into the machine until it snaps into place. Now we're going to touch OK. It will locate our positioning marker. Touch OK, and bring up the second half of the design. Touch set. Take your positioning marker off of your project. Touch embroidery, and you're ready to begin your embroidery. Press lock and go. We'll join it when it's finished. Our design has finished stitching, so let's touch OK. Look at our beautiful embroidery. Now, all you have to do is gently remove it from the machine and then remove the clips from the project, and you're done. As you can see, the DURKEE quilt / border frames allow you to embroider on a multitude of difficult to hoop items. Jackets, towels, quilt sandwiches, and more. I think you'll really enjoy these frames.
Hey, Brent, I got to tell everybody how they can get this thing, because I mean, we're super excited about that, and Cindy did such a good job of doing the demo, and kudos to you, man, for coming out with such a great product. I love this thing. So we've got this, Brent, for the 6 needle, the 10 needle, and that Persona or Alliance for the brother and baby lock that they have. And so we have the 8x8 for the Alliance or the Persona. starts at $199. We have the 8x8 that will fit the 6 needle for $199. We have the 8x12 for the 6 and 10 needle for $225. The 8x14 for the 6 and 10 needle for $265. And then finally that big one, that 14x14 that'll fit the 6 and 10 needle for $325. And we have these, Brent, these are things that are ready to ship right now, correct?
Absolutely correct, Blaine. And look, with all the numbers that you have to go through, event after event, dealer after dealer, it's easy to make just a slight mistake. So let me clarify something quickly.
All right.
The 8x14 and the 14x14 will only work on the 10 needle machine, okay? Only on the 10 needle, okay? Because the largest sewing field for the 6 needle is 12x8, okay? But other than that, brother, you knocked them out of the park. You got it exactly right.
All right, so I got to get this straight. I got to get this straight in my head again, Brent. So there's an 8x8 that'll fit the Persona and the Alliance. Then there's an 8x8 that'll fit that 6 needle. Then there's going to be an 8x12 that'll fit both the 6 and the 10 needle. And then that 8x14 and the 14x14 will only fit the 10 needle.
You got that 100% correct.
All right. So just, yep, I had 2 of them wrong in my head. So sorry about that. But anyway, so guys, you heard it right there. You can get on the phone right now, give us a call and order these, or you can go right on our website and place your order. And we have these ready to go. And guys, I've seen this in person. It is awesome, and it is really well built. This thing is an anodized aluminum frame, and just love the whole concept behind it, Brent. And you know, the thing I like about it is you can put some heavy material on this. And we were talking about it on Monday, how tight those clamps actually fit. They're so tight, you actually have to have that tool to prise them off. And I just love that concept, because when you tighten that down and put it on there, it's not moving.
You know, like, it's such a great point. Thanks for bringing it up. There's a program out there called Photo Stitch. I think I'm saying that correctly, a software program. And Cindy was telling me about it, that sometimes some of those, I think you take a photograph of a person and scan it in or whatever, and then it will digitize it, and actually you can embroider a person's face or whatever. And some of those photos, she tells me, are hours long in stitching out. And she said the fact that this holds that fabric so taut for so long, it's absolutely incredible. Because with traditional hoops, and not slamming anything, and there's a reason for all the hoops that are out there, but with traditional plastic hoops, most people, if you raise your hand, you've had this problem. You've either had a hoop pop off, the outer ring pop off because you didn't have the thumb screw tight enough, or you went the other direction and you tightened it so tight that you got hoop burn. And those are not fun things to deal with. So this kind of eliminates all of that. And one of the issues that you just brought up, Blaine, is, as you know, folks, you probably don't know at home, Blaine was literally an Olympic quality athlete as a pole vaulter, would have represented our country in the Olympics had it not been for an auto accident. Blaine's very strong. Now, Blaine can take his hand and he can pull one of these clips off. I used to be strong. I'm not as strong now. I'm 70 years old. But I tell you what, anyone, literally anyone, that's why we developed this little product. Anyone, I'm going to do this with 2 fingers. That's it. You heard it? And there it is. Okay. One other thing, Blaine, first of all, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. But in the meanwhile, if we could digress just for a couple of minutes and talk about easy frames, because I realize there's some people out there that don't even know what easy frames are, number one. Number two, why would you ever need a set with 17? Answer to the second question first. Think about it. If it's on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, and you've got a project you've got to deliver on Monday, and you have a 7-piece set or an 8-piece set or perhaps even a 12-piece set of easy frames, and you're just sure that you have the right size, and suddenly you go to work on the project and you determine that you don't have the right size. The 17-piece set is pretty much a guarantee that you're going to have what you need when you need it. Now, again, for those that might not know what easy frames are, as compared to traditional hooping with an outer ring and an inner ring, this is simply one frame. You use self-adhesive sticky backing on the back, and then this frame fits into one set of adapter arms. These arms slide into your machine just like a regular hoop, and all in the world you have to do is take these 2 knobs, pull off that frame, and put another frame on. And you have 17 of those frames to deal with this ultimate set of easy frames. It's just that easy. So, Blaine, are there any questions we can answer? Blaine, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, I'm trying to ask. I was asking Kyle if there's any questions, and I think there's a couple up there. It says, does it leave hoop burn?
And that's what I just covered. No, absolutely not. Does not. No. And
Well,
when
that answered
if you
Joanne's,
physically see how they attach, you'll understand why there's no hoop burn. Great question.
Yeah, it is. Great question. So I want to remind everybody how they can get these, Brent. Again, we talked about that ultimate 17-piece easy frame set. This is for your 6 and 10 needle machines. And guys, brother or baby lock, this thing is an exclusive just for Hoop Fest customers. Y'all can get this right now for $595. We have them in stock, ready to ship right now today. Free shipping right to your doorstep. And guys, again, Brett told you Monday, this is going to go up to $795 price. That and every dealer in the nation will be able to do it then, but at $795. So you're saving $200 getting them here with us today. And again, this is going to give you the ultimate set you'll ever want for your 6 and 10 needle machines. And we're super excited to have these, but we have them in stock, ready to go. And again, if you even needed some financing, I'm sure Nick and his team can work with you on that and give you some 12-month financing on that. But hey, give them a call right now, 800-401-8151, or you can go right to the website and order it unassisted and order them. And you can even talk to one of our live chat agents on the website if you need some help. But those are ready to ship right now. And then I want to remind everybody about that quilt border frame. Again, guys, when you go to our website, just type in the search bar DURKEE, and you're going to go right to all the DURKEE products. But this quilt border frame, hey, it's starting at $199. That's that 8x8 that's going to fit your Persona or your Alliance. Then we have an 8x8 that'll fit the 6 and 10 needle. We have an 8x12 that'll fit the 6 and 10 needle. And then we're going to have that 8x14 and that 14x14 that are only going to fit the 10 needle. And so it starts at $199 and goes up. Hey, y'all go visit that page right now and get your order placed, or give us a call at 800-401-8151 and we'll get you fixed up. But Brent, I'm so excited that you came on the show. I'm so excited that DURKEE was one of our sponsors. And man, we're excited about these new products. And guys, again, y'all know this ultimate 17-piece easy frame set was exclusive just for Hoop Fest, and it's going to be just this week through Saturday, and then it's over, and it's going to go to the regular MAP pricing. So if you want to get that $200 savings, you got to act this week. So great, guys. All right, hey, we're going to our next educational event, and this is going to be creating applique. And guys, this is one of my friends from Louisiana, and y'all may know her as Karlie Belle out there. And Karlie is she's a craft blogger and a YouTube tutorial creator. She fell in love with machine embroidery after having her first daughter in 2012. She then set out to learn all she could about craft, and now she shares her experience on her YouTube channel. Every other Friday night, she has they call it sip and stitch that she does, and she does machine tutorials. She does some testing and things, and she has a real big following, and we're so happy that she's going to join our show today and give us a little bit about creating appliques. So welcome to the day 4 of Hoop Fest, Karlie Belle.
Hi, Blaine. How are you doing?
I am awesome. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here. Hoop Fest has been so cool this week, so I'm so excited to be a part of it.
Well, we're so excited to have you here, and I know that I've seen some of your that you call it the Sip and Stitch crew, and I've seen some of those we've seen some of their names come up asking questions and stuff. So we welcome all of Karlie's crew here, and thank you for joining us. And we're excited for you to show us all about creating appliques.
Thanks. I'm really excited to share. So today I will be talking about, just like Blaine said, how to create appliques, and not necessarily. We're not going to cover digitizing appliques because we've had a lot of awesome digitizing educational classes already this week. But this is going to be the actual process of how we do the steps on your embroidery machine to create those beautiful appliques. So first, let's go over what is an applique. So for me, when I first started, the two things that I noticed about the differences in embroidery, there were two types that stood out to me. And one is what I would call a fill stitch, and that's going to be all thread. And then the second, which I lean towards, it's a little more fun for me, is appliques. And that is where we are going to use fabric in addition with thread to create a beautiful design. So I am going to switch you over. I have a camera pointing down here so that you can see. This is my little craft table. So here is a onesie I made a while back, and this is an example of all thread. So as Blaine said, I am from the New Orleans area. I'm a Louisiana girl, so a lot of my embroidery projects are New Orleans or Louisiana themed. So this is a design that represents 𝐓𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞, which is really popular here in New Orleans, but this is all thread. So this is what I would call an all stitch, fill stitch design. Okay, so that's our fill stitch design. So here is where applique comes in. So here is a onesie that I appliqued for my youngest daughter when she was born. So we have thread, but here we have big block letters of little or lil, and that was filled with fabric. So these are the things that I like to make with applique. And there are a lot more examples. Let's see. So the big thing I want to point out with applique is that you can create a much larger design and fill a larger area without it being super dense and full of thread. Like if you wanted these letters to be this big and it was full of thread, it really would make the design pretty dense. And when you're working, I do a lot of clothing and it knits, it's really hard to do those dense designs. You have to make sure your stabilizer's right, which we've had some great stabilizer classes this week, but it allows you to fill that big area without it being all thread and being very dense. And then the other thing that makes it super fun is that it gives your project a little bit more dimension, and that you can use different materials and bring some pattern in. And we're going to talk about in a little while ways that we can bring some texture in as well. So this is what I wanted to show you. So let's see, I wanted to give you some more examples of appliques too while we're at it. So here is a dish towel, and this is a camping dish towel, and you can see we have a lot of thread. We have filled in trees here. We have some embroidery fonts, but the camper actually has 4 pieces of applique in it. It has the red top part of the camper. It has the gingham bottom part. It has a black tire, and it has a blue door. So those are 4 different pieces of fabric for this particular applique project. So now let's go into how to do an applique, should I say. There are 3 different steps. And so I stitched this out. I didn't do a great job though. You see I got a lot of puckering going on. But with every applique design you get, and so let's start with this one as an example, because this one's a simple 1 piece of fabric. The first step of this project would be what I'd call the placement stitch. And that is just what would this be? A run stitch that outlines where your fabric needs to go. So you can call this a placement stitch, or you can call this a position stitch. So that's the first step. So your machine is going to outline where the applique needs to go. And what this is doing is this is telling you where to put your fabric. So like this is the fabric I cut these out on. So this tells me I need to cover up this circle with a piece of fabric, and I want it to be to where I can't see my beginning placement stitch. I want it to be completely covered. And so when this is done, I place my fabric on. I usually do that while the hoop is still on the machine. And then the next step is going to be the tack down stitch. And that is going to do the same thing as your placement stitch, but now it is on top of your fabric and it is tacking it down. So now you have something here. And I started to trim this, and this is, I know when I first started, I could not wrap my mind or my brain around how applique works. And it wasn't until someone just explained these 3 steps and I was like, oh, that makes it sound a lot more simple. So once the fabric is tacked down, then you can just take some scissors, and we're going to go over the different kind of scissors I like for applique. And all I'm doing is I'm running the scissors as close to this tack down stitch as possible without snipping them on accident. And it's okay if sometimes you do snip 1 or 2, it's not the end of the world, but we're just going to keep trimming this, and we want to get it there as close as possible to the tack down stitch line. So y'all can see that there. And what we have now is we have a raw edge to our fabric. So the last step of applique is your finishing stitch or final stitch. And this can be a variety of things. The most common one is satin. With the satin stitch, that is going to make a satin column go on both the inside of your fabric and the outside of your fabric. And that is covering up your raw edge. And so you can't see it when you wash it. You won't have any, you know, unraveling of the fabric. It keeps it intact nice. So like this, Elise wore this several times. This has been washed a bunch, and you can see, you know, the applique is still very much intact, and that satin column protects that raw edge of the fabric. However, there are other types of applique, and I'm kind of fond of these, and I have a few examples I can show you. This is a blanket stitch. I didn't do that great of a job in making this one, but a blanket stitch will still have some raw edge of the fabric, but it's supposed to be on the inside of this outer circle. And then this one is super popular right now, and I'm a big fan of. This is just a bean stitch, or sometimes people will call it a vintage applique, where you do have the raw edge of the fabric. And there are 2 outcomes that you can have to that. You can use something called Heat and Bond Light, which we're going to talk about more in a minute, but this is it here, to fuse to the back of your applique fabric. And this generally helps prevent the outer edge from fraying very much. Or you can not use that, and you can go for a frayed look. And that would be right on the outside of that bean stitch there. So the main thing I want you to get out of this is there's 3 steps: your placement step, your tack down step, and then your finishing stitch, whether it be satin, blanket, a bean stitch. You can also have a zigzag stitch. There's lots of options. So let's go back to that heat and bond now. So every time I do an applique, before I lay my fabric on top of my placement stitch, before the tack down stitch, I iron heat and bond on the back of my fabric. So I actually had some set up to do today, but I was hoping to show you on the machine itself, but one of my cameras is not working, so I don't have it ready for you to see. But here is a piece of scrap fabric, and here is some heat and bond light. And the heat and bond light I buy comes in a roll, and one side looks and feels like paper, and the other side is shiny, and it has a texture to it that you can feel, and that's the adhesive side. So what you want to do is put your fabric face down, put your heat and bond with the adhesive side facing the back of the fabric, and then iron that so that it sticks. It's now bonded with the heat, with the fabric, okay? So now you have this. You let that cool a little bit, and then you can peel off the paper side. And what you have now is a piece of fabric that can be adhered to your project. And this is important for a few reasons. And the most important is that after washing this several times, it is possible for the applique fabric to pull away from your garment or whatever you're appliquing and kind of puff out, and it doesn't look very good. However, when you use heat and bond on the back of your applique fabric, So once I would do my placement stitch, I now have my applique fabric ready to go with the heat and bond. I would put that on top of the placement stitch. It would do the tack down. I would trim it. Now before I would put it back on my machine for it to do that satin stitch, while the item is in the hoop, I would take a mini iron and iron that applique fabric down. So now that it is nice and bonded with the material you're appliquing, it gets out any wrinkles, and you want all that to be done before you do your satin stitch. So when your satin stitch is done, you have a nice flat applique that won't have any wrinkles in it after you've done the satin stitch. So big things you want to have when you're appliquing is heat and bond and a mini iron. Mini irons are awesome. And this one fits inside of a 4x4 hoop. So you can go as small as 4x4 and then for bigger projects. And then if you're ever worried about if you're working with delicate fabric or delicate thread, you can always put a piece of like parchment paper on top before you press the iron to it. So now let's go back to the trimming. So we already trimmed this one, and so I want to tell you more about my scissors. These are embroidery snips, and Sewing Machines Plus has a pair just like this, and I need to get them because I'm obsessed with Tula Pink. If y'all know Tula Pink, she has beautiful fabric and sewing supplies, and she has a pair of snips just like this, but they're like an iridescent metallic, and so I need them. But these are my favorite because they are like tweezers. They're very sharp, they're very pointed, and they get right next to the fabric and your tack down stitch very nicely. So y'all saw here, I got as close as I could to that tack down stitch. So that would have no problem when you stitch it with the satin column or whatever you choose, that you're not going to have that raw edge on it. Now, when you're doing the satin column, when you're doing a blanket, and when you're doing a zigzag, you want to get as close as you can. The one time I don't get as close as I can is for the bean stitch or the vintage stitch appliques. And that's where you can see I cut it where I can't even tell you the measurement, but it's a smidge outside. I didn't cut it as close as I did with these two. It's a smidge outside. And because it has that heat and bond light on it, I can then iron it down and really get the fabric. So you see how much nicer, I don't know if you could tell on camera, but this one's kind of puffing out because I haven't ironed it. And this one is just ironed and it's nice and super flat. So let me show you some examples of these different appliques. Okay, here's one of a blanket stitch. So this is a Christmas shirt I made for Elise last year. And the rainbow, everything on here is a blanket stitch. So if you can see how the blanket, the outside of the blanket stitch runs right outside the fabric and then goes in. So that is an example of a blanket stitch. And then I think I have, I thought I had a zigzag stitch. Yes, this is a zigzag stitch. So this is, as y'all, I told y'all we're gonna have a lot of New Orleans, Louisiana themed things going on here. This is a shirt I made for Mardi Gras, and this, if you can tell, is a zigzag stitch. So it's not as tight as a satin column, but it does cover the frayed edge of the, the raw edge of the fabric. So there's some examples of zigzag and blanket stitch for you. So let's see. Next, let's talk about the types of material that we can fill applique with. So the types of material, so pretty much everything I've shown you so far has been, wait 1 second, sorry. Okay, everything I've shown you so far has been pretty much what I would call quilting cotton or woven cotton. So this is this typical fabric that you could buy at your local fabric quilt shop, right? So I have lots of ginghams and patterns for, you know, all the things that I've shown you. But applique can be really fun where you can use different kinds of material. And, oh, I forgot to get one shirt, but one of them is sequin. So this is a sequin material that I filled this applique with. And another option, and I forgot to get my example to show you, but there's something called embroidery vinyl. And it's a thin, let's see if I could grab some real quick. It is a thin canvas-like material. And sometimes it can be in the category of faux leather. But I try to get if I'm putting it on a shirt, I try to get the thinner one. So this is a mermaid holographic, and it's on the thin side, but it's definitely not as thin as fabric. And that is something I fill appliques with. I made my daughter a mermaid shirt last year with this one. And this is a really fun one too, where it's a pastel rainbow. And these are really fun for projects as well. On shirts, sometimes it makes the shirt a little bit stiff in the area where the applique is, because it is not as flexible as fabric. It depends on which one you get. Some can be thicker than others, but these are really fun to use to fill appliques. And these two I actually got from, if y'all were watching this show yesterday, Angela Jasmina was on and talking about her Melcos, but she has several businesses selling embroidery supplies and embroidery blanks. And I bought these from her. So this is from her kids custom design shop where she sells all kinds of beautiful embroidery vinyl. So that's where that is from. So the last thing I wanted to show you, so we did woven cottons, you could do sequiny fabrics, embroidery vinyls. The next one I wanted to show you, let's see, where do I have it? Let's see, it's here. Is glitter HTV or heat transfer vinyl. And if any of y'all own a Brother Scan and Cut or Cricut or Silhouette, you're probably very familiar with heat transfer vinyl, and that can be cut and ironed or heat pressed onto shirts or anything really. But they have a whole line of glitter heat transfer vinyl, and I have used that to fill applique with. And what's cool about it is I don't have to put any heat and bond on the back because it already has the adhesive on the back of the vinyl. So I can put a square of heat transfer vinyl over the placement stitch, let it do the tack down. Sometimes the vinyl actually lets me just tear it away, like tear away stabilizer. Other times I get nervous and I just go ahead and trim it with my scissors. It just depends on how intricate, what the shape is like. If it's like a basic circle, it comes off very easily. But like with this bow, I was nervous about it pulling away from under the tack down stitch, so I trimmed it. But heat transfer vinyl is a really cool thing you can add to give your projects a little pop of color and glitter. So let's see. Sorry, I got my paper here trying to remember everything I want to tell y'all. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to go over is applique alphabets. And so not only can we embroider pretty designs and fill them with applique, but we can also use it to put names and use alphabets. So this is the baby gown I made for Elise when she was born. And I used an applique alphabet to put her name on it. So it did the placement stitch for each letter, the tack down stitch, and then the final stitch. And depending on how you're working, like I did the same piece of fabric for each of these letters. So I did all my placement stitch at one time. I laid one big piece of fabric, and then I did the tack down stitch. I trimmed the whole thing, and then I did all the finishing stitch. So it depends on what kind of project you're doing. You can make each letter a different fabric, a different color, a different pattern, and that gives your project a lot more dimension. So that is something that is really fun about applique is alphabets. Now this is done with the satin column, and I've also done them with the bean stitch. So this was a little dress I bought, and I just added Elise's name to it with the bean stitch. And so as I was talking a minute ago, you can do all your placement and tack down in one run. However, when you're doing letters, I remember when I did this project, it was super tedious getting my scissors right in between these two letters here, if you can see how tight that is. So another really fun project, if you have a Brother Scan and Cut Silhouette Cricut, is you can cut out your applique alphabet before hand, and then put it down after the tack down stitch. Line it up, you know, right on top of your placement stitch. Put it down on top, and then do your finishing stitch. So with this one, I trimmed it with scissors, super tedious. This one, I cut each letter on my silhouette machine beforehand and placed them on top. And that made the project a whole lot easier. So whenever I'm doing super intricate shapes that are hard to trim, that's when I love using an electronic cutting machine to pre-cut the applique fabric before, and then there's no trimming step for you. It's already done. And of course, I ironed the Heat and Bond light onto the back of the fabric before I put it on my cutting machine, so that it is ready to go and put down for the tack down stitch, and then you can iron. So the last thing I wanted to go over was how to approach designs that have multiple appliques. So here on the keeping on track with the Louisiana theme. LSU time now. When you have designs that have multiple appliques, it's not always going to be in the order of placement, tack down, finishing stitch. Sometimes it could be in the order of placement, tack down, placement, tack down, placement, tack down. And then it will do all the finishing stitches last. Also with appliques, you really have to pay attention to the order of them. Sometimes I move through designs and jump around, especially when I'm working on my single needle machines, to try and save thread changes, right? I want to do this purple and this purple and this purple all on the same run and not change my threads, 15 times if I don't have to. But with applique, you want to make sure that, obviously this fabric has to come before this one, and this one has to come after the yellow. So with this particular design, the first step would be the placement of the scallop and then the tack down of the scallop. Then I believe what was next was the placement of the yellow of the tiger, and then the tack down. And then you trim that, and now you can do the placement and tack down of the white, and then the purple bow was the last step. So keep those things in mind when you're doing projects that have multiple pieces of applique, and make sure that you're not confusing yourself when you open it up in your embroidery software program and you don't know which step is which. Keep it in mind that sometimes it can be placement, tack down before you get to that finishing step. It's not always going to be those three in order. See, how am I doing on time? If for all of my people here that are on the Sip and Stitch Squad, y'all know I could talk a lot. So I want to make sure I'm staying on time here. So let's see, the last little tidbit I wanted to give y'all is a lot of people get confused when they open up their applique design in their computer. It's going to have the placement stitch is like orange, and the tack down stitch is blue, and then the finishing stitch is the color that you want it to be. So in this case would be the purple. However, when you're working on a single needle machine, you don't have to follow that color order. Your machine needs that color order so it knows when to stop between those steps. If you had all three of those steps the same color, your machine's not going to stop, and it's going to keep going, and you never had your chance to lay down your fabric and trim it, right? So for your machine, for your software, those steps need to be in 3 different colors. However, when you're on your machine, I would do all of this in purple. I would do my placement, my tack down, my finishing stitch. Sometimes I'll go and do all of my placement and tack down, and I'll do it all in white. And then I'll go and load my final colors. So try to keep it to where I have the least amount of color changes as possible. Now, for satin stitch, it does not matter what color you use for your placement and your tack down stitch, because it is going to get covered up by that pretty satin column. However, when you are doing blanket, bean, zigzag, you do want to keep your placement stitch and tack down stitch the same color as what your finishing stitch is going to be, because sometimes it will poke through and you will see it. It's really hard to tell on here, but if I use like a crazy wild color for my tack down, you would see it right on the inside of this blanket stitch. But you can't, because I use the same color pink for those 3 steps. I use the same color purple for those 3, pink, and so on. So I do make sure I pay attention to those thread colors when I'm doing the kinds of applique where it may show through. Satin, not a problem. Blanket, zigzag, and then of course the bean stitch, you will see it should go right over with the final stitch over your tack down, but in case it does shift a smidge or the color is really, really bright, it might show through. So that's when you're going to want to keep all those steps and colors the same. So I think that I covered everything I had on my list. Are there any questions? I know the chat was going on the whole time I was talking. I'm sorry I couldn't keep up with it, but does anyone have any questions?
Hey, Karlie, great job.
Thank you.
Hey, and it was a ton of things, comments coming across as usual, but hey, I've got some questions for you myself. So I know, and it's not about applique, I know that you have a ton of machines there that you use, and if I recall right, you have a few that we're actually have on special here, and I know 2 of them are brothers. You have the Persona PRS 100, and you have that 𝐏𝐸 3600D. I just wanted to get your opinion on what you think about those.
I love them. Love them. I had the 𝐏𝐸 3600D set up on my table to show the actual going through those 3 applique steps, but my camera decided to die right before the show, so I couldn't put it on for you. But I have my 𝐏𝐸 3600D right here. I love it. It's a huge step up. When I first started, I started with the Brother PE 770, which is now discontinued. So they have the PE 800 now. This is a really great entry-level machine for most people. The really nice upgrade to that PE 800, if you have one, is the 3600D. It expands your embroidery field. You get to go up to a 6x10, and it cuts jump stitches, which I cannot tell you, after 6 years of cutting jump stitches on my PE 770, it's an amazing feature. And it stitches faster, so that if you are having a little side business at home, embroidering things and selling them, you know, as we've talked about, I've heard y'all talk about in previous segments, time is money, and you want to get things done faster. And so that's where the 𝐏𝐸 3600 is a nice step up from the PE 800, in that you get faster, bigger, cuts jump stitches.
And what's your thoughts about that PRS 100?
That's my baby. So that's Pearl the Persona. She is amazing. That was actually the machine I got. That was my second machine, free arm. Okay, so if we're going in order of moving up, you know, starting with the PE800, 𝐓𝐸𝐞3600D, wonderful upgrade. But then you get to the Persona and you have that free arm, and it expands the kinds of things and eases your ability to hoop things. So as y'all can imagine, where's my onesie? Doing a onesie on a flatbed machine is not fun. It is not fun at all. You have to turn the onesie inside out. You have to gather all the fabric, keep it out of the way of the needle, babysitting the whole time, you know, using chopsticks or anything you can to keep the fabric out of the way. On the Persona, they have these wonderful things called DURKEE easy frames that y'all were talking about earlier. And you can put the hoop, the frame, inside the onesie and slide it on the machine. And so all of this is hanging underneath the free arm, underneath where the bobbin is, because the bobbin is in that free arm area. And that makes embroidering so much easier, especially when it comes to onesies, shirts, bags, like school bags, any kind of bag that has a zippered pocket that you want to embroider. I would never be able to do that on a flatbed machine, and I can do that on the Persona.
Well, you know, Karlie, in another machine that you have, we have those. You know, I think you have that 𝐓𝐸𝐞 10 needle, and 𝐓𝐸𝐞 made a 10 needle for, you know, 𝐓𝐸𝐷 and Viking, and that's some of the machines we have on special right now. We have some factory resurfaced ones. We have, I think we have 1 or 2 of the 𝐓𝐸𝐞s left. We have 1 or 2 of the 𝐓𝐷 left, and we have, I think, about 20 of the Vikings left. And we have an incredible price on these right now. They are normally $79.99. They come with the stand and the cap frame. We have them for $69.99 for the Hoop Fest special. And Karlie, great price on these. 60-month, 0% interest financing and ship free right to your door. But I wanted to get your thoughts. I know you've been running one for a while. What's your thoughts and how do you like that one?
I love my 𝐓𝐸𝐞 10 needle. So that was my next step up from the Persona, and that I still got that free arm, but having 10 needles is amazing. It's amazing. And the deal you have, I didn't realize it came with the stand and the cap frame. That is really good deal.
Yeah, we felt like we, you know, made a special buy on these, and we, you know, normally my philosophy is if I can make a special buy from the manufacturer, we're going to pass that savings right on to the customer. And that's what we're doing in this case. And we're super excited to be able to offer this. And we got them in the warehouse right now, ready to ship. And, you know, usually I think we got a batch in earlier in the year, and they just, you know, sold out just as soon as we got them in. They went really quick. So these are going extremely quick. And I think they gave me an update yesterday. I think we had 1 or 2 of the 𝐓𝐸𝐞 left. We have 1 or 2 of the 𝐓𝐷 brand left. And we have, I think, about 20 Viking left. But again, they're all the same machine. They just have them labeled differently because the 𝐓𝐸𝐞 actually made those for 𝐓𝐷 and Viking. And, you know, 𝐓𝐸𝐞 is very well known in the industry world or the industrial world. They in the commercial world with embroidery, because they make the multi-heads and different ones. So, you know, I think everybody probably knows that name. So great machines. And I just wanted to get your opinion about it, because I know you've been running one.
Yeah, I love it. The fact that I don't have to change thread colors, having those 10 needles, that makes your projects go a lot faster. And the bigger embroidery field, because with my Persona, I went up to 8x8. But with my 𝐓𝐸𝐞, I have 8x12. So that like opened up a whole new can of worms of things that I can embroider.
Well, hey, Karlie, thank you so much for being part of Hoop Fest. And thank you for, you know, that was a great presentation on the appliques. And I know everybody got a lot out of it. But, you know, one thing, we're kind of, everybody in the studio is a little mad at you right now. I just kind of want to tell you that, because you had to flash up Cafe du Monde up there, and you had the beignets. And I started telling them how great beignets were down in, you know, by Jackson Square. Now everybody's wanting a donut. So
I'm sorry.
You made everybody hungry in here. We're like, oh man, we wish we had a beignet right now. So, but thank you again. Great presentation. And as usual, we love working with you, and hopefully we'll be working with you again real soon.
Thank you so much for having me. I was so excited to be a part of this Hoop Fest this year. So thanks so much for having it. And everybody stay tuned, because they have a lot more. All
right. So Karlie Belle was in the house. Great to have her here. And hey, all the Sip and Stitch squad, I always want to say crews, the squad. Hey, I know that a bunch of y'all were on here too. We hope you'll stick around too and watch the rest of it and stay here all week with us. And so we got some great things ahead of y'all. But real quick, guys, we are going to take a commercial break to give everybody a little chance to stretch your legs and get up and use the restroom, get a bite to eat. I think we're all going to see if we can find some candy or some beignets or some donuts or something around here. And we'll be right back in 10 minutes, and then we're going to give some giveaways away. So y'all stick around.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Gooddesign. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Hi everyone, I have some super exciting news. I'm happy to announce 2 brand new webinars you won't want to miss. First, our new embroidery digitizing for beginners workshop and our new 3D puffy foam embroidery digitizing webinars. Our new embroidery digitizing for beginners workshop is an accelerated learning experience that incorporates both live and virtual education so that you'll be sure to get the most out of the entire process, seeing and doing at your own pace and your own time. This is the most cost-effective way to give digitizing a try, while receiving a foundation in theory that'll make you a better embroiderer whether you choose to take up digitizing or not. Now, our 3D puffy foam embroidery digitizing webinar is a lecture demo session that will cover all the bases. From creation to production, I'll share all the recipes I've mastered over the last 27 years that will apply to any software brand. I got so good at it that I won my first commercial grand prize for a multi-level 3D foam design back in 1998. He's actually one of the defining reasons I'm an educator in the industry today. So I hope you join us for these upcoming webinars. For more information, just click the link and I hope to see you there.
Well, welcome back after our break, and we had no luck getting donuts or beignets, but we did get some chocolate thanks to Candace. And so, hey, we are all ready to go. Are y'all ready to win some stuff? We're going to give some prizes away, and this is going to be a fast round. We're going to call these things out real quick because we're kind of behind schedule a little bit. We got to catch up, so make sure everybody's on time. So here we go. The first thing we're going to give away right now is a sewing mat, our world famous sewing mats from Sewing Machines Plus. And our winner is Deborah Fig, coming to us from Facebook. So congratulations, Deborah. And I'm going to tell y'all how you can claim your prize after I call them all out. Our next giveaway is going to be one of the SMP swag bags. And we're going to give 2 of these away. These are the great bags. You've seen our event bags. We're going to have a bunch of stuff inside of it. You can see on the picture right there. And our first winner is coming to us from YouTube, and it's Desiree Violet. And then our other winner is Pamela Ewing Warner from Facebook. So 2 winners right there. All right, our next prize is going to be our SMP magnetic pin cushion, and our winner's coming to us from Facebook, and it's Tony Lutz. So congratulations, Tony. Our next winner is the big boy we're giving away. It's the Encore 260A. This is our own brand machine. It's made for us, special for Sewing Machines Plus, and our winner's coming to us from YouTube. And this is Barb Torrey. And so, Barb, we're going to also throw in that extension table with it for you. And that's a $349 value. So great prize right there for Barb. So next thing we're giving away is the Anita Gooddesign swag bag kit. And the winner is Jen Silver from YouTube. All right, let's keep things moving around. Next up is the Floriani 100 spool thread set. And our winner is Vera Brown from Facebook. All right, we're keeping it going. The next item is the Embroiderer Shop. It's their Hoop Fun Club membership. And this is going to be from YouTube, Sheila Brown. Congratulations. Oh, Sheila Green, I'm sorry. Look at the wrong line. Sheila Green. So I got it was a color. I mean, you got to give me that, right? Okay. So Sheila, congratulations on that. Our next prize up for grabs, it is from Embroidery Garden, and it's that Monster School CD. Thanks to Reen Wilcoxon is sending this to us, and our winner's coming to us from Facebook, and it's Mickey Smith. So congratulations, Mickey. All right, and our last item we're giving away for our giveaway session is from Embroidery Garden as well, and it's the USB stick, and our winner is it Chanel? Chanel? Oh, I can't. Walters? Chanel? Yeah. All right, so Chanel Walters from YouTube. So congratulations, Chanel. All right, guys, that was pretty quick, wasn't it? Was that fast enough? I hope everybody. So if you didn't hear everything, you can go back and watch the replay and see if you did it. But if you need to claim your prize, we want you to send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to SewingMachinesPlus.com. So contest@SewingMachinesPlus.com. And in the title, put I won. Down in the body, put your name, your shipping address, where you want your prize shipped to, and then just tell us what you won. So if you won the sewing machine, put the sewing machine on there. We're going to match it up with our records, but it just saves time and makes it go a lot faster. So, all right, guys, we are ready to go. We've got Anita Gooddesign back on the show, and we are going to bring Drea back in. So, Drea, welcome back to this afternoon session of Hoop Fest, and we hope that you're ready to go.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to let you go and show us. I think you got a little trunk show for us, show some samples, and talk about all these great specials we have.
That's right. Ready to roll. Have some good things here to show you. Brand new stuff. All right, so what we have here are some sneak peeks. So the things that I'm going to be showing you are being released in July. So this morning, if you were able to catch that session, I showed some things that we've just come out with in June and a few other goodies, some beautiful quilts, some good projects, some other things. And I'll show 1 or 2 of those, but I want to make sure that if you did miss that, you know you can catch it and watch it again. So this is a beautiful piece that we released in June. This one is already out. This just shows you some tropical mirrored blocks here. These have 2 versions of each design on them. So each block you can see has a left and a right side. One is more realistic. One is more kind of embroidery applique style with satin stitching, and then some realistic stitching and some hidden applique. So we like to combine our techniques. Now, that's a goodie that's already out. But here come some sneak peeks. So these are not even officially for sale yet, but they're coming very soon. We like to work ahead here at Anita Good Design. And I'm sure a lot of you know, July, we like to do a lot of holiday and a lot of fun stuff just to get everybody started and to get everything going soon. So here's some good things I want to show you. The first one we have is a special edition. So it's going to be a large collection, and it is called Hodgepodge Christmas. Now, it's a hodgepodge because it is kind of crazy quilting, but it has these quilt blocks. Let me unfold here that show you all kinds of folded fabric, crazy quilt style. They have these adorable little embroidery designs that you can merge in. My favorite part about this collection is you can completely customize it. So each of these blocks you can make entirely uniquely because the quilt block itself is one file, and then you can merge in these separate designs on top. So they're included in the collection, but they're not prearranged, so you can make them look however you wanted to, which is really, really fun. Now, each of these also, these smaller designs, you see the raccoon and the wreath, they are also come in two forms. So there is this mergeable type that you see here. You can stitch them on absolutely anything. They have applique and embroidery there. And then there's also an embroidered ornament version. So I'm going to show you a sneak peek from our All Access book that's not out yet. But you can see here these are ornaments that are 3D, and they look just like those mergeable embroidered designs. So you get a ton of bang for your buck in this Hodgepodge Christmas collection. I think it will be a lot of fun. Those ornaments are a nice good size too. They'd be great for a gift tag or for any project you can think of. Some other good things on the way. Remember, these are for July, so you're getting a sneak preview by being a part of Hoop Fest. The next one we have is Benny Bunny. Now, if you've been with Anita Good Design for a while, you may have seen our Animal Adventure. Animal Adventure is an older collection. Each of these animals have their own little story and their own personality, but we have added Benny Bunny. So he's brand new. This collection is also a multitude of types of designs. So you have your quilting, and then you also have beautiful variety of quilt blocks with silhouettes and details, but you also have embroidery designs that go along with Benny Bunny. Now, I mentioned Animal Adventure, so this is an extra character for that set. So if you have Animal Adventure already, or if you don't, you should get it. It's great. Has a bunch of these little animals in it, different characters. This will merge and match and fit, same type of format as that collection, so you can add this into what you already have. But you don't have to already have Animal Adventure for Benny Bunny. He is his own entity, so super cute. I want to show you that it has that variety of designs, so not just quilting, but various embroidery designs. He is the cutest. Maybe he's also looking for a donut. I was watching the end of that last session, and now I too have a sweet tooth. But we have some other goodies as well. So we have Hodgepodge, we have our Benny Bunny, we have some more realistic designs as well. We like to keep things different here at Anita Good Design. We don't ever want to make you feel like you just have one style. So this is Vintage Coral Reef. What you can see is we hoop some linen here, and these are thread only, so embroidery only designs. They don't have any applique in them. You can see there are only 3 embroidery steps in these. So they look super detailed. Nice ocean and sea creatures here. They look super detailed, but they're really easy to stitch out. In fact, your machine will do it all for you. You just have to program it and tell it what colors. So again, as I'm sure most of you know and are familiar with Anita Good Design, everything we do, of course, is hand digitized. I have to show you these because they are one of my favorites. Everything is hand digitized by our team of digitizers. So you'll see all the care, they're basically all hand drawn and hand done. Just beautiful work that looks like it would just take so much effort to create and embroider, and it's so, so easy. So there's some of those. Let's see what other goodies I have over here. Now, this one's also exciting. It is another holiday. Remember, we do a lot in July. This is one that has been anticipated for quite a while. We have some Christmas gnomes, little holiday gnomes. Look how sweet they are. Now, they have embroidery, you can see. They also have applique, so we use some different materials to get these applique portions. I just think these are the cutest little things. They are too funny. You can see we use some metallics and some nice shiny materials and batiks. We at Anita love to use literally any material you can possibly stitch on and like to experiment. We are just like you all in that we like variety and we like to make it fun. So I am loving these little Christmas gnomes. Now remember, if you're on here looking at this sneak preview, these are not quite out yet. So you have just a little bit of time before they're released. You're getting an extra sneak preview of July designs because you're attending Hoop Fest. So you already know what's up and on the way. If you want to see more of the June designs, hop on this morning so you can rewind, go back to this morning session, and you'll see me showing kind of a June trunk show. But this is some good stuff to look forward to. I'm obsessed with these gnomes. Some other goodies that we have. This one is called Cursive Christmas, and they are some various holiday sayings. This is probably my favorite. I'm going to have to make it for my house. It says, Merry, Happy, Everything. Covers all your bases right there. Merry, Happy, Everything. All the things. I might leave it up all year long, right? It's another just embroidery design. We've digitized it in such a way that you can make it with an ombre effect by using 4 or 5 different colors of thread. Or you can stitch it all out in one color just by continuing on through those steps. You can get a different result. So same pack, a couple of different designs. They all have a kind of a hidden word motif. You can see it, but it doesn't pop out at you too much. It's another just embroidery collection, so no applique. These would be great on pillows or holiday decor, and they are various holiday themes and sayings. So remember, you can do the ombre look or not if you don't want to. Some other good things we have going on here. We've done some holiday cards. So we like to embroider on cards, and there are different types of designs, of course, that are digitized. The ones that are digitized on the cards specifically are created with a limited amount of density, so they will stitch out appropriately on a card. You would not want to take a Christmas gnome or something like that and try to put it on a card. That is going to make you a mess of confetti. But our digitizing for cards is specific. You can see it's a very light stitch, kind of a bean stitch, hand stitched effect, and it is just on a regular card. Now on the inside, you could add a little piece of paper or a fabric scrap, and it's a beautiful gift. There is some base fabric in here. We used felt just to give it a cozy effect. But again, we have a lot of card designs as well. And if you like these and you don't just want Christmas or holiday, we have some on our website from other months that have already come out. But this is a new set just for this coming July. Let's see what other goodies I have. I have so much stuff. Christmas in July is just fun. These are super cute. They are called Christmas Shorties. You can see here they're 4x4 design. So this collection comes in that one size. They're 4x4. A really good perk about the 4x4 designs is that they come with a blank quilt block that you can use to merge these designs onto them in your machine. So you can create yourself a whole quilt or a set of little quilt blocks, or you can embroider them onto absolutely anything else. So we use some matte threads here, so they are not shiny like a lot of our others. There's some applique again and embroidery. And you'll see those little blanket stitches and some little different embroidery accents. Super, super cute collection. They just make me grin. So these are Christmas Shorties. Remember, I'm showing you sneak peeks for July, so not out yet, but these are on the way. Absolutely adorable. It's not just Christmas though. There's some other goodies here as well. So I also have a newer technique that we have come up with here to Need a Good Design. It's called loop fringe. Now, normally when you do a fringe design, you'll see something fringed, and then you kind of take a seam ripper or something to the front and kind of fringe and cut through those stitches. This is a completely different concept because instead of just cut pieces, try to show it at an angle. You can see the little loops that the stitching makes. So what you do for this loop fringe, it's again digitized especially for that technique, so it won't work with every design, but it's just something new. These are fringe bouquets. What you do, you stitch it out, and you can see this. There are satin stitches, and if you look super close, there's a large stitch here, like on little flowers, and you can see just on the inside, there's a teeny tiny little satin that holds those stitches in. So what you do once you've stitched it out, you take it out of your hoop, flip over to the back, and then you, believe it or not, cut straight through the little satin stitch, the bobbin on the correct satin stitches. Now you don't want to fringe everything, otherwise you'll take out your whole design, but you only fringe the areas that are designated with that technique. And then from the front, once you've cut through your bobbin stitches, from the front, you just ruffle it up very gently and you get these beautiful 3D loops. So in order to keep the traditional fringe designs, to keep them secure and sturdy, what you can do after you've stitched them out, you can put a piece of fusible backing or interfacing on the back, and it will keep those stitches so nothing can bother that bobbin again. They're even washable. I would say launder by hand, but it's a beautiful technique, something different that we have just released this past spring. And then this is a brand new set that's coming out in July. So some beautiful, beautiful designs, holiday themed, some other goodies. We even show you, we made an apron using this collection. So we do all kinds of goodies. I'm going to show you a couple other things as well momentarily. I do want to remind you a little bit, if you missed this morning, I want to tell you about how you can get these designs in a huge bundle. There's a great way to get them. We call it All Access. And I know you've heard that referenced. Each month we come out with a collection, a bunch of collections. So you can see here, this is one from June. We've come out with all these individual collections, just like the individuals that I showed you here. You can buy those individually, or you can get an amazingly wonderful bundle to get them at a discount, and you get your goodies oftentimes before anyone else has even seen them. So All Access, I want to give you a really quick refresher. For the full details, I would encourage you to watch this morning session, or you can also go on the SewingMachinesPlus.com, their website. They have some information, as we do on our website as well. There are several different options. Again, there's a digital option. You get your whole year of all the goodies that we come out with. So you'll get all this stuff in July. You'll get all the other goodies. You'll get, you can get a print version like we have here. The digital version is $4.99 for the entire calendar year. The printed version has two options. There's one for $9.99. You get a printed book with all your designs for a full calendar year. And there's another version, which is $1,400 for the entire year. Printed version, all your designs. And we give you a completely amazing gift card with that for $1,400. So yes, you heard me right. You pay $1,400, get your year, so you'll get all these goodies and all the things to come for your year, whatever month you start. It'll run a whole year from that date. And then you get that gift card for $1,400 to spend with us on our website. So anything you may have missed, you can use that gift card on. And there's another bonus as well if you sign up for All Access from Hoop Fest, from looking at some of these amazing designs and just seeing how easy it is. You get an extra gift card by mentioning, hey, I was at Hoop Fest, that's where I'm signing up. We'll give you an additional $50 gift card. Crazy good deals for attending Hoop Fest and being a part of this event, which is absolutely phenomenal. I do want to remind you that every month is a little bit different. As you saw here, we have, I didn't even show you these, we have some black work designs. We have all types of things. So if you're, maybe you didn't see anything, I know you did in all these goodies, but maybe you're not sure about the gnomes, but there's always going to be something new and exciting in All Access. We don't ever repeat our designs. Everything is brand new each month. So everything is a little bit different. We try to give you new techniques and new information. And what I really love is we never leave you wondering, how did they do that? In every design, whether you get it individually or in All Access, we give you a step-by-step tutorial. We show you start to finish. Hey, here's what we did to get this result. And if you follow our machine steps, if you follow our pictures and our tutorial steps that we include for every single design, you'll get the exact same beautiful professional result that we do. So remember, everything has a tutorial. So I don't want to hear any of this or see any comments, oh, I could never do that. We hear people say that so often, and you 100% can do this. You can do any of these designs, whether you're a novice embroiderer or whether this is something you've been doing for years and years. These tutorials and these amazing machines, you can accomplish so many great designs. Make sure that you share things with us that you choose to make. We do want to see your content. We want to hear any feedback from you as well. And I do have one more awesome thing to share with you too for Hoop Fest. So whether or not you choose to join All Access, and if you do, those links above, they'll give you some great information, great details. I also have an additional coupon code for you, and I mentioned it this morning, but I want to mention it one more time as well. There is a coupon code for our website, the AnitaGoodDesign.com website. The coupon code is very simple, but write it down. It's HoopFest 2021. That code will give you 50% off any product, not club, but any product that you purchase on our website. So that is valid from right now until the end of June. You can, again, any product on our website, HoopFest 2021, and we'll keep telling you every day. That way you can use that as many times as you want. You can share it with your friends, etc. So we want to make sure that you do have a couple of minutes to ask and answer some questions. I know there are many people in the comments asking. There are some amazing staff with Sewing Machines Plus that are answering just as with us as well. So I'm going to take just a couple of minutes and try to answer some of these fabulous comments. Don't forget that code too, HoopFest 2021. Someone said, do you pay for the club and the designs? Oh, great question, Veronica. When you join the All Access Club, every design that we put out that month and that year for the duration of your membership is going to come to you. So you get access. If you were to join today, you would start in July, since we've already sent out June, unless you really wanted to start in June. You'll start in July, and then these designs belong to you forever. So what we have on our website, we have a portal for you to have an account. Your designs can stay there and live there. So in case you ever lose them or something happens, we can help you get them again. So these designs, no matter how long you're in the club, are always yours. You always have the books. You have access to stitch them out as many times as you need, to download them as many times as you need. So that the fees and the memberships that we mentioned, that gives you a whole year of Anita Good Design content to use forever. So we love having our members. We want to make sure you're involved. Let's see. Can you extend all access membership by buying through HoopFest? Yes, ma'am. Miss Susan, if you're already a member and you want to get some of these HoopFest details, give us a call, or you can go on the SewingMachinesPlus.com website and we will not double. We'll just add on to the end of your current membership, so it would go for further, if that makes sense. And I did hear them mention this morning, just to reiterate, if you are interested in all access and you're like, I'm not sure if I can swing that financially, even though it's a great deal, make sure you contact SewingMachinesPlus.com, because they are working on, they have financing, they have some great options, and I know they'll mention again, and that you can see on those links. So you have different options to get what works best for you, for sure. So again, that coupon code is for anything that is not the club, doesn't work on that, and you'll always get the better of the deal, but we can't double stack. Let's see, another question. Can you sell items you make with these designs? Absolutely. So Miss Cindy, if you were to make 10,000 of this particular bunny and stitch it out on shirts or onesies, you can sell all of those things. We love that. The only thing you can't sell is the design itself, like the file itself. You can't do that. But anything you create, you absolutely can't. So you can definitely sell your creations. Yes. You are correct, Ms. Deidre. There are a couple of exceptions. It does not work on the thread bundle. That is not only our product. So that is a collaborative design. The All Access membership is a one-time charge for the year. If you choose to break that one-time charge up into financing, that's through Sewing Machines Plus. You can possibly do that dependent on your preferences. So there are different ways. We try to make it as easy as we can to get everybody, part of the club. Again, we don't create anything that's licensed. We're not Disney or anywhere like that. These are Anita Good Design creations. So you can sell, if you put this on a shirt, you can sell that, but you cannot sell our files. Hope that makes some sense. If not, give us a call. We'll be glad to clarify any further if you choose to. Ooh, somebody likes the marine designs. I love those. We stitch them out on linen. Super simple, nice and easy. If you have any other questions or any concerns, anything you want to reach out to us with, we do want to hear from you. We're trying to ask and answer as many as possible. Let's see, what was the discount again if you get the digital all access? Digital all access is $499 for the entire calendar year. Tell us that you want to sign up through HoopFest and you'll get an extra $50 gift card to use on our website. So that gives you an entire year. Kimberly says, I love the panels behind you. Aren't these cool? These are a Stephen Wilson studio design. So this is not Anita Gooddesign, but it is something that Stephen Wilson, our owner and our founder, created independently in his studio, and we love it. What type of stabilizer on the linen? We use tearaway. I'll just show you the back. We use tearaway on this, and then our intention with these was to frame. It kind of depends on what you would put it on. But again, we use tearaway, and what we do is make sure we stabilize with some iron-on, some fusible backing, stabilize that linen before we stitch. And we tell you all that in those tutorials that I mentioned. We tell you exactly what we have done and exactly how you can get the same result as we do. We always want to make sure that you can be successful as well. Loving the seahorse. Me too. Thanks so much for having me again this afternoon. It was a pleasure to be with you all.
Well, hey, great job. And again, you know, what wonderful things that Anita Gooddesign always has and showing today. And I want to remind everybody really quick how you can get all these digital downloads and all the yearly access and the all access and all the things. Is give us a call or go on our website. You can buy them assisted, or you can give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we do have on that $4.99 digital edition, you can get 12-month financing on it. On the $9.99 yearly subscription, you can get the 18-month subscription, and that $1,400 all access, you can get 60 months, 0% interest on that. And so got all those great things for you to make it easy for you to buy this. And give us a call again at 800-401-8151. If you can't get through the phone lines, you need to speak to somebody. Kyle is putting those Google Sheet links up in the chat, and just click on that link. You can go in there and put your name, give us your contact number, and put us what you're interested in. If you're interested in that Anita Gooddesign, they'll know, and we'll give you a call just as soon as we get freed up off the phones. And they're calling through the list now. I think Kyle told me there was 160 names on the list. So they are working through, trying to get through everybody called today. If we don't get you called today, they will be working all the way through Saturday. We're going to have a full staff, working through Saturday to try to help get everybody called back. So, all right, guys. Hey, I got to show y'all something really cool now. So y'all know we had Clarrisa on this morning for Floriani, and we had Trevor on, and they were, Trevor had digitized the Hoop Fest logo. And then, Clarrisa, if you saw her thing, she had a towel, and she actually put the Hoop Fest logo on the towel, and then she did the Floriani logo. And she goes, well, hey, Blaine, I'm going to send you a beach towel. Well, she said, today on the show, she goes, yeah, I shipped it out yesterday. Well, lo and behold, this thing came in today, and they just brought it and delivered it to me. I got to show it to you. This thing is so cool. Look at that. So if David could zoom in on any of those logos, I mean, this thing is so neat, and the logos are so great. So Trevor digitized these, and the Clarrisa hooped those out or embroidered them out. So great job. And so we sure do appreciate that. So I guess she overnighted those things over to us. And so anyway, got me a beach towel, guys. And as hot as it is, I need to go swimming now, right? All right. So, hey, we're going to keep this thing going. Guys, we have Deborah Jones up next with Dime. And Deborah really doesn't need any introduction. Deborah is just an expert when it comes to embroidery. She was on the industrial and commercial side of it for many years. She moved over to the residential side of it, and she is an expert when it comes to stabilizers and all the things that she does. And she's going to talk today about how to get professional results with any machine. So it doesn't have to be a commercial machine. She's going to talk about how you can get those professional results with any domestic machine as well. So welcome back to Hoop Fest Day 4, Deborah Jones.
Well, hi, Blaine. And actually, you're right. We're going to talk about how to get professional results making patches on any machine.
Oh,
you don't need any special equipment. Sometimes we shy away from certain types of projects because we think we need something that the big shops have, but when it comes to patches, anybody can make them and make them so that they'll last and last.
Well, hey, Deborah, too. And I've got to apologize to you for yesterday. I know that you got choked up and had a little coughing spell, and you told me to take over. And I wasn't listening, didn't know. So I came back and started asking you questions. So I know that was a struggle for you. So I apologize for that.
Well,
Hope you're
It's
doing
okay.
well today.
Don't worry. You know, you and I go way back, so there's no worries, Blaine. I certainly was able to recover. Okay,
All right, well, good.
so I'm good. You know, but I certainly enjoy talking about patches. You know, I made myself this little diva patch, and I've just attached it with a little bit of double-faced tape. And so that's one of the fun things you can do with patches. You know, you can make them temporary or as permanent as you want them to be. So this is a little patch that I made just for fun, and I love the fact that it is shaped to the actual design in the patch. So this was made using a very special material called polypatch twill, and it is something I will share with you in a PowerPoint that I'm going to show you here on the other computer. So I'll get that up now, and we will go with this PowerPoint so I can explain this process to you in very simple. So if our director will put the PowerPoint screen up, thank you. And I'm going to walk you through how you can make all of these great patches with just your embroidery machine. Whether you have a single needle, a multi-needle, makes no difference. Anybody can do this. And in fact, all of the patches you're seeing here, I did make on my single needle, even though, let's see if I turn the camera a little bit, you can see I have a multi-needle sitting over there. But this is something very easy that everyone can do. So let's get started and see how we do it. So why would you even want to make patches? Number one, well, patches are cool and they're in, and everybody loves patches. They're a fun thing, and you can attach embroidery to hard to hoop items using a patch, like luggage or, you know, backpack. If you can't get that in your machine, really easy to do. Shoes, all kinds of things. So patches also make fun gifts. So you could make something really personal and stick it in an envelope and mail it to somebody, and it's really going to be a cool surprise. So what is polypatch twill? You heard me mention it a moment ago, that's what I made my little diva patch with. Okay, so it is a 100% polyester twill backed with a firm stabilizer. So this is what the pros use. This is what they use in shops where they make hundreds or even thousands of patches that have to last for fire departments, police departments, all these professional patches that are made. Well, you can make any kind of patch you want to make using the very same material, and it's not going to wrinkle, it's not going to separate, and these sheets that you're going to get are 9 inches by 24 inches, and you can use every inch of that material, and I'm going to show you how. So there's 3 different sets. Each one has a different range of colors. So there is the uniform color set, and this may sound boring on the surface, but it's really not. It's really a great set. It's got that beautiful rich tan. It's got a khaki. It's got your red, your black and white. So a lot of useful colors in there. So I think that's a great set. And then the next set is athletic, which has your royal blue, your red, your rich purple, gold, Columbia blue, some of my favorites in that set, orange. Okay, so those are included in the athletic set. And then the brights set is got to be probably the yummiest, because it's got lavender, a kind of a turquoise blue, a pink, a hot pink, and really great colors. And it also includes white. So that's a great set. But personally, I use all 3, and I'll show you some examples here in a few moments. So how do you use it? Well, you can use it any method you want. You can make patches in a moment's notice, because you can make patches from designs you already own, and there's really no wrong way to use it. So method number one I'm going to talk about is just hoop it and stitch it. Throw it in a hoop and stitch a design that's got a satin stitch border to it. And that's going to let you trim close to the border. So just cut that patch out, trim right up next to the stitching. I recommend using a short blade, sharp point embroidery scissor. That's going to get you the best result. But look at that patch. It's beautiful. I mean, nobody would fault that patch on not looking professional. So that's a great method, and it's certainly fast and easy. But the second method is to pre-cut that patch shape. And you can use the placement line from any applique design to pre-cut that patch. And then you can, or you can make a pattern from that placement line and trace it right onto the back of your twill. Or you can even stitch that placement line right on your twill and cut along that placement line. So lots of different ways to do that. So one way that I love to pre-cut patches, and this was something that I was a little nervous to do at first, but man, when I saw how easy, I've been pre-cutting a lot of my patches on my brother's Scan and Cut. So I just take that placement line, save it out, and put it over in my cutter, and you can cut very cleanly. Poly patch twill cuts great. It cuts clean on the electronic cutters. So here's how you're going to make that patch using a pre-cut. And this is really not the only way to make them. I've made tons where I just cut out along the edge of the patch. But here's the method I use to make a clean finished patch. So I stitch the placement line and I write onto a hooped piece of heavy water soluble. This isn't the same kind as you use for a topping. This is the heavy stuff. Some people use it to make freestanding embroidery, which is exactly what we're doing. We're making freestanding embroidery. That's what this patch is going to be. So stitch that placement line right on the hooped heavy water soluble. Then spray the back of your patch that's been pre-cut with some temporary spray adhesive and put that right on top of your placement line. So that couldn't be easier. That's so simple. Then you're going to put your tack down stitch on, and that's going to hold it in place until you finish that patch. And of course, this is a cute little patch that a little boy would love. And once you finish stitching that design and the satin stitch border, just a regular density satin stitch border is fine. Then you're going to just pop that patch right out of that heavy duty water soluble. So that is really a cool way to make a clean finished patch. And when it's finished, this is what you've got. So it is a clean finished patch that has the fabric all enclosed in that satin stitch border. So that gives it a great professional look. Now, if you want to make it a iron-on patch, just pull that water soluble off of the back of it, and the back of the patch is then going to be clean, okay? And you're going to iron a piece of patch attach to the back of it. So cut a piece of patch attach a little larger than your patch, turn it over, iron it onto the back. I just use my little craft iron and a piece of nonstick sheet. And then when it's done, just let it cool. Don't get impatient. I'm very impatient. I always want to start to remove that patch attach before it's cool, but wait until it's cool, and then it tears off really cleanly, and you're just left with a little bit of film, adhesive film, but you see how clean the edge of that border is, and it will iron on using any household iron, and that's a great gift for anyone. So the last way to apply the patch attach is to pre-cut it. You know, Reen Wilcoxon gave me this idea. She said she pre-cuts her patch attach, and I was blown away by that. So sure enough, I put some right on my brother's Scan and Cut, and wow. Then it's cut precisely to the size, and you just iron it onto the back, and you can leave that protective covering on it when you pop it in the envelope to mail it. So it's a great way to distribute patches with iron-on patches with the patch attach on there. So Blaine, you know, I think that our viewers will see that it's a great way to make patches, and you guys have all of the materials that they need to make a great patch. You know, you've got the poly patch twill, and if you buy the patch maker kit, you're going to get the heavy duty water soluble, you're going to get the patch attach, and with those 3 ingredients you can make iron-on patches that are going to be professional quality. And just so you remember, the patch attach kit is composed of the heavy duty water soluble. It's about 80 microns thick, whereas what you use for topper is about 20 microns. So you can see it's a lot heavier. And then the patch attach, you're going to get 10 yards of each of those. That's a lot. You're going to be able to do dozens and dozens of patches with that patch maker kit, which is really a great value. So now then, let's talk about how to select designs for patches. It's really easy. So the applique fonts that you may have in your software or that you may have bought from some internet sites really will make great patches. So here's the way that a applique design works. As you probably know, you get that placement line, and then that's covered with a tack down like you saw in the pre-cut method, and then it's covered with a satin stitch. So this is how you can make a freestanding patch of anything, but even alphabets. So, you know, I made these letters, and can you imagine if you had to put a big bold word, let's say on a horse blanket as an example, which I've had to do, you could just make big patch letters and apply them, you know, stitch them on, iron them on, and it would be a great way to get those really big letters that would take a lot of time and thread to stitch. But now you can make them out of a very substantial, heavy-duty material that's really going to last the life of that item. And here are some patches that would be able to be made without any border, like you wouldn't need a rectangle or an oval or a circle around them. These patches or these designs have a satin border. So you see the little whale, the doggy, the sugar skull, those have a natural satin outline. So that's pretty cool because you can just cut, you can just hoop them and cut along that satin border. So this is a really easy way. You know, Pamela says that her mind is going in so many different directions. Absolutely, because literally anything can be a patch. Now, I'm going to show you how you can add a border to any design in software. So here's how, one way. I'm going to show you 2 different ways, but here's one way. I brought this design onto the screen, and I just went to a drawing tool and I drew a rounded corner rectangle right on the screen. And then in my software and in certain softwares, you can convert that to an applique. And that's what I did. And there I have a patch. Now then, I'm going to show you how to make a custom shape patch. And that's really one of my favorite ways. I love my Diva patch that I did that way. So here we go. Oops. Let me back up. Okay. Now we're going to drag that design onto the screen. And I'm going to make it a little bigger. And now we're going to do a little bit different thing. I'm going to create an outline. And I'm going to then convert that outline. You see that outline on the screen. Now I'm converting that to a applique. So boom, we've got a custom shape design. How cool is that? That's very, very cool. So Mr. Director, you can make me full screen again, and I'll show some of these beautiful products and hopefully answer some questions. So, in fact, Mary Gallant says that this has actually answered a lot of questions for her. She's this is one of my bundles. This is the athletic pack. And check this out. This is my brights. You know, I have to have it all. I love all the colors. And I use them all because let me show you some patches that I have made. Here we go. These are some that you know, you saw the was up and here's the actual patch. It's a real patch and it looks professional. So I have no shame that I just cut along the outer edge of that satin stitch. It looks fantastic. And here is one. I love my Karlies. I sure do. And here's one for this weekend would be great for Father's Day, best dad in the galaxy. And you know, I thought of after I made it, I could have put a 2 and a 1 here for 21, and then each year do a dated patch. You know, you could do that for birthdays. You could do it for those, you know, those photos you take with the babies 1 month, 2 month, all of that. That would be great for a patch. Here's that little whale. This is just an embroidery design, people. It's not even an applique design. It's just an embroidery design with a satin stitch border. And all I did was stitch it on twill and cut out around it. And I have a patch. This is the very same thing. It's nothing but a plain embroidery design. And I can just stitch around the satin stitch, and you get better and better at that. And even if you're afraid of doing that, just get as close as you're comfortable, and then you can give it a little haircut. You know, you can get a little closer with your good scissors. You know, I like to use these Betty K. Buckley serrated edge scissors. They're a great length. They're very sharp, and they really do a wonderful job. Let's see. Oh, here, Michigan Mom says her granddaughter loves the dinos, and she would love that patch. And my grandson will love it too. Oh, by the way, where is my other patch? I don't know where the one my grandson would love. I've misplaced it, but there are. The grandkids are really some that would love these patches. But here is the Dino patch. I did that on some of that orange twill from the, I think it's actually in the athletic and maybe also in the Brights pack. And boy, this is a real favorite. And this is the Sugar Skull. And it is really a very, you know, popular patch. And look, I cut out the circles in its eyes, but again, just an embroidery design, nothing special. You don't have to get too fancy with creating your patches, because anything can be a patch. You know, look, I made this one that says 99% angel. Do you know anybody like that? I think that pretty much describes me. So let's see here. Some people are some people are asking a couple of questions. Donna asked, is polyester thread best? Well, I think so, because, you know, the material itself is polyester, but use whatever you like. You could use metallic thread on these patches, you know. let's see who else might have a question. Sewing Machines Plus says polyester thread's great, but also rayon thread. Absolutely. I thought I'd never switch from rayon thread until some of the great polyesters came out. Now, Lorna asks, can you make a very large patch to put on the back of a jacket? Absolutely. You could make it as tall as the fabric is wide, which is 9 inches. And then, so you could make like a 9 by 11 inch, I would suggest, because when I did a lot of professional embroidery in my embroidery businesses, I didn't want to make them too wide, because then they get distorted as the body is moved and the arms and everything. So 11 inches is really about as wide as I ever like. So a 9 by 10 or 11 inch patch would be great for the back of a jacket. Let's see. Karen says, I didn't think I would do a patch till the Hoop Fest. Now I want to try. I love that, Karen. I love that comment, because honestly, anybody can make patches. In fact, if you're a beginner, patches is such a comfortable place to start, because you're not working on a garment directly, but you can put it on a garment or anything you want. So patches are something that should be a comfort zone for really, really anybody. So let's see if we have, somebody asked what's in the Patchmaker kit. Well, the Patchmaker kit has the heavy duty water soluble 9 inches by 10 yards, which is a lot, because you're only hooping. Let me grab my hoop and I'll show you. I've got a piece here. This is a patch I made, obviously. I just punched it right out of my hoop, as you can see. And this patch, I could have made 2 in this hooping, but you can see it's a very small piece, 10 yards by 9 inches, which I could have done this twice. Hey, it's a lot of material. So that, and then the patch attach, which is going to make any patch iron on. So that is what you're going to get. Now, the other thing you can do, if you're lucky enough to have any of the magnetic hoops, of course, you can hoop it in those too. And that makes it really easy to hoop this firm material. But if you make them in the standard hoop, you saw I did my black patch in the standard hoop and it worked out just fine. The other thing I did is I have this great stuff that you can purchase from Sewing Machines Plus, and that is print and stick paper. And the print and stick paper, check this out, you guys. I printed out my cut lines right on my print and stick target paper. And then, I put it on my material. I've attached it to my Patchmaker twill, Polypro twill. Then I just cut out around that pattern. And look, here is the very same shape that I made my Diva patch with. So here, wouldn't you rather cut this out before it has stitching on it? I know I would. So this is the shape. See, I can make another Diva patch with the purple background. That's what this is. So this is really a fast, easy way to make any patch you want. And the materials are all professional quality. So you're going to have fun. You're going to amaze your friends with the patches that you can give to them and make for them. Linda Weeks says, now I know enough to start making patches. And Donna says, I can't wait to put flowers on my daughter's blue jeans. Yeah, what a great way. And Victoria says, is patch attach permanent enough to attach to a garment? Absolutely. It is heat activated. What I would say is, it will be permanent, but I wouldn't cook it in the dryer. Use a little bit of good judgment there, because some dryers get so hot. So I would dry it on a medium heat and you should be fine. Does the kit contain everything you need to make patches? Well, what you're going to choose is you're going to choose one of the colorways or more of the twill, and then you're going to want to get the patch maker kit, which has the 2 rolls. It's got the water soluble and the patch attach in one package. So this is the material you need other than the twill. So you need to select your colors of patch maker twill, either uniform, athletic, or brights, and that'll give you everything you need, Blaine.
Well, thanks, Deborah. Hey, and I got to remind everybody at home how you can get these things. So there's basically 3 products that Deborah was talking about. You know, the first is that poly twill or poly patch twill. The normal price is $27.99, but we have the call-in special for it. We have the Hoop Fest special. The other product was that patch maker quilt or the patch maker kit, and it's $49.99. We do have a show special on it. And the other one was the patch attach, and that is $34.99. And but all 3 products, we have a call-in special. So get on the phone and call right now, 800-401-8151 to get that special price. And if you want to look at it on our website, when you go to our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, in that search bar, just type in DIME, D-I-M-E, patch, P-A-T-C-H, and it's going to take you to the category page. It'll show you all 3 of those products that we just talked about. And then you can just call in to get that show special. All right, and if you can't get through on the phone lines, I just talked to Nick a minute ago. He said they're working really hard trying to get the list caught up, and they're still answering the phones. So if you can't get through, make sure you go and fill out that Google Sheets. Kyle's going to put that link in the chat on YouTube and Facebook, and just hit that Google Sheets link when it comes up. Put your name, a contact number they can get you on the phone, and put the product you're talking about, and that way they can give you a call back as soon as they can. All right, guys. Great job, Deborah Jones, and thank you so much for coming on our show. And Deborah is a true professional, and man, I tell you what, she's so talented. We are always, honored to have her, working with us. So, all right, guys, we're going to move on, and guess what we're going to talk about? We are going to talk about multi-needles again, and hey, this is the new kid on the block, the hot machine, and this is the SWF 12 needle machine we're talking about. Guys, we have already sold 10 of them this morning on the first session with Garrett. Garrett is coming back. And guys, if you want one of these machines, you better act now. And I told y'all we would probably sell out. We have 7 of the 12 needles left. They are going to go probably today. We do have another container is going to be here and hit in July. So we are going to be starting, as soon as we sell out those 7, we'll be taking pre-orders for the July delivery. And then we have another container coming right after that in August. And then I think we have 2 containers coming in September. So they're coming in, guys. But, if you want one now, you better get on it and don't wait because 7 left. So, Garrett, welcome back to the afternoon version of the show. And, hey, these things are flying out of here. And, again, man, I can't say enough about this machine, but you are doing a wonderful job at explaining all the features and benefits to this machine. And I want you to kind of tell everybody, it's out there, maybe some new people watching, all about this SWF and what makes it special, because we got 7 of them left.
Yeah, appreciate it, Blaine. I know we went over it this morning, and from the sound of, he sold 10. I must have done okay, but I'll try to do even better this time. Like I said, with the new people, make sure to dive back into the features of the machine, the control panel, what makes it such a great machine, and kind of what SWF and we have done with this machine for our consumers. So the first place we always like to start, because this is new to all of our SWF machines across the board. Beginning in 2021, we came out with this control panel. So prior to this control panel, it was not touchscreen, non-Wi-Fi. So now this panel, 10.4-inch touchscreen display, very easy to read, very easy to use. Everything is spelt out for you. Whenever you enter a selection, everything is just listed right there to where you're not looking at symbols and everything. It all has text to it. So you can read exactly what you're looking for. Like I said, as well as it is Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is really cool because standard machines, and this machine still has this option in case you do not hook it to your Wi-Fi, But you can bring designs into it using a USB. Just put it in your computer, put the design on it, and then you would input it into the back of the machine to upload your design. But if you do decide to go the Wi-Fi route, we do strongly suggest that, just because it does break down or cuts down on a lot of your time sending designs to the machine and just monitoring the machine, preloading colors. There's a lot of cool options pertaining to the Wi-Fi system. Very easy to set up. You connect it to your business Wi-Fi, your home Wi-Fi, whatever router you have set up. You just connect the machine to that router. There's a download for the software. It's free, but you get that downloaded. Your machine connects to it, and then from there, you're seamlessly putting designs back in your control panel. Like I said, preloading colors. So it takes a lot of the steps at the actual embroidery machine away, to where aside from tracing the design and hitting the start button, you can essentially run your machine from your computer. So like I said, we're really excited about the Wi-Fi. It also helps us with our tech support as well, because with that being Wi-Fi, it is active. We can remote into these machines, and let's just say we don't have this happen a lot, but if you do have an error code that you're unsure of how to explain or what is actually happening, our tech support team can remote into your control panel, see a list of error codes, and actually it will log those error codes or issues you've been having, which makes the tech support a breeze for the customer, because you're not having to take pictures of error codes or anything like that. It just makes the troubleshooting a lot easier for us. Also, the upgrades to this control panel, anything today with the electronics, you're always struggling for more storage, whether you're buying cloud space for your iPhone or something like that. So with these control panels, we asked, and we had SWF over at the factory, we had them basically build us a good control panel with a good memory. We asked them for just to expand it basically so our customers didn't have to delete designs out to pull more in. At this point, we're sitting at a 490 million stitch count capacity. There's really no good way to put that into perspective, but you are going to have a very tough time to fill this control panel up. So once you have to start deleting designs out of the control panel to put more in, that might tell you have too many designs just in general, because that is a lot there. With the power of the control panel now, it is Windows based, so it links up to the computers a lot easier. There's a lot more things that we have control over as SWF to help the customer. But the really cool option now is the auto digitizing features that they have added to this control panel and to all of our machines. So the first one is, let's say you have a picture of like a family reunion, your family pet, something you want to put on a t-shirt, a hat, whatever the picture is, honestly. Same thing, you can send that to your machine with the Wi-Fi if you have it hooked up. If not, you just put that JPEG picture on your USB, plug it into the back of the control panel. You're going to pull up the auto digitizing feature. From there, it's going to digitize it for you. It doesn't take long at all. You select the sizing you want, the hoop you're going to run it in, and then you run it. So that's pretty cool there. The other option, and I'll grab the stylus in the back of the control panel here. The other option that we use the stylus for a lot, because this will react if you watch to your finger, so you don't have to use the stylus. But the really cool feature is the freehand stitch as well. It's still an auto digitizing feature, just a little bit different than the photo stitch. So the freehand feature, what that's going to be is anything you want to draw on the screen, the machine will then run for you after it digitizes it. So for grandchildren and stuff like that, if you wanted to trace their hand on the screen to put their imprint of their hand on a quilt block, a coffee coaster, different things that you can make, pot holders, or their signature, even if they wanted to write their name or just doodle on your control panel, they can do that with the freehand stitch. So for personalized gifts and stuff like that, it makes it really cool. But like I said, the control panel is what we are really excited about. There's still a lot of cool machines to go over with on this machine, but that is pretty much it on the control panel. The one big thing I will show you guys, talking about all of its capabilities and everything, sometimes for starter embroiderers, it can be a little bit daunting, or they can be a little bit intimidated by how the control panel looks, or just buying a brand new machine in general. Sometimes you're a little bit stressed out about it. But rest assured, even though the control panel has a lot going on with it, we have very detailed videos explaining what everything does, what each button represents, and the job that it does pertaining to the machine. Other thing to remember is, although embroidery, there is a slight learning curve with embroidery. Running our machine is 4 simple steps, and those steps are loading your design, selecting your orientation, like the rotation if you're doing a hat or a shirt, whatever you're wanting there, your colors, and then tracing the design. From there, you would hit start and you're good to run. Like I said, 4 steps. That's not everything to embroidery, but that will get you your machine running on day 1 or day 2, depending on how fast you set it up. Real quick, just talking about the assembly of the machine. When you get it in the box, the only thing that has to be assembled is your control panel and your thread rack. The other thing, the stand does have to be assembled as well. Not hard. The stand is very little assembled because it's just 3 different components there on mounting it. But back to the control panel, like I was saying, with the 4 different steps, we'll go through those real quick. I'll break it down so you kind of see what you have to do or what goes into running the machine on day 1. But once we do that, I'll go back through and do it in real time to where you guys can actually see how fast and how simple it is. So the first thing we're going to do is we have a design on the USB. We're going to go to the design button, and then we will select that design, bring it into the machine. And then right here, we would usually change our orientation if we're going to be running on a hat or needing to rotate the design in any way. But with the shirt we're running, there's no reason for us to move it because it's on a 0-degree angle. So from there, we go into our color sequence. Right here, this is where I would have the breakdown or like a sheet explaining different color changes in my design for me. And then I would look back here, find the different cones or colors that I want to be in certain parts of the design, and you just type that sequence out. Once you get this machine fully set up, kind of breaking off onto the setup again, once you get this machine fully set up, all of the color sequence in here is fully customizable. As far as the behind the number, there's a color block for every needle, 1 through 12. So once you have your machine fully threaded with all 12 colors that you want on there, you can go in here and customize this screen to where instead of looking at the thread rack, wondering which color to load next, you can just look at the screen and know that if you have black on one, there's going to be a black color block behind that number. So it makes it really easy. You're not guessing on where your colors are sitting because the control panel tells you. So back to the 3rd step of the process, we load our color sequence in and we'll save it. And then from there, we would go ahead and go to frame and we're going to trace it. So the cool thing with our machine as well, whenever you trace it, you're just really kind of checking where the design is going to run on your garment and to also make sure that it's going to fit inside your hoop. It does have a laser trace, so you guys probably can't see it, but there's a red light down here. Tells us exactly where the design is going to run. That way you're not having to put your fingers down here and worrying about pulling the needle down to see where it's going to be. That laser gives you that outline. So we'd hit trace, it would do its thing, and then you hit start and you're good to go. So at that point, you can walk away from the machine. So all of our machines come equipped with auto thread cut and auto thread detection. What that means is between every color, there's going to be an automatic thread cut to where you don't have to sit there after the run is done and clip your strings or clip them before it goes to the next color. It's going to be all done by the machine. The auto thread detection, same thing there. If it has a thread break while you walk away or while you're doing something else in your craft room or just wherever, this machine will stop on its own within 2 to 3 stitches of that thread break. From there, whenever it stops, it's going to go ahead and back up a couple of stitches. I believe 5 is what we have them set to from the factory, 5 stitches back. To where what that does is it backs up just far enough whenever you rethread the needle and hit start, the machine will not, you won't have any overlap in your design and you won't have a gap where the thread was not ran. So the automatic backup is very key as well. So back to the 4 steps that we were explaining. I'll go through these in real time, how I would operate the machine, and you can just see how fast it is. So same thing here, go to our design button. We're going to select our design. Like I said, the orientation, we know what it's going on. We don't have to change the angle, so we're going to skip that second step. Go in here. If I knew my color sequence, I'll go in here and just select random colors. Save it. And then from there, we hit frame, trace it out. Once we are very comfortable with where the design is put in the hoop and on our garment, we would close out of this screen, hit start, and like I said, you walk away, go grab your coffee, whatever you want to do, knowing that you have the peace of mind that your machine, if it does have a thread break, it's going to stop for you, and you can come back, rethread that needle, and you're good to go. From there, that's pretty much it on the control panel. It does, just for everybody out there, they're kind of, or I'm sure you're going to want to know, it does read a DST format, which is very standard in the embroidery market. If you already have a prior machine that does not take the DST, so all of your designs are in different formats, there's very simple converters that are free online. You can put your format that your design's currently in and transfer it to a DST, and then you're good to go. So the next thing we'll walk into is what comes with the machine out of the box, just standard. So this is where SWF is an industrial brand. This is where our industrial side kind of starts to show through. Whenever you're talking running in a factory with these bigger machines, speed is everything. Whenever you're doing 400-piece orders, 1,000-piece orders, speed is everything, whether you're making up 5 seconds or a minute with one process, every little bit counts. So with that being said, with this machine, you get 5 sets of hoops, and a set is going to be 2 hoops per size. So a total of 10 of the flat hoops. And what that means for you as a customer is you can have one design on here running. While that one is running, you go ahead and grab this identical size, which I have right here. So you go ahead and grab this identical size. If you're doing a multiple piece run, you would have this one pre-hooped. As soon as this design's done, it's going to return back to its start position. I'm going to pull the hoop off and then just slide this one right back on. And so my downtime there is only like 5 to 10 seconds on pulling it off and putting it back on. If I only had one hoop per size, what I would have to do is pull it off, unhoop that, and rehoop while my machine's just sitting there not running. So that's where you gain a lot of your time, is the switch over from garment to garment. So we'll go ahead and go through those 5 sets of hoops real quick. So you get, like I said, the 5 sets. We can't stress this enough. It's a lot of hoops with this Consumer Pro machine. 5 sets of hoops, and you get the 5 sizes. So the first one is a 12 centimeter. This one's going to be used for like the backs of hats, small left chest designs, just more of a versatile hoop on what you can go on. But like I said, it's still pretty small there. Next hoop we got is a 15 centimeter. This hoop is going to be your most commonly used left chest, just because it is 5.5 inches across, or radius. So with that, it's going to fit 90 to 95% of your jacket back, or it's not jacket backs, your left chest logos in that one hoop. And then next we have an 18 centimeter. So this is for that other 5% of those left chests that are just too big, which you shouldn't ever really get into this hoop that much. But this is where you start getting into, like, if you're running a baby onesie and need a bigger design, towels, different things. This is just kind of an in-between hoop before you get into your jacket backs that you might need. So we'll go back to actually the 24 that I just had. So this is where you start stepping into your bigger hoops for your jacket backs. Like this one here, it's just a small jacket back, so we're going to use a 24 by 24 centimeter. And this is going to be a 9 by 9 hoop is what that comes out to be. And then this is where we're really excited, and you guys should be as well. So this machine, even though it is small, it'll fit through pretty much any door. It's very light, so I can lift this with one arm. We do request that you have a team lift, just so we don't want to turn it back or anything. But the machine is very light, very small, very compact, where you can carry it around if you need to. Maybe if you take it to a craft show, flea market, different things like that. But with that being said, with how small it actually is, it has a very large sewing field. So sewing field is 14 by 9 inches. So you have 9 inches front and back by 14 wide. So that actually gets pretty close to a lot of our big industrial sewing fields when it comes to jacket backs. So you're really not limited on what you can run. And keep in mind, all of these hoops are directly out of the box. They're not extras that you're paying for. We've already just put them in the box for you guys to use. So whether you're running a small back of a hat, a huge jacket back, you have everything in there to complete that. The next thing I'd like to move into is the quick change cap system. And I know this is a big part of Blaine's sale over there at Sewing Machines Plus, as they are throwing in the stand and the cap system with this machine. And at that price of $89.99, you're not going to find a better price anywhere with all of that included. But we'll walk right into that quick change cap system. So we're going to pull this hoop off before we're done with this shirt. And let's say we had a customer that walks in and they want a cap ran. We'll go ahead and grab our quick change cap driver. And if you guys can see on the camera there, this is the identical bracket as the hoop that I just pulled off the machine. So identical bracket there, which what this means for us and you as a consumer is the hoop arms do not have to come off the machine. Usually with your standard machine, you're going to take the screws off the back, you're going to pull the hoop arms off, and you're going to have a spot to store those, keep your screws, because on every other machine, the screws for the cap system are a different type of screw than what's on the hoop arm. So you're trying to hold a lot of stuff there and trying to keep track of it, where it's at. With our system, like I said, you pull the hoop off and there is no assembly required or screws to be loosened or tightened or anything. And it slides right on. So this is where the industrial side really starts to show through. And this is where speed is everything again. So whenever you're changing from hats to flats or flats to hats, usually that's going to be a 5 to 10 minute process on a single head machine. With our process now, it's 15 to 20 seconds. So where this is really key is, let's say you are a storefront or you're a retail store, you're going to have walk-in customers that want custom 1-piece and 2-piece orders. This is where it becomes really key, because you don't have to plan your orders out anymore. You don't have to run all of your shirts first before you switch to hats, because you have that lag between switching. With this system, if you had one customer that you're sitting there running a shirt, the next customer walks in and wants a hat, you can seamlessly do that because you're just pulling the hoop off. And keep in mind, it's just like a hoop bracket. So you're just essentially sliding another hoop back on there to run the cap for that next customer. The next thing I would like to walk into, and this is a question you always get with machines, is the threadability, because you will be threading the machine whenever you get it. Out of the box, it comes pre-threaded, which is huge. We know customers are excited to get to their machines, and the last thing they want to do is sit there and try to thread the whole machine right after they get it. So we have the thread tubes and everything that come pre-threaded. The only thing you do have to assemble is the thread rack. So from there, you would assemble the thread rack, and you have your thread already through here. So you would take your cones that you want, and you just tie on a simple knot on the back end of the machine, and you're going to grab down here, and you're going to pull it through, and that's going to replace the thread from the factory. That's going to replace it with your color that you chose. You do that 12 times, which does not take long at all once you get the hang of that knot. The other cool thing is the thread path. So let's say one of your knots doesn't hold, or you forget to look at a spool of thread and it runs out on you, and you just have a whole needle that does not have any thread on it. The threadability on this machine is very easy. So it does have the thread tube, so you don't have to worry about anything tangling on the machine. And I can show you that. So if I had these, I can keep wrapping them up, and I release them. They go back to normal, and our thread is not going to tangle on us. Once you get it past this point, everything here is all directional. It has arrows on here and markers that show you which way to route it through the machine. From there, we'll take it down to the needle. This is one of those features that we really love, because you need good lighting to thread needles, no matter how good your eyes are. I feel like I had pretty good eyesight, but without a good light, it makes it very hard to thread it. So whenever we're threading the head, this light actually swivels up. So whenever you swivel it up, it's completely out of your way, and it actually kind of illuminates this section for you to start threading. But like I said, it keeps it out of your way, so you're not bumping your hands off of it, and you get it down to this point, And then at that point, once you have that, you'd be ready to thread your needle. You bring it right back down, and then the light is directly illuminating your needle holes. So it makes it very easy to see, very visible, and makes it easy to thread. So Blaine, you got any questions over there? Anything that we went over so far, or we're going to keep going?
Hey, I think just keep going, Garrett. I guess I'd say just keep going, Garrett.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear you. There must have been a lag there. The other thing that I would lead back into with the control panel, I don't think I mentioned it, is the actual size of it. So we're talking about easy to see the needles. The screen is very easy to see as well. So it's a 10.4-inch LCD. With this machine, it's one of the largest on the market. And just to kind of reiterate the importance of this control panel, we do use this across every single machine that SWF carries now. So it's not just a panel that we think will work with this machine. We have it in our big factories on the 12-head machines, 15 heads, 30 heads. These panels, I mean, they're everywhere now. So that is the big thing, is it's not just something we've created for this. We know it works. The Wi-Fi is a system that they use in the factories. I know we had a question, I believe it was yesterday. Somebody asked about the startup capabilities of this machine. Like, is it a good starter machine for somebody to get into or start with? And the answer to that is yes. So this machine, like I said, I walked through it. It's very simple as far as the 4 steps to get yourself running the machine on day one. From there, you will learn more in-depth tutorials and everything with our videos that we already have to learn more about your machine, and eventually you'll get faster at the hooping. It just all repetition just makes it all easier for the customer. But the cool thing is, with that same Wi-Fi system, this machine will grow with you. So if your business grows and you guys start thinking about adding on a second machine to complete more orders, you're just getting a little bit backed up on one machine. With that Wi-Fi system, if you were to order a second machine identical with that control panel, you bring it in and you plug it in, you connect it to the same network, and then it seamlessly connects to this machine. So that Wi-Fi interlinks them to where then essentially you can run it as a 2-head machine, where you're getting more output. And then also, if you're still a custom shop, but you need more quantity ran, you can still have them linked, but run them separate. So it's really cool that you can be running a hat on one machine, have another machine sitting over here, and be running hoops on it, or running a shirt. So that capability is up to 200 machines. So if you have one machine here, or you could have 200 connected to the same computer, which really makes it nice because you're monitoring how they're running. Like I said, if you ever had an issue with your machine, it's going to log that error code per machine. So you don't have to remember what machine had the error code or when it was. It's all logged in the system for us. The next thing that we're very proud of and very excited for is whenever we brought Sewing Machines Plus on as a dealer, which they are our top dealer at the moment, and they're rapidly growing. So I don't think anybody's going to catch them. The one thing that we were very pleased with is whenever we went out there, we gave them full training on the machine inside and out. They picked it up very well. So we felt very good about bringing them on, because we know that even though they're selling for us as SWF, they're going to rep the brand good, and they're going to take care of our customers that have our machines for years to come. The machine warranty, what we get a lot of questions on. So it is a 7-year warranty. That's parts, electronics. You ever do have an issue, the warranty system is super easy. We have our techs, they troubleshoot it with you, and just make sure we're narrowing down the right part, because the last thing we want to do is just throw parts at the issue and send you the wrong part and then prolong the issue. But our technicians would have a conversation with you, and we're going to nail down exactly what part we need to send out, complete that warranty work. We send you the warranty part with a return label, comes right back to us. From there, the customer is not liable for anything. We take care of it with Korea, and we hold that part until they replace it. So that's very good. And you can buy any machine, but really you're buying the company behind it. I know Sewing Machines Plus will treat you guys really good. And just in case there's ever anything they don't know, they do have us as SWF standing behind them to where their technicians can bounce questions off of us. Their salespeople can ask questions, and we'll make sure we get you the right answers. So again, we'll just kind of go over it. We can't express it enough with the quick change cap system that Blaine at Sewing Machines Plus, what they're throwing in. For $89.99, that's a steal with everything that they're throwing in. Like I said, you get the 5 sets of hoops. And with the cap system, also you get those 2 cap frames. So I'll bring that in. So the cap frame or the cap hoop is going to look a little bit different than your standard flat hoops. But same thing here, you get 2 of these. So you have one hat if you wanted to mount it on the machine. Have this hat running, go ahead and pre-hoop your next one for whenever that one's done, pull it off, and then throw your next one on. So everything is geared towards that industrial mode that keeps your machine running. Because basically with embroidery, if you're running it as a business, if your machine's not running, you're not making money. So like I said, every little bit counts whenever you're talking, whether it's 5 seconds or if you're saving 5 to 10 minutes with a quick change cap system over a week span, a month span, a year. That's going to make up a lot of time for you guys as you continue to grow your business. Which allows you to focus on other things that are more important. So, Blaine, you got anything over there as far as questions? I don't want to miss anybody or pass anybody up.
Hey, Garrett, I don't think we have any questions. Great job on the demonstration, but you got to remind everybody that's watching how you can get this. Now, this is our 12-needle SWF embroidery machine. Hey, guys, you heard it here. This thing, extremely lightweight. It's 85 pounds. 2 people easily can carry this thing around. It comes pre-threaded. You can digitize right in the interface, right on that screen, that touch screen, and it'll digitize it. You can draw. It has a ton of features on it. Holds 490 stitches in it in memory. So there's so much capability of this machine. We are going to give it to you with the stand, and we're throwing in that cap driver with it. It comes with 10 hoops plus 2 cap hoops come with the cap driver. So you're getting 12 hoops in the box. When you get this from us, this is a great price. Normally $99.99. We are going to sell it to you for the Hoop Fest special for $89.99. We have 7 of these left. When they are gone, they're gone. So if you want to get one of these, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Go right on the website right now and place your order, or get on that Google Sheets. Kyle's been putting that link in the Google Sheets. If you want to talk to somebody and can't get through, get on that Google Sheets and say you're inquiring about this. We do have 60-month 0% interest financing to make it easy payments for you. And if you don't happen to get one of these 7, we are going to actually take pre-orders for that July container that's hitting. So you don't have too long to wait for the July container to hit, but you're going to have to pre-order those. So we have 7 of them left. You want to get one, jump on it right now, guys. All right. So great job, Garrett. And we want to sure to appreciate SWF being one of our platinum sponsors. So guess who's up next, everybody? Kim Christopherson with Kimberbell is here, and they have got another unique, different product to show you. So Kim, welcome to day 4 of Hoop Fest.
Day 4, let's do it.
Well, thank you so much for being here every single day, and I know everybody is loving what you're showing.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's so fun to show you what our team has been working on for so long, and to now be able to share it with all of your SMP viewers. It's pretty awesome.
It is. It's so great. So we're excited to see what you have to show us today.
Okay, great. Well, let's go ahead and get started. Someone asked me yesterday from our team. They said, I know you're doing these things every day with SMP. Do you think that a lot of people know about Kimberbell, or are they new to Kimberbell? And so I thought, why not ask you, right? So if you found Kimberbell because of SMP, would you type in the comments and say something like new to Kimberbell? We would love to see that. And if you've been a Kimberbell fan for a while, or have known about us or done any of our projects, I want you to type in maybe I'm a Kimberbella. A lot of our Kimberbellas and fellas, we like to call them, are out there. And so I would just love to have a little more interaction today with all of you guys and find out who's new to Kimberbell and you saw us through SMP, or if you've been doing Kimberbell for a while, I'd love to hear about that too. So this is fun. I'm going to be talking to you about a new product today, and because it's there's not a whole lot to show you. There's 8 projects actually within this USB, but I would love to have some interaction. So I'm going to ask you all kinds of questions. So get your typing fingers ready because I want to hear from you. All right. Okay. Oh, I'm seeing, oh, I'm a Kimberbella, new to Kimberbell, all over the place. I'm a Kimberbella. Okay. This is so much fun for me. It's really an honor to be doing this with SMP. So thank you for sharing that. Again, I'm going to ask you some more questions along the way. So be sure to get ready to type those in. Okay, so today's highlight is on a brand spanking new product called Kimberbell Curated, and it's called Home for the Holidays. And as you can see there, it has 8 delightful projects. These are all for the embroidery machine, okay? So this is an embroidery machine product. Now, if you look at the back here, see, we've got a beautiful lifestyle photo of what that could look like in your home, right? But on the back, you're going to see all the 8 different projects and what hoop sizes you need for each of them. I will say, though, that, let me just double check here. Yes. All 8 projects can be made in a 5x7 hoop. So those of you with a little smaller hoop size, no problem. We've got you covered with this. But if you have the larger hoop sizes as well, they also come, most of them come in 6x10, 8x12, and even 9x14. So all kinds of sizes for this. All right. Now, oftentimes we're asked, why is that collection called curated? Because we do have 3 different curated products. And basically, the answer is pretty simple. Say, for example, you were to want to do some mug rugs from Kimberbell. Well, we have some mug rug CDs that the technique is a mug rug, and all projects on there is a different type of mug rug. Okay, that's what you might normally see from Kimberbell, is technique-based. But the curated collection is a little bit different. We actually take a theme, like Christmas, and now you have 8 very different projects that all work together, and they're all part of this curated collection. So there's a little theme on that. Now, this is on a USB, so that is something to note, is that if you're looking for something that is, you can immediately put it into your machine, it is available on a USB. So where do I start? Let's start with probably one of my, well, I always say it's my favorite, but it really is. It's one of my favorite projects. Look at this thing. Look at that pillow. Oh my goodness. This is a really big size pillow, isn't it? And the bigger the better on this, because look at that chenille. You are actually making, let's clean that up a little bit. You are actually making that in the hoop. Can you believe that? So if you're out there going, I'm not so sure chenille's for me, no problem. You can actually do this with just a regular applique piece of fabric, and we have done that in several of the photos that you'll see online. But we also did this particular one in chenille. And look at the beautiful velveteen that is the background. This is also new from Kimberbell. It is a gorgeous red velveteen fabric. It comes on a roll, and we used it for the back panels of this. Now, Kathy says it's great for cuddling. Yes, Kathy Gruber, I couldn't agree more. Definitely good for cuddling. Now, this is a large size, obviously, right? But you can do smaller panels and make them a smaller size. So the end result of your pillows, I think, don't quote me on this, are like around 12-inch, 18-inch, and maybe even 22-inch on this one. So lots of fun stuff. Again, that can be done. Let me just double check here. Yes, that can be done in a 5x7 hoop, a 6x10 hoop, or an 8x12 hoop. All right. Okay, I want to know, I told you I'm going to ask lots of questions. Do you love chenille, or would you rather applique? Fa, la, 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 la. Okay. If you're a chenille fan, I want to hear from you. And if you're someone that's like, appliques more my speed, both are beautiful, but I would love to hear what types of techniques that you like too. All right. Chenille, okay, is it Chanel? Chanel loves chenille. How's that? Chanel loves chenille. I love it. And many are saying both of them. Sharon Schroeder says, I love them both. Love chenille, so pretty. Deanna Burris says she likes both. Yeah, it's hard for me to decide which I love more, but I'm definitely making this one for my house this year, and I think I'm going to go the chenille route. It's just so pretty, and it gives that like warmth and softness to it too. All right, so let's take a look at the next one. Oh, let's see here. Okay. Let's do mug rugs. So both of these sizes come on this, and I want to tell you what they are. They are the Dear Santa mug rug, and it comes in a 5x7 and an 8x12. But here you get two choices depending on whether you're feeling naughty or nice. All right. So in the 5x7 size, this mug rug says, Dear Santa, I've been naughty. So whoever stitched this out on our product development team, they were saying, hey, I'm feeling naughty, so I'm going to check that box. Okay, that design file is in there. But then the other design file is, Dear Santa, I've been nice. So this is the 8x12 size, and that person was feeling a little bit nicer. So, you can decide who you're making them for and whether they are naughty or nice, right? I love this for a few reasons. I think it'd be darling for like a cookies for Santa type of plate. Of course, in your hot drinks, your warm drinks, hot chocolate, coffee, whatever it may be, your tea, just a really sweet way to decorate. We used our red leather. We have a whole series of embroidery leather that you can use for all kinds of appliques. And so we used our red one in there. And then don't you love that quilting in the background? That snowflake quilting in the background is actually part of the design file as well. All right. Someone mentioned, Shelly, you mentioned that you liked the beautiful green color. I am so glad you said that, because this actual green color is part of a new fabric line that I just did with Maywood Studio. I like to design fabrics that are very seasonal, but and they have different elements on them. But this new line is all Kimberbell solids, and oh my goodness, the solids line is gorgeous, and you're going to see it in several of these projects that I'm going to show you today, including that green. So I'm glad you like that. Really happy to hear that. Okay, so that is the mug rug. Okay, one other thing I thought would be so cute to do. Whoop, here we go. For Christmas, think about this. I always like to get people to think of the possibilities, right? So I want you to think about gift giving. Think about, who do you have to give gifts to this year? Is it some coworker? I shouldn't say have to. Who do you get to do gifts for Christmas? And you could start now. So think about coworkers and neighbors and teacher gifts, and just, decorating your own home. But I could see myself making like a set of maybe 4 of these or 6 of these or something. Maybe it's even just 1 or 2, and gifting it with a mug and maybe some hot chocolate inside. Wouldn't that be the cutest gift to give? I think so. So check that out. Again, it's all part of the same USB. All right. Okay. Eva says she loves working with Kimberbell fabrics. Thank you, Eva. I appreciate that. Let's see. Time for Christmas, Barbara says. Yep, absolutely. And these comments are going through so fast, I can't keep up. It's just great to see this. Oh, Cinda says, I often surprise people by sending mug rugs in the mail. A nice surprise, and they fit in a large envelope. I love that idea. Who wouldn't absolutely love to have one of these in the mail? Great idea. Okay, let's go to the next one, shall we? How about stockings? Oh, stockings. Okay, let's talk ideas here. In the with the stockings, you actually get 4 different sizes. You see, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh, let me put that one away. There we go. I'll show you that one in a minute. Okay, so we have the 4 different sizes here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And so you can do this even with this cute little guy here in a 5x7 hoop. 5x7. This one is done in a 6x10. This one in an 8x12. And this one, this beauty, is done in a 9x14 hoop. Okay, I'm going to double check here just to make sure I'm correct on that. And that is right. 5x7, 6x10, 8x12, 9x14. Look at this. Look at the beautiful quilting designs that are on it. But here's what I want you to just wrap your head around, and you're not going to believe. This whole thing was done on the embroidery machine. The entire thing. It is fully lined, you guys. There is no raw edges or stabilizer showing in these fully lined projects, and it's never once taken to a sewing machine. Can you believe that? I'll tell you what, our digitizers are phenomenal at Kimberbell, and they make it so that it's quilted in the hoop, it's pieced in the hoop, it's appliqued in the hoop, it's sewn together in the hoop, and the lining, no raw edges or stabilizer showing, giving you a really professional result, is all done in the hoop. Isn't that fantastic? Now think about what else you could put on here. Of course, you know, if you like this look of the trees and the hearts and the scallops, got to show you all these again. Here, we even did it in blue. Okay, if you love that look and think, boy, a whole string of these for my family or friends would look great with this design, absolutely use this one. But because we love machine embroidery and can use all kinds of designs for this, use this as the base, use the stocking file itself as your base, but then add something that is special to the person that you're making it for, right? So for example, if I was making this for my son who loves soccer, then I could use this design file, again, fully lined, and then just replace the designs on it with maybe a soccer ball. So I can personalize it with name. There's so many things you could do. Now, Donna Marie, you're speaking my language here, because she says, I want it just for the little stocking. How cute is that? How cute is that little 5x7 stocking? And now let's think coworkers, neighbors, girlfriends, quilt shop owners, Blaine, right? He wants one of these in the mail. And think about what you could put in it. So I want to hear from you. Let's talk ideas. Let's talk possibilities. Who out there has an idea of who they would make it for, who they'd make the stocking for, and what do you see putting in it? Ooh, this just flew by really fast. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, Gail, I love it. She says this would be great to use this stocking, the little one, to put silverware in it for each person at Christmas dinner. Gail, brilliant, brilliant. Love that idea. Okay, that would be super cute. And then they've got something to take home too, right? A little bit of chocolate, a little bit of silverware, right? Or you know what? You might be just like, no, this stays put. I'm making a set of these for any kind of Christmas dinner, right? All right. So Robin says dinner club. Yes, 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 yes. All right. Cinda, yep. Silverware. Oh, I love that. Ella says she would make them for the women's shelter. Ella, I love you. You know, the thing is, and I know that you would all agree with this, is that we as sewers, quilters, machine embroiderers, we love to create, not only to have something to maybe beautify our home with, but we love to give. And so, Ella, that was a great idea to make them for a women's shelter. All right. Okay. Oh, Joanne, yes, retreat buddies with sewing notions. Wouldn't they be thrilled? All of your sewing friends, all your sewing buddies could have some, maybe a little pair of scissors in there, maybe a fat quarter rolled up in there, maybe some bobbins. I love that idea. Kathy, they would be great for a senior home. Yes, absolutely. So many great ideas coming through. Nancy saying a Starbucks card. You betcha. It would fit right in there for sure. Yeah, Ella says, I'd love to give. Yeah, I can see that, Ella, and you have some great ideas on who to give to. Thank you. So many great ideas. So keep typing in your ideas. Of course, the 5x7, perfect for that. You could leave if you wanted to. Of course, it's so cute. But if you wanted to, you could leave those things off and actually personalize it with a name. Be cute for teacher gifts. I don't know if I ever mentioned to you guys earlier this week, but I used to be a school teacher. Used to teach 4th grade before I got into the whole Kimberbell side of things. And that absolutely would be fun as a teacher to receive that. Maybe even to make for all my students, right? All right. Kathy He, thank you. She says, I'm obsessed with this. I'm so happy to hear that. That's the goal, right? All right. Okay, pet gifts. You guys they're coming through fast and furious. Thank you. I love it. We can all share ideas. All right. Okay, so that was the 5x7 once again. This is the 6x10 size. Look at that quilting, you guys. And then the little toe and the heel are also appliqued onto there. And then we've got the 8x12 size, a little bit bigger. And then finally, the 9x14 size. Oh, isn't that cute? There you go. All quilted too. Okay, you guys, everything I'm showing and everything I'm about to show, and there's a lot more, all on one USB. And I think it's right around $50, maybe $49.95, something like that. And SMP will let you know what that is priced at. But a great deal for 8 projects in so many different sizes. Okay, so the next one, are you a pet lover? Do you love your dogs? Do you love your cats? Do you love your goldfish? We love animals, right? Well, which one? Are you team cat or team dog? Let's hear from you. Or maybe team both, right? There we go. We put this on tea towels. It's an applique design that's found in 2 sizes, a 5x7 and a 6x10. This is Have a Paw Fit Christmas. Have a Paw Fit Christmas. Do you see the dimension on that dog? I'll tell you how we did that here in just a minute. And then this one says, are you a team cat or team dog? Have a perfect Christmas. There you go. Have a perfect Christmas. I should also quickly mention, now that I see this, all of this is Kimberbell crochet trim that you see as well, like you saw here on the stockings. It's our crocheted edge trim that you can also get at SMP. All right, so there is the Have a Perfect Christmas. Do you notice what we used underneath this ribbon? That is Mylar that we placed underneath before we stitched the top of the design and the applique design onto it. So it gives it a little bit of extra sparkle and shine, I like to say. There we go. Now, to get this poofiness, boy, all of us at Kimberbell were walking by the lab. We call it the product development lab. And we just couldn't help but want to pinch this cat here and the dog because we actually took the Kimberbell Flexi Foam, which SMP also carries, and we placed a piece of foam behind there. And then we used like this minky cuddle fabric. Oh my goodness. So it's nice and furry and it just squeezes so fun. So anyway, that is the dog and cat. We put it on a tea towel, but I want to show you. Remember we talked about how you could take any design and put it on the stocking? Look what we did. We did it for the cat. So there is Have a Perfect Christmas. So if you're looking for a design that would be great for your pet, you might want to check this one out. So cute. Love it. Absolutely love it. Okay, so those were the stockings. What's next? All right, we've got a couple more here. Well, oh my gosh, there's so many fun things to show you. Okay, here's another applique design. We put it on a Kimberbell tea towel. We have these polka dot and striped tea towels. Who can agree with this? Let us know somewhere else. Let us know somewhere else. This design comes in 2 sizes. It's a 5x7 and a 6x10. And look at the cute little flamingo. I mean, oh my goodness. And then I absolutely love this bottle brush tree here. We also put Mylar underneath it, which, by the way, Kimberbell also has a whole line of different colored Mylars as well. And so we put, I think a silver one. Yeah, a silver one under there to make it look like it's a bottle brush tree. And then you've got the little wreath on the door. So I want to know, here's my question. Where are you from? Or where, if you're saying that, yes, let us know somewhere else. I want to find out where you're at. I think I've got a lot of Floridian friends out there that are probably going, yep, let us know somewhere else. Or how about those around SMP area? You're in California. Let us know somewhere else. But you know what? I'm in Utah and I'm saying, let us know somewhere else. Don't get me wrong. I like the snow. In spurts, right? In little spurts. All right. Okay. Oh, Donna's saying the details. That's what we try to do. It's all about the details here. And Kathy says, Ohio, where it snows. Yep. Or hey, if you just like the design because you're a camper, a lot of people love the camping designs, then there you go. Gail's from Illinois. She says it should be snowing by Christmas. Yes, I agree with you on that. That is fun to have snow at Christmas for sure. Jacqueline, you're in my neck of the woods. You're in Utah. Wonderful. Christy says, I could totally relate because of the Texas freeze earlier this year. That was something else, wasn't it, Christy? Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about a wall hanging that's on here. This is the Believe wall hanging. It comes in 2 sizes. So if you have a 5x7, you can do it, or an 8x12. Check it out. This is the Believe wall hanging. It's pieced up here, and then it says Believe, and then it's pieced down below. So this is perfect, not only for maybe just a little area of your home on a wall, but I also like to call them door decor. And so I would actually probably put a dowel through the top here and then hang it on the outside of my door. I think that would be really cute. So this is the Believe wall hanging. This one is done in the 8x12 size. And then if you want the 5x7 size, it's a little bit smaller. Okay, so this is Believe, and we actually used our Kimberbell white leather to do the mantle there. Isn't that beautiful? And then we also have Kimberbell colors of felt. Those felt colors match our Kimberbell fabric lines, and they all work so well on the embroidery machine. Absolutely. So this is a fun wall hanging. Again, comes in the 2 sizes. All right. Kim Foro is saying, love the wall hanging. Thank you, Kim. Shirley Kempen, on this one, the quilting is separate from this. So this is part of our background quilting series, and that particular one, the quilting is separate. But the other projects I showed you, like the mug rugs and the stockings, the quilting is part of that. Okay. All right. So there are a few more, guys. Let's see. This next one is called Home for the Holidays. No Place Like Home. No Place Like Home for the Holidays. This is an applique design. It comes in 3 sizes. So 5x7, 6x10, and an 8x12. So you can put it on anything, but we put it on an apron. And these are brand new blanks that aren't out in stores yet, but they will be coming soon. And it says there's no place like home for the holidays. Again, this is done in our new Kimberbell Basics, solids line, I should say. We do have a Kimberbell Basics line if you're interested in that, but this comes from the solids line. And so it's got this beautiful, like a pink melony color. I love it, and that green. But here's what we did on an apron. Again, in the 3 sizes. We also, I don't have the sample here, but we also did it in a on a tea towel as well, and on a pillow. All right, and then finally, speaking of pillows, the final project, again, all of these on the same USB, is All is Calm, All is Bright. All right, this design comes in 3 sizes, a 5x7 hoop, 8x12, and a 9x14. This actually was stitched onto one of our brand new pillow blanks that will be coming soon to SMP. But what's great about these blanks is that they come with the side seams already opened up for you. They're already serged. I wish I had an example to show you here, but they're already serged, but they lay flat because the side seams are already open. They also come pre-quilted. So isn't that a beautiful design there in the quilting background? And it's on this beautiful gray linen texture. And it has an invisible zipper already in there, invisible zipper. So all you have to do is lay this down on the bed of your machine, stitch whatever design you want, whether it's All is Calm, All is Bright, or whatever you would like to add to that, and stitch up the sides, and then you're done, because the invisible zipper is there for you. You don't have to worry about whip stitching anything closed. You don't have to do an envelope closure. It's a zipper already sewn in that blank for you. And then you just fill it with a pillow form. All right. Okay, so once again, this is available through SMP. It's Kimberbell curated Home for the Holidays. It is on a USB. You get all 8 of those projects, all in such a wide variety of sizes, 5x7, 6x10, 8x12, and some even in the 9x14 size, all on the one USB for right around $49, $50, something like that. So it's a great deal. All right, Blaine, back to you.
Well, thanks, Kim. Hey, great product again. And got to remind everybody, hey, if you want Kimberbell products, you know, she's showing a bunch of different ones. Just go to our website up at the top up there. Just type in that search bar, Kimberbell. You'll go to the page with all those products. And we have a Hoop Fest special, Kim, on every single thing that we have on those pages. So, but it is a call-in special. You have to call to get that special price. So give us a call, 800-401-8151, and they'll take your call. And Kim, we got to tell them about what's going on July 30th and 31st as well, don't we?
Oh my goodness. Who has already signed up for that? Tell us. Yes, I'm going to be there at the Christmas party, right?
Tell us. So basically it's a Kimberbell Christmas, and it's going to be July 30th and 31st. It's going to be you and I. We also have, you know, our very own Candace Trevino at, you know, the Tea Time with Candace. She's going to be teaching some classes. You're going to have a trunk show. We're going to have a Q&A with you on that Saturday. Yeah. And I'm going to be hosting. And hey, guess what? I got to tell them, for $99, you're getting all of that plus a kit that you're sending out to them to do all the projects. We're sending a huge swag bag. And a little birdie told me that on Saturday, we're giving away a Baby Lock sewing machine.
That's incredible. What?
So, I mean, for $99, you can't beat that. So y'all go out, sign up right now. Go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. On the tabs at the very top of the page, you'll see an event tab. Hit that event tab. Takes you right down to all the events. See that Kimberbell, sign up. Kim and I want to see you there. Hey, chime in if you've already signed up. I know we've got a bunch of signups already, but we're going to be cutting signups off on July the 16th. That gives us time to get all those kits and swag bags out to you. And make sure you attend this event. Candace is going to be blowing you away with all the things she's teaching. And hey, Kim's going to have her trunk show and answer questions. And you never know what I'm going to do, Kim. I may come up with something
I never
crazy.
know what to expect from you, Blaine. You're always full of surprises. Sure, let's do a sewing machine. You bet. Let's do
Hey, you know what?
I love
to
it.
find out my craziness, they're going to have to come to this event, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Someone asked in the comments, does that event have these designs? And no, that is a separate set of Christmas designs. So you'll want to check that out. It looks like SMP folks have put the link in the comments. So click on that link and then you can sign up. But they are different from this. This is its own thing.
Yeah. And one thing I'm going to remind everybody too, what we've been telling you, this event is geared around a 6x10 hoop size, but there's only one project that's 6x10. So if you've got a 5x7 machine and you want to come to this event, hey, you can do 3 of the projects that we're going to do of the 4. You'll only have that one you won't be able to do, but hey, it'll still be worth it to come, because I tell you what, it's going to be a very good learning event, and you get to hang out with you and I for a couple of days.
What more could you want?
I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot of fun.
It will be fun.
So y'all go sign up right now, and then, hey, we're going to keep bugging you about it all week, because we want you to chime in and let us know if you signed up yet.
What's the date they have
July
to sign up
30th and 31st.
And they have to sign up by
the 16th of July.
16th of July. Okay. Don't forget.
Okay.
It's going to be a blast for sure.
Well, thanks, Kim. Again, awesome products, and thanks for coming on the show. And also thanks for Kimberbell, being one of our sponsors, and this has been awesome. And hey, we'll see you again tomorrow.
Same time, same place.
Same time.
Tomorrow we
All
are
right.
talking scissors and tools. Should be fun.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Okay.
Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, guys, y'all saw it there. Hey, coming up next, we're going to go right into this. Now, y'all know our next presenter is 𝐓𝐤𝐸𝐸. She's a genome educator. She had emergency surgery, so she couldn't come to the show. She was planning on being there on Monday starting out. That happened, so Genome scrambled around, and they actually sent us videos of 𝐓𝐤 had done for Genome of the products that we were featuring. So we sure, I found out 𝐓𝐤, went through surgery. She's recovering well. She's in good spirits. So we wish she was here, but she may be watching from home. So y'all chime in and say hi to 𝐓𝐤. But we're going to show that video. And as soon as that video comes off, it's going to be about the MB7 7-needle Genome embroidery machine. And I'm going to tell you about how you can get the specials and of that. So anyway, David, if you want to play that video, and then I'll come back. We're going to talk about the specials, how you can get it, and then we're going to give a bunch of stuff away.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Genome studio. My name is 𝐓𝐤, and today I'm going to be showing you one of our multi-needle embroidery machines, the MB7. So I really love the fact that this is a multi-needle machine that is really easy to use, portable, just easy to maneuver and work with. The machine itself, the MB7, as I said, has 7 needles to it. So this is a super efficient embroidery only machine. If you're new to the world of multi-needle embroidery machines, what that means is I can set up to 7 thread colors and thread 7 needles at the beginning of my embroidery process, making it more efficient and giving me the ability to be able to step away from my embroidery and it continue to work and just make it more efficient for me. So one of the first things that always gets asked, they look at the machine and go, this must be very difficult to thread and to learn how to use. And what I love is Genome keeps so consistent. And as we start going into the screen, you're going to notice that the icons and the symbols have remained very similar to very traditional embroidery machines. So one of the first things that I am going to do is show you the threading path and take you through how to thread the needle. Now I've set up some really thick floss so that you could see it a little bit better, and I'm going to walk you through the threading path, stopping of course at the eye of the needle as this is to go through that eye. As I said, it holds my 7 spools of thread on top as well as a bobbin thread in the back so that I could be embroidering, winding a bobbin, and doing all of that at the same time. Now from my spool of thread, I have a hole and a thread guide right at the top, and I've already put that through. As my thread comes down, there are tension discs right at the back side where my hand is. And there is an eye to take you to that tension disc. And as I pull that thread up, there are 2 tension discs right underneath the knob, And I am putting my thread in that tension disc and around the pin, holding my thread in place. Now I'm going to come straight forward, and these are my tension dials. And what I like to do is floss and move my thread back and forth, and my thread will go into my tension disc. And now I'm just going to give you and follow through that path on the rest of the threading process. As I come down, I am following arrows that are on the machine, and there is my first positioning. I have an arrow going in a U shape, and that is to go into the spring at the bottom. Now I've gone into the spring, and my arrow is pointing up. So I am going to go into the slot the closest to me, and I'm coming straight up. Now logically, my take-up lever is going to be the next position that I'm threading. And my arrow is pointing down, so I am going to come down. And I'm going to follow the hole and the path that the machine is having me go in. And I'm just going to trim this thread because it's wanting to shred. This typically is not thread that you would be using on this machine. Perfect. So now that I'm down, and you will notice that each thread path is numbered on the front of the machine, and that corresponds to the thread number that will be in the machine and for the design. Now my next part, right at the top of the needle, is a thread guide, and that's going to hold it. Now I said this is very thick thread, so I'm going to skip the eye of the needle, but we're going to pretend this is in the eye of the needle. And once you're in the eye of the needle, you want to take your thread and put it into the foot itself. And then you have a spring up top to hold your threads and keep them neatly out of the way. And that is threading that MB7. It looks a lot scarier than it actually is. It's a very simple process. And when you're straight on in front of the machine, the arrows really guide you towards that threading process. One of the things that I really like about the machine, and I'm going to remove that thread, is the fact that it is a complete free arm, meaning all of my area around my machine are completely open. I'm showing the machine on the 𝐓𝐲𝐸 cabinet, which is an additional purchase to the machine. Ask your dealer about that. What I love about this specifically designed cabinet for this machine is the opening that it leaves directly underneath where your hoop would be placed. So imagine embroidering a team jacket, a coat, a robe, a quilt. All of that bulk now has a spot to go and to be out of the way. So they work really well together. Now I love that free arm construction, and the machine itself comes with 3 hoops, and they are on the wall, and I'm going to show you all 3. The largest is the M1 hoop, which I have in front of me and on the wall, and this is a 9.4 by 7.8 or a 240 millimeter by 200 millimeter hoop. The second to the largest one is a 126 by 110 millimeter or 4.9 by 4.3, and then our small little hoop. and that is the M3 hoop. That is a 50 millimeter by 50 millimeter, or 1.96 by 1.96. And I love that little hoop for being able to do collars and cuffs and all types of different monogramming options. I'm going to show you how easily the hoop goes onto the machine. I'm going to slide it underneath my needles, and it just snaps into place. And you will see that that leaves all of that opening underneath the machine to be able to work with big, bulky items. Now on the screen itself, I am going to show you, this is an embroidery only machine, so there's no toggling back and forth, and the icons are going to seem really familiar. Janome is really good with keeping consistency among its machines. So this is going to look very familiar if you're already familiar with a Janome machine. My built-in designs are what's first visible on the screen, and there are 150 built-in designs, plus I have a USB port to be able to bring designs to the machine. When I touch my menu option, it will give me this home page. Allow me to scroll through my designs, and my first of 7 pages is all for the M2 size hoop. All of the designs are grouped together by size, and I love that. The next group of designs are for the M1 hoop, the one that I have on the machine. And then it will go to the small M3 hoop. So I love that the designs are grouped together by size. I hate when you fall in love with a large design and you're trying to put it in a small space. So I like that that is done. I'm going to open up one of the designs, and of course my hoop will come into center. I just allows you for that ease of use. Now on my screen, I am getting typical information. I'm able to see my design and able to see my colors along with the design information. So this design is 4.2 by 4.9 inches. It will take approximately 27 minutes to stitch, and it is 5 colors in choice on here. It is a total of 12,077 stitches. So all of the vital information that I need is right here on that screen. One of my options that I have is this one right here. It is a spool of thread with a number 4/8. And this is going to toggle me to, do I want to see my embroidery design picture larger and only see my first 4 colors of the design? Or do I want to make my design picture smaller and see my first 8 colors of the design? So I like being able to change that view and be able to get a really good look at what I am doing. Now on my screen, it will put everything in a sequential order. Needle number 1 will stitch first. Needle number 2 will stitch second. Needle number 3 will stitch third. But I have the option of changing that because my needle number 1 has no thread on it. And needle number 2 is in red, 3 is green, and these may not be the colors that I want to have the design done in. Rather than clipping all my threads and re-threading from the beginning, I have the option of changing my stitching order really easily. So I am able to go to the icon that has a needle pointing towards my colors. So what this will allow me to do is change my order here. So number 1 is set up for needle number 1, and this is the gold. But my gold is at needle number 7. So this will allow me to change my first needle that will stitch to number 7. So I did not have to rethread my whole machine. Now I am going to arrow down and highlight the second color, which is blue. If this were threaded, I would need to make that number 1. So I can touch minus and make needle position number 2. And that will stitch will actually be needle 1. So I can assign my needles and my colors to really make it efficient and easy, and I won't have to rethread and thread my machine over and over again with each design that I pick. And I really like that it does that. Once I select OK and go back to my previous screen, you will notice that the head of the machine is moving. The first needle that will stitch will always fall into that center position. So you recall I made needle number 7, the first one that stitches. So the head moved to move that position into center. Really, really easy, very intuitive, especially if you're familiar with other Janome machines. Some of my other options on the screen are my view option. So in my view option on the screen, I can change so that I can see just what is stitching. And sometimes this is helpful when I'm substituting colors. So here you'll see that only that blue crown is on the screen, whereas when I touch my change view icon, I now see my full design. And I have a needle with a plus and a minus. I skipped over position number 1 to make room so that you could get a better view of the screen. But let's say in this particular design, I did not want to stitch a whole section. I want to skip over that thread color. I could do that by jumping through the colors with this icon. Really easy, very familiar if you're used to other Janome machines. So I really like the machine and the way it's set up. This is a machine that a lot of people like to start a cottage business with. So maybe 2-3 times a year, I like to do a craft fair or a flea market type of an event. This machine really lends itself to that. It weighs 43 pounds and it is a virtually small footprint. So when I remove the hoop and you really look at that side profile and the size of the machine, it is an easy machine to pick up, to handle. It is a total of 43 pounds, and I could handle that easily if I did need to move it from my home to be able to go to a kiosk type of a setup or a craft fair or that type of setting. So I like the fact that it really has industrial-like features in a home machine comfortable type of setup. I love the fact of how portable it is and just the ease of the use of it. Now, I do want to go over, I mentioned that 3 hoops come with the machine, but I wanted to show you the bobbin area. And I am removing my bobbin. And this is a metal bobbin that holds a lot of thread. So I like the fact that it is not a standard sewing machine bobbin. It does hold approximately double the amount of thread. Very easy to thread, and because of how open this is, look at how easy it was for me to change the bobbin and put another one in. And it has that protective dust cover. One of the items that I like to mention for an optional purchase and to consider was the 𝐓𝐸𝐞 cabinet. Now I'm going to give you a really good look at the cabinet. Now, I mentioned this 𝐓𝐸𝐞 cabinet several times, and I wanted to give you a really good look at it. I believe it's a perfect companion piece for the MB7. So on the side, you'll notice that I have lots of storage for large spools of thread. This will hold 32 king-size spools of thread and give you plenty of room and easy access to them. You'll notice the top of the table, I have lots of empty room and lots of space to put my hoops, to hoop my fabric, and to get ready for my project to be embroidered. As I come over to the front, I wanted to show you how beautifully that pulls out and holds another 48 spools of mini king size spools of thread. Plus, as you could see, there's lots of other storage compartments on the front. Now, two other things that I am going to share with you are also optional items, but I think you'll really be impressed by them. One is the baseball cap hoop. And this hoop allows you to embroider on a baseball cap very easily. And I'm going to show you the underside as well. You're using a sticky stabilizer to secure your baseball cap, and you're able to put that on the machine the same way you do any other hoop. I really enjoy doing baseball caps. My friends and family often ask me to embroider personalized caps for them, and this will allow you to do that. Now, I had mentioned before working with big, bulky items, and it's not unusual for me to do really thick, heavy terry robes. And this is another optional item. It is called the MB7 support table. And this simply goes around that free arm area. That way, when your hoop is holding something very heavy, it will support and eliminate any vibration that you may have. I really want to thank you for sharing your time with me. I hope you got a really good idea of what the Janome MB7 is all about. I'd like you to reach out to your dealer and check on the different pricing and finance options that are available to you. And most importantly, don't forget to tell them Alba sent you. Bye-bye.
Oh, well, thanks, Alba, for that video and showing us that great MB7. So I got to tell everybody, you know, what you saw in that video, you saw the MB7, the 7 needle. You also saw the 𝐓𝐸𝐞 table that she had it sitting on. She showed us that hat hoop, and she also showed us that support table. Well, guess what? I'm going to throw all that in. So if you want to get this, the normal price is $65.99. I can't tell you the price that I'm going to sell this for you. As I've got a show special, you have to call to get that special. But I am going to throw in that 𝐓𝐸𝐞 table. I'm going to throw in that accessory, the hat hoop, and that support table that goes with the accessory support table, the hat hoop, and the 𝐓𝐸𝐞 cabinet that you saw there. I'm going to throw all that in with this 7 needle Janome machine. Guys, this is a great machine, very well built, extremely lightweight, very portable. And we're going to do that right now. We're going to offer 60-month 0% interest financing, but you have to call to get that show special. The normal price is $65.99. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to beat it. So give us a call right now, 800-401-8151, and we are going to get you fixed up with that Janome 7 needle. So guys, what a great show today, and super pumped about all the people we had on the show. Man, it was great. But guess what we're going to do now? We are going to give away some product. Are y'all ready to win something? So let's get this thing started. We're going to give away some product. The first thing we're going to give away, again, is one of our world famous sewing mats. We have 6 colors to choose from. We're going to let you pick your color, and we have 3 sizes you can pick from. You can pick a medium, large, or extra large, and just tell us what color and what size you want. And our first winner of the sewing mat is Barbara Maldonado. Is that right? Okay, Barbara Maldonado from YouTube. So congratulations, Barbara. All right, at the end of this, I'll tell you how you claim your prize. Our next gift is going to be, we're going to give away 2 of the Sewing Machine Plus swag bags. You're going to get all 8 colors of swag bags, plus all the things you see on the screen you're going to get in that bag. It's got thread, it's got needles, it's got all kinds of our printed merchandise in there. And our first winner is coming to us from Facebook, and it's Tracy Duffy. Tracy Duffy, congratulations, Tracy. Our second winner is coming to us from Facebook as well, and it is Mary Sissy Dotson Hawkins. That's all one name. It's not 3 or 4 people. It's Mary Sissy Dawkins Hawkins. Say that 4 times real fast. Okay, so congratulations, Mary. The next thing we're giving away is that SMP magnetic stick or pen holder, and it's got our logo right there. You can hold your stick pins on it, or straight pins. And our winner is coming to us from YouTube, and it is Cindy Spavins. Cindy Spavins, congratulations on that, winning that. And then our next item is Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro, and the winner is coming to us from Facebook, and it is Vicki Edwards. Congratulations, Vicki. Next up is that DURKEE $200 gift certificate. Man, this is awesome. You can get some DURKEE frames with this. Our winner is coming to us from YouTube, and the winner is Dolly Lewis. So congratulations, Dolly. And then next up is the John Deere Diamond Club, and this is a membership to their Diamond Club, and it's coming. The winner's coming from Facebook, and the winner is Paula Becker. So congratulations, Paula. All right, we're continuing on. The next one is the embroidered zipper bag, SVG files, and CD. And the winner is coming to us from YouTube, and the winner is Donna Hall. So congratulations, Donna. And then our last item we're giving away. Did we miss something? Okay. Our last, I thought, did we give a machine away? Okay. All right. So our next item we're giving away is from the Embroidered Shop, and that's Zandra Shaw's company, and she was on the show today, and it's the Hoop Fun Club membership, and it's our winner's coming to us from YouTube, and our winner is Jacqueline Robinson. Robinson? Okay. Jacqueline Robinson. All right, so Jacqueline, congratulations on winning that. All right, guys, that is our giveaways for today. We are going to be back here again at 8 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Central time, and we're going to kick off day 5 of this, and we've got another great lineup of people coming that are going to do education. We've got a lot of great products we're going to do, a lot of specials, a lot more giveaways, and so we hope that you'll join us. David, how did your show go today? You doing good? Great. David's doing good. How about our chat team back there? Chat team, y'all still surviving? Okay, they're up, stretching their legs, and been working all day. And then we get Kyle and Andrea over here. They've been at it all day too. And so again, guys, we sure do appreciate our crew here at Sewing Machines Plus. The call center over there with the customer service team. Laura Cook's team's been doing a great job. Nick's sales team's been on the phones all single day. And then our warehouse, Randy's crew out there has been shipping nonstop all day. And again, guys, hey, we sure do appreciate your business. We sure do appreciate you joining our show. And we'll see y'all again in the morning. Y'all have a great night out there.